Hello out there in live stream land. My name is Linda Honorevole. I'm the executive director of Handbell Musicians of America. Thank you for joining us for our fourth annual Ring-a-Thon, which is coming to you from all over the country. Handbell Musicians of America, for those of you who may not know, is the national organization dedicated to advancing the musical art of handbell and hand chime ringing. We do this through education, community, and communication. And you will hear from many handbell musicians today from around the country, various ensembles. We will have videos and performances from them. We will have interviews. We will have opportunities for you to win prizes and lots of other fun things, some games, and just general shenanigans for the next 6 hours. It's a lot of fun, and we're so glad you're kicking off the holiday season with us. In addition to all the performances from around the country that you're going to hear today and all the interviews, this is also a fundraiser for Handbell Musicians of America. We are a nonprofit 501c3 organization, and our goal for the coming year is to raise $70,000 in honor of our 70th anniversary, which is coming up in 2024. Today's goal is to raise $7,000. You're going to catch a lot of 7 and 70 themes for the rest of the day, so get ready to find all of those. So we hope you are inspired to donate $70 for our 70 years, or any denomination that is comfortable for you. Everything, as we mentioned before, is tax deductible, as we are a nonprofit organization, and all of the funds raised go to help us encourage handbells and hand chime ringing in the United States. So I am so pleased today that we have two of our most popular hosts returning, Michael Glasgow and Michelle Sherrick, and I am happy to introduce them to you now.
Thank you, Linda. That was...
Hey, we're two of the most popular hosts. Aren't we the only two hosts they've ever had?
Don't tell them.
Also the least popular.
You could say go both ways. It's true. So welcome everybody to the 2023 Ring-a-Thon. We are excited to be here. Today we have Greig Ashurst with us. Greig, you are now the president of the Guild. Is that true?
That is correct. I just started October 1st as the president.
Excellent. Excellent. So I understand that the Guild is working on really focusing on education. So can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, so the last 3 years since when I went on the board as the president-elect 3 years ago, and we've really focused these last 3 years on pushing handbells as a tool in schools, and not only the education of school children, but throughout the country in all areas of education base. We want to do pre-K through 12, but also universities. These last 3 years, we've really focused on trying to get handbells into schools, public, private, charter, whatever it is, just getting it into the schools because it's such a wonderful tool for young people to play. Moreover, now these next little time we're going to spend is really focusing on educating the people that will be educators. And so trying to push university level bells in schools at the university level, which will hopefully translate to the lower levels as well. We've had some handbell playgrounds. We've gone to some music education conferences, and it's just been a great journey so far.
Tell us about the handbell playground for the people who don't know what that is.
So yeah, about 3 years ago, we created this idea of making a space at conventions, places where, even if it's maybe a science museum, but we'll just say, for lack of a better term, an exhibit space, a booth that we can, the largest we could afford to purchase at whatever event, and get the publishers, get the manufacturers, get the Handbell Musicians of America together in one space to promote the general idea of handbell ringing. We've had some wonderful success at the Texas Music Educators Association Conference. We've done Florida, we'll be doing Indiana, Michigan Music Educators, and we just did Louisiana this past November.
Excellent.
And we've got video of a handbell playground experience, I think, too. Is that queued up and ready to roll? Can we show that?
Well, while he's getting that, if he's taking a minute to get that video up, I'll explain what it is. And so really, we're in the exhibit space, And the students, the educators, I mean, really anyone, parents that are just there as guests come in and they stand up, and we have these activities where they can play music in about 30 seconds at whatever level they read music. If they want something a little harder, we can get that. And that is, you know, we've talked about, that's our main mission, is to be able to reach people at any musical level with handbells. And so we do that, and they're just playing in 30 seconds, different songs.
Love it. Love it. And I know we want to talk about some more of this music education, specifically the school side of things, which I'm so excited that the Guild has made this a real point of championing, because I think it's really the future of where handbells has to be, in order to let the next generation be really, really invested in the instrument.
Absolutely.
But I don't want to dive too deep into that until we're done with Handbell Playground. But where is Handbell Playground? I think they're sanitizing the slides and the swing.
Got it. Yeah, no problem. So
is this something that the Handbell Playground came about through an initiative specifically of Handbell Musicians of America, or something that kind of was a clone of something else that was happening in another genre or discipline?
Not at all. About 3 years ago, we all decided to what would be the best way to reach as many people as we could. And so I just had this idea of get everybody invested, every stakeholder in handbells. Like I said earlier, manufacturers, publishers, anybody that we could possibly get involved, and see if they would buy into the idea of spreading the word with a handbell playground. And the idea of a playground, we're creating a music playground at our school where kids just walk up, they bang on, PVC pipes, trash can lids. And so it's just people want to do music. It's not something you want to talk about. It's not something you want to just, I'm sorry, our school's making an announcement. We're finishing our school day here. I hope it's not too loud for you. But we're the idea of just coming in and playing. And the only way to see what handbells is about is to do the activity. No one wants to go to an exhibit and hear about it.
Right.
So, yeah.
I was just informed we've got the video ready to rock. So let's jump.
Oh, wonderful. Let's get it going.
Yeah. That looks fantastic. It's like the kind of thing where people come to an event and they don't expect bells to have a presence at all, if they even know that bells could have a presence, and suddenly you're doing all that. And you can see from the people in it, those clips, that they're eating it up, which is great. So one thing that I've talked with some colleagues about that work in music education at both private and public schools is the idea that handbells have such a versatility. Anytime you've got a bell/chime choir or ensemble, there's so many music education things you can do with that, and that one set of bells that can serve numerous different classes. But of course, you're talking about, you know, getting a 5-octave set of bells, and not even talking about chimes yet, and all the accessories and mallets and foam and tables and all the space, you know, upwards of $50,000 as a starting investment is something that a lot of administrations are going to bulk at from a budget standpoint. And I just tell them, look, this is something that's it is a lot up front, but it is exactly that, an investment. But if you've got some thoughts, Greig, on other ways we can concretely kind of give some talking points to folks who may be on the stream that are trying to sort of mount this crusade, if you will, to advocate for investing in their own school districts or their private schools that their kids are involved with or that they teach at or administrators at, to try to sell an administration on something that's that big an investment. Where do they start?
Well, it's funny. I always try to frame it in two ways of thinking about it. First, it's great to start small. Of course, hand chimes are less expensive than handbells, and that's a wonderful way to get started, to do the activity. And if you can get started with just, maybe a 3-octave set of hand chimes added to whatever your music classroom is already doing, whether it's playing recorders or bucket drums, or I'm trying to think of whatever, just singing in general. It's a great tool that we add to the music education classroom. And when you build that excitement, the money comes a little bit more. Maybe you can buy a second set, and everyone's doing it in a classroom. But I try to also, if you look at it from maybe a middle school, high school, instrumental music program standpoint, think about the money you spend on a bass clarinet and a bassoon and a tuba, which maybe will accommodate, well, in a band, it'll accommodate one child if there's any sharing, or, and while it will last a long time, so will handbells. But a set of handbells with that, it is a large investment, but it stays in the classroom. It's used every day, class after class, and it meets the needs of more than just one single child playing a bassoon.
Yeah, and that was my whole take was, yeah, it's a huge chunk of change, but look at how you've got 12 to 15 plus kids, depending on how many bells you have, in a group, times however many groups are using that instrument over the course of a week, and plus special other things.
Correct. And if you take care of the instrument well, I mean, same as a bassoon, if you take care of the instrument, it'll last a lifetime. And and the great thing about handbells, really, in my opinion, someone will probably tell me I'm wrong, the more you use it, longer it will last. If to a certain extent, just don't let it sit in a closet for 20 years and everything cracks up a little bit with the springs. But using that instrument, and the excitement just continues to build. And while I don't want to discount the concept of buying a bassoon, because I'm a band director, our band program needs every instrument. But if you just think of it in terms of an investment in another instrument in what the school purchases, you're reaching a larger, not just a listening audience, but the participation.
Dollar for dollar, you're probably coming out cheaper with a set of handbells and chimes.
I believe so.
So much up front.
Yeah. And you can even start, like you said, talking about getting the mallets and the tables and covers and things. You don't really even have to start there. There are so many great resources where no bell changes. You just have your bell or two and you're at a music stand. Or better yet, and I do this with my 4th graders, they're sitting in their chair and they've got their hand chime. Some have 2 hand chimes, and it goes in right below their chair. They've got a bucket with drumsticks. We do all these things from their one chair, and they're actively participating, moving from activity to activity seamlessly. With the set they have.
That is so cool. Now, I know that there are several boys choirs that like to have handbells, because as the boys' voices change, they can still keep them in the program and still keep educating them on music until after their voices change, and they can then be in the, with the deeper voices on the choirs.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
Michelle, you had said there was something on a possible resource that you had out in California, your direction. What?
Yes, there is actually a museum of making music in Carlsbad, which is just north of San Diego. And they often have visiting exhibits, like guitar stomp boxes, the pedals. And they've had MIDI instruments and all that other stuff. As you know, they have their regular stuff, but they also have this one exhibit. And I think it would be great if HMA could get handbells as one of those exhibits.
I think it'd be great, almost like a flash mob pickup choir to meet there all at once at some point. If I will look into it and trying to get the instrument there and do
all
the activity.
Have a hands-on portion as well, where people are invited to do things. So I think it'd be a perfect fit.
That's incredible. I am going to look into it.
Yeah, it sounds like the ideal kind of situation for what their mission is and what we're trying to accomplish. You know, why not get partners going on?
Exactly.
I'm sure.
Speaking of partnerships too,
We've
got. You had mentioned about starting just like with a set of chimes, and I think we'd be remiss if we didn't mention that the guild, a lot of the, if not all of the 12 areas, I can't speak specifically to who has what, but most if not all parts of the guild have chime loan programs that groups can apply to borrow a set of chimes for a traditional academic year, school year, to basically, without investing anything up front, borrow those chimes to get some interest and buzz generated. Let the administration see kind of what can happen with that, what you can do, and then try to get a little more investment going on. Are there specific things associated with that, Greg, from the national level, and or how would you recommend people investigate that if they wanted more info?
I would definitely say contact one of the area education committee. Each area had, well, I'll say each area, most areas have an education chair. But if you can't, just contact the national office. We'll get you in touch with the very closest person we can to find you. Most areas, like you said, do have hand chime loan programs. There are a few areas that even have, it comes with a $50 gift certificate to purchase music, that's appropriate for you. But I can tell you the national office will help provide those beginning resources. We have some great documents on our website that are, getting started with bells in schools. And we can link them to the proper resources based on their skill level, their reading level, the age level, whether it's the high school. I work with a high school here in town that did handbells at a very high level because they were all great musicians. And it somewhat started in COVID when they couldn't play their wind instruments, and has evolved over time all the way down to an elementary group that we just get hand chimes, and there's some sounds made with storytelling, and there are resources for absolutely every level.
I bet that's a lot of people who are members of the guild don't even know we have. If you're a community group or a church group whose focus is not education, they may not be aware when they're trying to tell a colleague who works at a school about the benefits of bells and chimes, really what all is available, because I'll confess, not sort of being in that milieu all the time, just not on my radar, but I know it's out there somewhere,
Absolutely. I would suggest contacting the national office, and they will contact the education committee members, and all of the education committee members will just help beyond belief as much as they can. I will say that the Handbell Musicians of America website has a great page, great site for bells in schools. And there are so many available resources, free resources, whether it is teaching resources or assessment, rubrics for teaching, lesson plans, and even some of the manufacturers offer great resources to help people that are using handbells and hand chimes.
And I just want to point out that some areas actually have bells, not just chimes. I know Area 12 has several sets of bells that we loan out to schools all over the place. It's great.
Very true.
There's been a couple of times in the past that I know that Area 3 has had, people say, well, what's the competition like, to borrow one of these sets of bells or chimes? We had a couple of years some time ago where our chimes were not even loaned out. Like we had chimes sitting there waiting for somebody to apply. So, hopefully, of course, a lot of people are going to seize on this opportunity, but you don't know if you're going to get it if you don't try. If you don't try, you're definitely not going to have them. So do your application, and worst that can happen is no. Or maybe
another possible resource, and I can say with certainty 3 sets just in the last 3 months have appeared. And one was a personal set. A woman was moving, and she donated the set to be used at a school in the school district where I am. And so I gave an in-service to all of the music educators in our district. And we have that set available that I can go in, teach, get a unit going, get a performance out of it. There was also a set donated recently for the education committee to do the handbell playgrounds. My point in saying all that is there are many churches, there are many even schools that are not using the instruments that are out there. And so I ask any educator just to, I don't know, walk down the street to a local church and say, hi, do you have handbells you're not using?
Right.
And you never know what's in their closet.
Absolutely true. We do have actually a video from a school. It's actually the Perkins School for the Blind, which is in the Boston area. And they started with handbells in 1935. Or was that, I just got a note that says trivia time. And I suppose, do we have time to do this this video of Perkins School? I'm asking Derek, he's in the back.
Derek's the man behind the thing.
And he says yes. So let's go ahead and roll that video. Greg, thank you so much for being here with us.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Okay, this is the Perkins School for the Blind Advanced Handbells group.
Okay, and that was the Perkins School of the Blind doing the Russian dance from Nutcracker as well as Good King Wenceslas. Now, when we were off channel here, Greg was saying that Perkins School of the Blind is actually the oldest school of the blind for the blind in America. And I know that I mentioned earlier that they got started with handbells in 1936. First, they were introduced in 1935 by Roger Walker, who was a graduate class of 1919 from that school. And he was the only blind carillioner in the country at that time. So I'm assuming there are more. I desperately want to know more about other country. They were so popular when he introduced them that the school actually commissioned a set from England, I'm assuming Whitechapel bells, and they've been using them ever since. They were donated by the Boston Committee for the Blind. And for almost a century now, they have been performing regularly at schools' concerts. And as you can see, they just do a magnificent job. It's so wonderful that handbells can be used everywhere for everybody.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Well, Greg, thank you for the work you guys are doing, and welcome to your official start of your term.
Thank you. It's been fun so far.
And you have 3 years, right?
So, ask me in 3 years, right?
Don't have all the fun right away.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's been fun. I appreciate it.
And apparently JR is going to take us through some trivia stuff and get us talking about some of our games and things, trivia, prize wheels, and such. Oh my. So let's toss it over to JR for some explanation. He's not quite in the holiday spirit yet, so just have pity on him.
Yeah, I need to get a lot more decorated. Well, welcome everybody. We're so glad to have everybody on tonight. This is one of my favorite things to do in the year because I get to give stuff away. And we do that with our fabulous, prize wheel. And you can get your name on the prize wheel so that when we spin, you have chances at winning some really groovy prizes. How do you get your name on the prize wheel, you ask? Periodically, and we just kind of gave you a little preview a second ago. Periodically, you will see a trivia question pop up at the bottom of the screen. The first 5 people to answer that trivia question correctly gets their name on the wheel and then are up for some great prizes. A couple rules, I guess. In order to make it fair for everybody, if you win a prize, well, first of all, you can get your name on the wheel as many times as you can if you're quick and you know the answers. But to be fair, if you win a prize, we will temporarily take your name off of the wheel so that other people can have a chance. And that will be for most of the prizes we give away throughout the Ring-a-Thon. However, at the very end of the broadcast, we will be giving away a few grand prizes. And we want to make sure that that's fair for everybody as well. So everybody that was temporarily taken off of the wheel will be put back on, and those prizes at the end will be up for grabs. So watch the screen. When a trivia question pops up, give us an answer, and let's fill that name with that wheel with names and see what we can give away tonight. So we'll go back to Linda, who will introduce our next guest.
Thank you, JR. I just want to take a moment to thank not only JR, but everyone who is on our staff and our volunteers today. We are so grateful for all of the work that you're doing to make this happen. You'll hear a lot of us mumble the word Derek. Derek Nance is our technological genius who's helping us put all this together today, and he's keeping all of these cats in line. It is truly like herding cats with all of us on different platforms and everything else. So thank you, Derek. For those of you who just joined us, because I know we'll have people popping in on and off for 6 hours today, or some hardcore fans, hopefully that stay on for all 6 hours. I'm Linda Honorevoli. I'm the Executive Director of Handbell Musicians of America, the national organization dedicated to advancing the musical art of handbell and hand chime ringing. So lots of you may be aware of hand chimes in your church, or maybe you played them years ago in school. This program today, I think, will open your eyes to all the various ways that people perform with handbells and how many diverse groups there are, specifically like we just saw from Perkins School for the Blind. We're sorry they weren't able to join us live today. Their director had an injury and was unable to be with us today, but we're so glad we were able to show the video and tell you a little bit about their organization. So our next interview is with a handbell quartet called Quadrants. So I am going to send it right back over to Michael and Michelle.
Thank you so much for that, Linda. Great to be back. So here we have Quadrants, and they are actually a highly esteemed ensemble based in Princeton, New Jersey. I'm reading the bio here. It says that you are all professional musicians in your own right, as well as proud alumni of Westminster Choir College and the Westminster Concert Bell Choir. And I love this mission here. Their mission is to deliver exceptional performances with a focus on musicality and precision, often showcasing their original transcriptions of classical masterpieces. More about that later. Quadrants maintains an active performance schedule in New Jersey and Eastern Pennsylvania. And in recent years, they've earned recognition and applause at renowned events, including Area 2, HMA, Area 5, and as well National Seminar back in St. Louis. And I was there for St. Louis, and you guys were outstanding. I really loved your concert there. So, Michael.
Well, I would like to just ask the 4 of you to introduce yourselves, and if you could, for the folks at home, so to speak, share, as Michelle mentioned, that you guys are all professional musicians. What's your day job when you're not quadranting? Let's start with Robert.
Oh, okay. All right, I'll be happy to go first. My name is Robert Lamb, and my day job right now is the Principal Administrative Associate for Mid-America Productions in New York City. Previously, I enjoyed 6 years with Walmart Bell Craftsman, so I've seen all sides of the handbell industry, including production, refurbishment, sales, and marketing. I also work at Nassau Presbyterian Church in Princeton, New Jersey, where I direct the Handbell program there as well. And I do have a few publications in print as well, both through the arrangements that we've done with Quadrants, as well as some larger full ensemble works.
All right, nice. Not that you've got, you know, any lacking of stuff, any want for things to do. Beth then.
Hey, Michael. So I'm Bethan. I work for Schulmerich Bells. We've got both manufacturers represented within our group here. So I coordinate refurbishments, repair work, general customer service, do a little bit of everything there. I wear a lot of different hats. I'm also the director of music and organist at Quakertown United Methodist Church, which is where I am right now. I've got bell rehearsal later tonight, so zooming in from the church and then popping over to the sanctuary for bells in a couple hours. And then I also play with the Philadelphia Handbell Ensemble in addition to Quadrants. I've been with them for, gosh, 7 years now. Time really flies. And I'm the treble section leader there. I've been the interim director there as well. I'm on the executive board, so pretty heavily involved with that group too.
It's astounding. I don't know anybody involved in handbells who ever has uttered the words, "I'm bored." There's always something going on. Hailsong Park, tell us about you. Tell us your day-to-day.
Right now I'm at Walmart. So I work with Robert here. I'm still here. Kathy is here, as you all know. So I am not too far away from Baton. Actually, probably 20 minutes away, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. So my day job is here at Walmart, and I am music director at Princeton United Methodist Church, where Quadrants rehearse. That's our home rehearsal ground. Let's see, I direct the Philadelphia Bronze, rehearses in Pennsylvania, Eastern Pennsylvania. And I, as you all know, member of Quadrants, and I performed as a solo ringer back in 2012. I play with my friend Akiko Hosaki under the name of the duo Grazioso. I had the privilege to perform the National Seminar 2012, and I had the privilege with all of the members and Quadrants to play in the St. Louis, which was amazing experience that I really loved a lot. Yeah.
Fantastic. And last but not least, Ray Nugent.
Yeah, I'm Ray Nugent. I'm the coordinator of the music program for a small school in Pennington, New Jersey called the Cambridge School. We have about 130 students K to 12, and it's a school that specializes in dyslexic students. So I teach all K to 12. I run both of our musicals as well. We have a high school musical and a K to 8 musical. I have 5 or 6 handbell choirs and 4 hand chime choirs. And on top of teaching throughout the school year, I do a lot of gigging, and so I'm pretty active in the area. I play for different high school, middle schools in the area. I play for musicals. Basically, whenever somebody will let me, play piano for them, I'll take it. So yeah, I think that's pretty much it.
Another handbell musician who's bored with nothing really going on in their life. So Michelle and I were chatting about some stuff before we were on screen today about you guys specifically, and we're wondering a couple of things, like how did you guys all meet? Was it through Westminster? Like, has it been the 4 of you from the beginning of Quadrants all along? Tell us about like how the group has come together and what's changed, if anything, over the years.
I think this is best for either Rob or Yosung to
Rob and
take
Yosung kind of started us, so one of the two of you maybe.
Well, I can say that Bethan and I were in the same year at Westminster. And then Ray was just a couple years ahead of us, and Yosung was just a couple years ahead of Ray.
Just couple. It may not be just couple, but
Yosung was also
counting is just couple.
Yosung was also on staff at Westminster while we were in school, so we knew her at that
that's
time
right,
as
too.
well.
And so we all admired Yosung's solo ringing capabilities through Duo Grazioso for several years.
Tangent, I remember one of
yeah.
the concerts when we were in college. Hyosung was featured kind of as part of the college ensembles performed, and then Hyosung and Akiko also performed. And I remember as a junior or a senior maybe sitting watching that, just being amazed at how quickly Hyosung could weave up and down the table and all of the solo ringing techniques. And I'd only been ringing for a couple years at that point, and I just sat there thinking, I will never be able to do that. And you know, a lot has changed. But
like now, of course, I can do that. Sure.
But yeah, so basically, we were sitting in the audience of another awesome handbell performance, and I was sitting next to Hyosung on one side and actually Kathy Ebling Shaw on the other side. And it was during this performance that she said, "You guys should get together and form a quartet." And over the course of like 15 minutes, we knew exactly who it was that we wanted to join this quartet. And so we actually have a lot of thanks that we owe to Kathy Shaw, who was our administrative advisor, you know, in the beginning several years of the formation of this group.
Right. So we do have a couple of videos, and obviously we're talking about how awesome you guys are, and we know that because we've seen you perform. But for those who haven't, we do have a recording of the Swan. If one of you wants to walk us through before we toss that back for Derek to start playing that for us, tell us about this performance and what you want people to watch for, if anything specific.
Well, this is from, I believe, our first public concert. This was back in 2018. And the reason that I kind of helped pick the videos that we were going to send in. And I thought that this video really showed one technique that we do in many of our concerts, where we let Hyosung's solo ringing background really kind of shine. So we've done this with several arrangements of different pieces where the other three of us will play an accompaniment on chimes, and we let Hyosung, you know, take the melody beautifully on handbells. So we've done it. We do it pretty consistently with the Schubert Ave Maria as well. But this was like sort of the first time we decided to try that you know, musical technique.
Like a band would play, where, you know, you're spotlighting your principal players or something, giving them a moment. Well, let's check this out. This is Artist Freeman's arrangement of the Swan. Nice, nice.
Nice.
Very artistically done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So ensemble stuff, there's a lot of choreography that goes into this, and we've seen it all from soup to nuts. Can you guys talk about your process a little bit? How you start putting together your quartets? I mean, you acquire music.
Depending on whether or not we're working on a published arrangement or one of our own arrangements. Obviously, published arrangements usually have suggestions. Ringers should play which bells at which times. They oftentimes have notations for when to pass bells back and forth between different people. We end up changing a lot of that. So, we'll start playing what's on the page and then we'll go, what were they thinking at measure 5? Let's rewrite it this way. And then sometimes we keep it the way we rearrange it. Other times we go, oh, that's what they were thinking at measure 5. Okay, now it makes sense. So there's a fair amount of rearranging that goes into it. When we work on our own arrangements, a lot of the time we will workshop things when they're in pretty rough shape. So I think we've all brought arrangements into the room saying, we really don't know who's going to play what bells in this measure. We're going to need to cut things. Let's just work on it and see how it goes. It's definitely rough at the beginning. We've had people sit in on some of our early rehearsals when we're first starting new music, and there's a whole lot of ring a couple notes, pause, stop, talk about who's going to ring the F4 in what measure. It gets complicated really quickly.
Yes.
Yeah, and then you have the domino effect, of course, from we solved this problem, but we've created that problem in the choreography.
Problems, not just one.
Are you guys on? I mean, you have so many connections through Schulmerich and Malmark to have probably pretty much anything that you could possibly need. Do you guys try to keep everything to one set of bells, or just unabashed duplicates and stuff all over the place, or what? You have the luxury there for that. So how often do you implement it, or is it just kind of the standard part of your operating procedure?
Actually, I think we're pretty proud to say that about 98% of the pieces that we have done use only one set of handbells and only one set of chimes. We, as a rule, do not really utilize duplicates. I can only think of one instance where that may have been the case. I seem to recall some duplicate A's, A5s, and A4s, perhaps. But to chime into the previous question as well, just based on the piece that just played, another thing that is a consideration, of course, during our rehearsal process would be the voicing and instrumentation. Sometimes, like with the Swan, we'll decide, oh, I think this will be really well suited for the tonal quality of the chimes, or bells, or a combination of the both. Sometimes we take an arrangement that is written for 3 or 4 octaves, and we'll add our own expansion into the 5th octave. And I guess when we do call on the favors from Malmark or other places, oftentimes it'll be for that extra G2 or that one extra bass bell, that we know we can get a lot of use out of.
I think the only other time we used a duplicate bell, and this barely, I think, in my mind, counts as a duplicate bell, is there was one piece where we used both a bronze C#3 and also an aluminum C#3 in the same piece, but we were using them for very different sound quality. So we were using the C#3 aluminum only malleted, and we needed that extra oomph that the aluminum bell gives to really carry the fundamental tone. And then the bronze C#3 we had rung throughout the piece, and that way it was the same timbre, same tone color as all the other bells.
Yeah, I don't think that counts. I mean, that's like saying we had a G5 bell and a G5 chime. I mean, you're using them, and that's it warms my heart when I hear handbell musicians talk about spending that kind of attention to detail, that we are really elevating the artistry to think, oh, well, the bronze and the aluminum castings have different timbres. We're going to use this for this and this for that. I mean, that level of intentionality is really fantastic. And it's been, you were saying over the, well, we were hiding there while the video was playing, and we were chatting behind the scenes about, it's largely been the 4 of you, but not always. You've had a few little hiccups. You've had to have some people in and out, some subbing. How does that work? What has happened in the past? Do you have a sub list of people if someone has a conflict, like happens to everybody? It's
so
a lot to
conflict. Oh, sorry. So I had a conflict last summer. So Jillian graciously stepped in, and she played when we had engagement with the Area 2 Festival last summertime in June, right?
Right. So this was something we had been booked back before the pandemic to play for an Area 2 conference. And that was something that obviously got rescheduled multiple times because of the pandemic. And so with the rescheduling, and then Hyosung was working on finishing up a doctoral program. And there was also some uncertainty, again, because of the pandemic. At one point, her school was allowing people to do virtual stuff, and then they kept going back and forth on their policies. So I guess about 6 months before the concert, your university basically said no more virtual learning unless you have COVID. You have to be in Florida in person this week. And it was a week that we had this performance already booked at this point years in advance. So we are lucky. We have a lot of connections, a lot of great handbell friends and colleagues in the area. So Jillian Erlenborn was gracious enough to join us. We had at least several months advance notice to rehearse with her and kind of get her up to speed, get her used to ringing in a quartet setting. She was in college with me, Rob, and Ray at the same time as well. So we all had experience ringing together before this. But it was definitely a new experience. The three of us, four of us, but the three of us at that time were so just used to ringing with each other. So adding someone new into the mix was definitely a challenge for all of us, but I think a really good experience.
It's also interesting because there are some things that might work for a certain ringer and for another ringer don't necessarily work out exactly the same way for whatever reason. And so it's not quite as simple as just, plucking a random person and saying, here's your part, go. A lot of the way that the quartet arrangements work, there's so much interplay, with the people playing next to you, where on beat one, I might be playing the same note that Beth has to play on beat two. And so it's not just a matter of the right notes at the right time, but realizing where that note is and, whose hand do I have to get it from for those mid-air passes or whatever the case may be.
And or where the heck they put it on the table.
Right.
And that's, so I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, that the four of you all have your own personal handbells at home?
Yes, I use my school set if I need handbells outside of school, but yeah.
Access to it.
We have access to sets. So I have obviously access to bells at Schulmerich as well as handbells at my church, but I don't have any handbells at home regularly.
So where I was going with it was, I'm curious, how much, and this echoes to what Robert was talking about, how much goes into, okay, do you start the process with, here's our quartet, we gather for rehearsal and we start reading? Or is it kind of like, all right, how much triage goes into that ahead of time? All right, I'm ringer 2 on this quartet. I'm gonna start practicing. There's only so much you can do before the choreography that Robert was talking about has to come into the equation. So how much do you guys prep on your own, whether at home or at school, at church, whatever, with a separate set of bells before you all come together to rehearse? And then how much of rehearsal is spent, because you're all brilliant musicians, reading the score and knowing the rhythms and notes is not difficult for you guys. How much time is spent ringing versus just working out the logistics of equipment moving and instrument juggling?
I don't do much practicing outside of rehearsal. As you mentioned, it's really hard to practice this kind of music when so much of what we do is just coordination with one another and trading, certain bells, making sure bells are on a certain part of the table when they need to be. So if there's like some particularly tricky spots, I might look at them outside of rehearsal. But I'd say that probably 80% of our rehearsal process is choreography. As you mentioned, we all read music well, we all can read rhythms, and sometimes it's a little hard to figure out certain rhythms or notes if the way it's kind of separated in the score. Yeah. But yeah, I would say at least, 80% of us rehearsing is just figuring out who takes what, making sure that bells are where they need to be at certain points in the table for a measure that is 2 pages in the future. But, we have to be thinking ahead. There's a lot of, we don't play our music from memory, but I know personally I don't have a lot of time to look at the music. It's just kind of glancing up. So a lot of it just is repetition, building that muscle memory and kind of knowing what comes before we get there so that I'm prepared for it in advance. And most of that work has to happen when we're together. So
one of the pieces that we're going to show next one is an arrangement of Trepak, the Russian dance from Nutcracker. Now, Robert, you arranged this for the group, correct? Initially? Did
I think, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I said this is your arrangement, and you arranged it for Quadrants initially, correct?
Yeah.
So this is one of those pieces that Bethan was saying, like, you know, we've all brought stuff and kind of workshopped it. So my first question when I saw that was, what drew you to that piece? Because I love your work, I love your arranging, you know, but there's like 800,000 arrangements of Trepak out there. What drew you to do the arrangement? What was compelling about the piece, and how is yours different from the others? And then we'll of course watch the video to prove it.
Well, oh yeah, sure. Thanks, Michael. I think unlike a lot of handbell ensembles, actually this might surprise some folks, but we actually didn't really delve into Christmas music until around this time last year. Just because the four of us generally are so busy during the month of December that it was easy for us to, you know, have sort of a fall season, a spring season, but take off for the month of December. But last year being the first year that we actually created a Christmas program, Trepak was, of course, one of the first pieces that came to mind. It's a high energy piece. It's well known. It's recognizable, and I think more so than anything, you know, having those recognizable pieces still within the classical music genre, still playing at a fairly sophisticated level, but still having something that gets people really excited at the end. You know, that whole last section where it's just that constant accelerando going on and on and on. It's just so exciting for the players and the listeners.
And well, let's watch it first, and then I have a follow-up question.
Okay, sounds great, Michael.
I feel like I need to go lie down after that.
It's exhausting.
It's exhausting. And like, I just sat here and watched it, but you can't not be happy when you see that. It's fantastic. Well done, y'all. I'm just very curious about the whole process of how ensemble stuff works. Robert, how different, or anybody else chime in on this, how far did that arrangement evolve from when you first appeared at rehearsal with it in manuscript to what you all ended up, the final product being when you played it?
That's a really good question, Michael.
I mean, you mentioned you guys kind of do collaborative type of stuff with that as you're sort of figuring out the puzzle together. And I'm just fascinated at like the editorial process of it, so to speak.
Yeah, for Trey Park, I will say it worked a little bit differently because of the timing of our season last year. This was something that we had to be able to learn very, very quickly and efficiently in a short amount of time. So I know I was personally, kind of ghost ringing through each position just to make sure that there weren't going to be unexpected complications along the way. And so I wouldn't say Trey Park changed too much from start to finish, but someone do jump in and correct me if that is not the case.
I think you're pretty much right, Rob, and I might be wrong on this, so correct me if I'm wrong this time, but I think I remember you mentioning, again, with the timing of when we started working on that arrangement and everything that was going on, I think Trey Park was written with no bell sharing, so it could be done socially distanced. Am I making that up?
Close. So you and Ray shared parts, but myself, I didn't share parts. So ringer positions 1 and 2 didn't share at all with anybody, but the 2 bass positions 3 and 4 do share. So it's very limited sharing. So it does allow for different table configurations. You could split it up between 3 tables if you needed to.
So I think because of the not sharing bells quite so much, that made it easier to keep with the original arrangement. There wasn't as much coordinating that needed to happen with that.
Well, you can share when you're socially distanced. You just be really careful with your aim as you're flinging the bell. Just don't try that at home, kids.
Just kidding.
Just kidding.
We're very thankful to Malmark for their equipment on loan, and we treat their bells very gently. We never, ever throw their bells. Never.
Nor should anybody throw bells or any other instruments for that matter. So because maybe some kind of egg shakers, like if you're juggling in a percussion section.
It might be okay. Okay, so here's something that I often ask people who are in other groups and things, what's the favorite piece you have played? What's your favorite piece? And you can each answer separately if you'd like to. Or none of you can answer.
But not all at once.
I really gotta think about it.
I have to say, I love playing farandole, but that's one of the hardest pieces to perform. I don't know how you all feel about it, but I love it, but it's very hard to play.
I really liked performing the typewriter when we did that one. I had the part with the cymbals and the ding. That was a really fun one to play. It was a fast malleted line up there in the treble.
The first piece that I arranged for us was a four-ray piano piece called Romance Without Words. And it's not very well known, but it's absolutely beautiful. And we still play it pretty regularly in our concerts. And, it's special for me because it was the first piece I arranged for us, but it's also, my piano background. But I've loved that piece for a really long time. So I think I would have to say that.
Nice.
For me, it's probably a tie between Trey Pop, of course, and then also farandole, of course. I mean, I can listen to farandole on repeat over and over again, and it's just so exciting for me personally because it's such a technical challenge. So when we can do it from start to finish without any interruptions, it's just magic.
Nice. Well, last thing we'll ask, but again, I'm going to try to remember to ask this of everybody that we have on. How do people find you guys? What are your socials or your website so that folks know how to stay in touch with and or look up more about Quadrants?
We're on Facebook, Quadrants Handbell Quartet, and I don't remember our website off the top of my head. Hyo-sung, what's our website?
It's a quadrantsbells.org.
Quadrantsbells.org.
With the S, bells.
Quadrants
and
bells are both plural. Excellent. Well, you all, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today, and just for the fantastic music that you're bringing into the world, not just through Quadrants, not just through Handbells, but you all are fantastic, and it's been an honor to have you on.
Thank you so much for having
us. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and we're going to toss it over to JR. I believe we have some prize wheel giveaway things.
I love prizes.
Okay, as you can see, we've got some names up on the wheel, but we want to get some more up there before we start actually giving away prizes. I want to mention a couple things. One, if you happen to win a prize, well, let me back up a second. Everybody who wins a prize tonight, we will add to the video description. So if you come back to our YouTube page, if you happen to not be here when you win, come back to our YouTube video page and you will see a list of winners down in the video description. Now, some of you have names that are not your real name. So we don't know who you are. But if you see your name in the list of winners, just go to our website, handbellmusicians.org, click on the contact button up in the upper menu, and it will take you to our contact page. So just send us a message letting us know that you won a prize. This is my real name and this is my contact information. And then we will get you in touch with the people who donated the prizes to get that to you. So just keep looking for the trivia questions and keep putting those answers up, and we'll get your names up on the wheel. And we'll go back to Linda.
Hi, everybody. It is 5 o'clock. We are starting our second hour of Ring-a-Thon. Thank you for joining us. We have heard so far about handbells in education and from Quadrants, a quartet. And I won't tell you who's next, but I can tell you it is a person that is very well known in the handbell world, and I'm very excited about this because I have not met her in person, but I'm excited. Anyway, before we jump into that, I wanted to talk to you about why we're doing Ring-a-Thon. Ring-a-Thon is not only an opportunity for Handbell Musicians of America to show all of you the various ensembles and organizations that are using handbells, but also for us to raise some much needed funds. We are a nonprofit organization about to celebrate our 70th anniversary. We're very excited about that. In 2024, we will be 70 years old. We were founded in 1954 by Margaret Shercliffe in Area 1, which for us, we call our region's areas. So Area 1 is New England. So we will be in New England this summer for our national seminar and to celebrate our 70th anniversary. So our goal for today is to raise $7,000, and I am so excited to tell you that we have already raised $1,290 in our first 63 minutes on the air. So thank you to everyone who has contributed so far. And we hope if you're taking some time to watch this program today that you'll take a moment and make a donation. We've been saying $70 for 70 years, but any denomination helps us. Any level that is possible for you, we would be very grateful. It's very easy to donate. You can click the link below the video, which is on YouTube, or you can go to handbellmusicians.org and click the donate button. You'll know if you try to type in handbell, sometimes it says handball. It automatically corrects it. That's an ongoing joke with all of us here. So we are not the handball musicians. We are the handbell musicians. So handbellmusicians.org to make your contribution. I'm going to send it back over to Michael and Michelle to interview one of the prestigious solo ringers of our instrument. So Michael and Michelle, over to you.
Thanks, Linda. Welcome to Sue Garton. Hello, Sue.
Hello, Michael. Good to see you.
Glad to see you. How have you been? It's been a minute.
I have been well.
I'm so glad. Well, I know you and Michelle having so much in common as handbell soloists.
Yes.
I have, of course, played some handbell solos, but I'm by no means a handbell soloist. So I'm going to let her kind of take lead on interviewing you. But I did want to just tell folks a little bit about you who may not know your bio. I know you're from Pennsylvania. Once and for all, definitively, pronounce for everyone, please, the name of the town that you live in.
Well, I lived in Slippery Rock.
Slippery Rock. I have Sewickley.
I live in Sewickley now.
So it's Sewickley, not Sewickley.
Right, Sewickley.
Okay, making sure.
Ben Roethlisberger lives here.
Okay, and
quarterback of the Steelers.
That's why the name didn't ring a bell for me, no pun intended, because it's a sports ball reference and I don't do those. But eventually I'll learn Taylor Swift's boyfriend's name because he's a football player, but like whatever. Anyway, seems like a good guy. I have taken my ADHD meds today, I promise. I'm just waiting for the extended release part to kick in. Sue, everybody, if you've never seen Sue play, you have missed out. She is, as she plays, you know, so much of the time soloists can look so frenetic because, you know, it's you against 3 dozen, 4 dozen bells. But Sue has a very graceful, effortless kind of quality to her ringing. But she's also a technician and has a very high high level of musicality in what she rings, the precision of what she's ringing. And she travels all over the place as a clinician and as a performer. She's worked in handbell. She's been featured in Handbell Musicians of America events in Orlando, in San Francisco, in Dallas, in Nashville. And I love it was the solo and ensemble extravaganza 20 years ago in Colorado Springs, where it was a Dream Team quartet that taught at the event and performed as well. She's had 15 solo arrangements published at least, and her rep includes a wide variety of everything from sacred to secular, classical, a little bit of pop stuff, some folk music, and she loves showing what solo handbells can do. So welcome, Sue. We're honored to have you with us, and I'm gonna toss it down to Michelle, or toss it over to Michelle. That's where you are for everybody else, and let you guys chit chat for a bit, and I'll just interject when I have something witty to say.
Okay.
Sue, I am so happy to see you. I have known you for more than 20 years.
I know, it's just amazing. I knew you when you had long hair.
Yes, I had hair down to my waist. It wasn't purple.
Yes, yes.
My world just got rocked out of its orbit, y'all.
Yeah.
So Sue, one of the things I like to ask when I'm interviewing soloists is, what made you decide to pick up solo bells?
We had a college student in town who played Lord's Prayer at church one Sunday, and I was pretty impressed. And after she left, our director asked if I'd like to try solo radio. Why not? You know, so I did.
How can it be?
Yeah, I would borrow the church's bells, and just did 1 or 2 songs a year, but it was fun and I enjoyed it, and that was the beginning.
So when was it? How long have you been doing solo bells?
That was in '86, which
Wow.
is a long time ago. I used to say 10 years, and then I counted it up.
It just gets longer every year. I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah. And then I was in an auto accident in '88, and that kind of changed my life. I did retire early, so I retired in '92. And when I did that, my one son, who's an incredible musician, said, "Mom, you ought to buy your own handbells." And my husband and I kind of looked at each other and thought, is he crazy? But we talked it over and decided, well, maybe we should. So I did, and turned my life around 180 degrees and started a whole new career. And it was the most wonderful thing that I ever could have done.
Yes.
The friends I've made are just amazing. Yeah.
I totally understand that. The same is true for me. But tell me about some of these friends. Who inspired you as a handbell musician? Who in the handbell world, or outside of the handbell world even, inspired?
There were several. When I started solo ringing, Marilyn Hines, who's also from Slippery Rock, was president of the Guild. And she said to me, "You need to go to director's seminar and take this solo track." So I did. So I had excellent instruction from the beginning. And Marilyn was a guiding light. She was one of my accompanists. So she was a big influence. And then, of course, Christine and Nancy Haskell. When I would go to area things, I would take advantage of coaching opportunities. And then when C came along, the SEE with Kevin and Michael, that changed my life as well. Playing in that quartet was incredible. It was I had never done really small ensemble, which is really harder than solo ringing.
It absolutely is.
But we had a wonderful time. Aaron Downey was part of that quartet. And Randy and Paul, we live in Colorado, but that was a wonderful experience for me.
Yeah, I was there. I actually attended that event and saw you play, and I was just like, I know her. And I have to admit that, you had already been doing solo ringing for so long when I started, and meeting you, you know, when I lived back in Cleveland, and you know, when Kay Cook had her, it wasn't
Handbell Expo. Yeah.
That's it. And then also you had a workshop in Slippery Rock that I attended like in January of 2002 or something like that. And I have to say that you were actually one of my inspirations. You make it look so easy. And I know personally as a soloist, I knew that I had actually gotten good when people stopped saying, oh, I was on the edge of my seat watching you. I thought you were going to drop something, because I know they say that. And making it look effortless. I mean, really, that's our job as artists. And you've always done that. And it's just always really impressed me. I'm so happy to have known you for this long, and so happy to see you today.
Yeah. When they said it was going to be Michelle and Michael, I thought, oh my gosh, yes.
Oh, delicious. End it with a yes. Oh my gosh. And that's period. That's it.
Right. So,
You know,
so go ahead, Michael.
I have to ask, if I may just ask both of you, because you've mentioned Christine Anderson and Nancy Haskell, two, of course, early luminaries, and Nancy, of course, for those who don't know, is no longer with us, but someone who obviously inspired and in a way mentored both of you. She was known through the handbell community for like her grace under fire, you know, and in fact, she taught a class on it. Like, the premise of it was, we're going to screw up eventually. Here's how you deal with it. And she really, there's a fabulous video of her playing, and she, right in the middle of her concert at seminar, she went, now let's start again. And then it became a little, you know, tete-a-tete with the audience, just kind of chatting. And now we can laugh about it. And that was her whole thing. And I always say, like, it's not part of the joy and terror of live music is that anything could potentially go wrong at any point in time in a live performance. So I'm curious for Sue, and then Michelle, if you've got one, of course, as well. Like, what, it was horrifying at the time, but you know, you can laugh about it now. Kind of like disasters or performance mishaps have you guys ever encountered in performance that require that kind of grace under fire? Because I think people see you guys so polished and it looks so effortless. It's fun to know that, you know, you're humans that have things that go wrong sometimes, to help people be inspired and not feel defeated, like, I'll never get it, I'll never be that good. Can you just shine a light into some of the that was scary then, but it's funny now moments you maybe have had?
I think Nancy was such an example of that. I never saw Nancy play that she didn't have a disaster, because every piece she played was so incredibly difficult.
Yes.
All had just thousands of places you could go wrong. And the first time it happened to me was in Maple Leaf Rag. And it's one that if you get one bell out of place, you're sunk. There's no way you're going to get back. So you've got to go, you know, got to stop. And I think it really didn't bother me, because I thought, this happened to Nancy. I can survive this. And still, I did a concert just a couple of days ago. And at one point, got out of it. But I said, whoops. And I thought, that probably wasn't very professional. But, you know, it was okay.
And it's entertaining. I mean, it's not a question of if something goes wrong. But
yeah, you know it's going to happen.
And like you said, Nancy had that in almost every show she ever did, but the recovery out of it just became a bit almost, and it was fine. Like, you know, it makes people see like we're real people when we're musicians.
I think so. Yeah. Yeah.
And you know, we as handbell musicians, because like you say, something always goes wrong, we tend to be a little self-conscious about that. It's like, oh no, why can't handbells be better? You don't see these other people making mistakes. Well, I was at a oh, I've just lost his name, the cellist. What? Yo-Yo Ma, sorry. Yo-Yo Ma was at his, and he, you know, how much does his cello cost? I mean, it's got to be a couple $1 million. And he was on a smooth floor with his peg, and it just started slipping.
Oh my God.
And you know, you could see him pulling back. And at one point he just had to stop and say, I need to fix this. And so, you know, this happens to other people as well. It's not just handbells. We're not like, you know, but it happens to everybody. But let me answer Michael's question, because he was actually there one of these times. I was doing a half-hour solo concert for Bay Area Spring Ring up in Cupertino in the San Francisco Bay Area. I think you've done one of those too, haven't you?
Yes, yeah.
So I was doing Foray's, not Pavon. Oh no, Debussy's Reverie. There you go, Debussy's Reverie, which goes, it's in the key of F. Well, the lowest belt I own is G4. And there's one time that the F4 plays. And so I had made a mental note that when I go set up in there, I'm going to need to have the F. And it goes to that part and I'm setting up, I'm like, oh, I don't have an F. I'm like, here we are in a different building because all the mastering is over in the other ring. And I said, I don't have an F. I need an F. And Michael goes, I'll go get it. So he goes running across the campus and he comes back. And as he's running back, he's ringing it. So you hear this bell, ding, 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 come back in. He runs back up on stage and he hands it to me, handle first. And he bows like this. And so what else could I do? But I take it and I knight him with it. So it was great.
And everybody thought that was planned.
And it wasn't.
And actually, there wasn't quite a I'll go get it because Michelle said I need an F4 and we all sat there and watched her. And she's like, I need an F4 to play this piece and I don't have it. I need it from the other building. And she goes, no, seriously, somebody please go get this bell for me. And that's when I said, okay, I'll go get it. I don't always volunteer to help right away.
That's right. That's right.
Anyway,
and that would just be her natural response to knight you. I mean, what else would you do?
Exactly.
Can we watch? I know we have a couple things of Sue's. Can we watch one of them?
Yes. I would my favorite of the three that we were given to choose from was Turkey in the Straw. And and I'll tell you why that was my favorite when we're done watching it. So Derek, if we can watch Turkey in the Straw.
And just finish. We're good. We're fine. We're just shooting the breeze.
And what I was saying back in the back room was that one thing I really like about this piece, Sue, actually two things I like about it. One is how effortlessly you make the 6-in-hand look. Because I remember when I was first learning how to do 6-in-hand, it's like how does this work? What? And there's that learning curve to do it, and you just make it look so easy. That was great. And also the piano part, that's your son's arrangement, you said. And I just love all the chromaticism in that. I just think it really goes well with the whole, the mood of the song as well. So
I think he's watching today, so he'll be glad to hear that.
You got a shout out in the chat. That's Steve, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. So we do have another video we could watch. Michael, do you want to watch another video now, or do you want to ask Sue some things?
Yeah, I am all about getting into the Christmas spirit here, and we have Go Tell It on the Mountain, I believe.
It is. Sue, what can you tell us about this piece?
Which one is it?
Go Tell It on the Mountain. Did you hear? Go Tell It on the Mountain?
Oh, Go Tell It on the Mountain. Oh gosh. I like that piece, yeah. And it uses a wide range and it does the water dip, which I think is fun.
That'll be fun. All right, if we can watch Go Tell It on the Mountain.
We're back.
Yay.
All right, I gave Sue a whopping 3 minutes with this question while that video was playing. But you guys, I mean, I can 4 in hand, no worries. But when you get into 6 in hand, which we have seen in these videos, and Sue just makes it look like it's no big deal, like, oh yeah, there's 2 more bells in my hands, it's fine. I just asked, as the last video started, hey, I see your bells are out. Would you be willing to give the people at home a little general, for beginners, 6 in hand lesson to show us how to do it? And Sue said, sure. And then the bells that are on the table weren't enough, so she got more bells out. So Sue, take it away. Show us how the 6 in hand thing is, how it works.
This is like for my right hand, the middle bell rings forward, just like normal. The front bell rings with the unscrew the light bulb.
I like that.
And then this one, you just kind of tip it up.
So one's forward in like traditional ringing position. The other's more of the kind of knock thing. And then the other's more inward. I like that screwing in the light bulb analogy.
I like that too.
Side knock puts a lot of wrist into it.
Yeah. So, but like Michelle, when I was learning, I cried a lot. I just couldn't get it. And then when someone finally showed me, I thought, oh, okay, the forward motion in this is like your interlocked 4 in hand.
Mm-hmm.
And then you just grab this one. So like this is signaling out of Christmas.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
So okay.
So now can you do it, Michael?
I'm so in awe of it. But seeing what you're seeing, I'm understanding the planes that you're ringing in. But if your camera will allow it, like, can you set up one hand to show us what interlocks and how you put them together and hold them?
And do all the clappers ring in different directions, or are a few of them ringing in the same direction? I mean, I know the answer to that, but
right.
It.
When I lay for my right hand, I lay them down with the logo up, and then I put the inside bell, the handle outside the outside. So inside goes outside, or outside goes in, and then turn them so they're both up.
Okay.
So both logos up. Then I take this middle bell and turn the logo to the center. And then I just push it through the 2 handles. And with ball marks, you really have to push sometimes. And that's it.
Awesome.
So all 3 end up being completely interlocked.
Yes. Yes. And they're pretty secure. I have a little finger here, 2 fingers around this, and then a thumb here. So they're very secure.
Can you hold them up just a little higher, Sue, so that they're not in front of your table, but in front of the wall? Just because handles are your hands blending in. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 1 1 2 1 is what your hand is doing, right? 1 1 2 1. Thumb is by itself, index by itself, those 2 together, and pinky by itself.
May the force be with you. Wait.
Sort of.
Yes. There are 2 fingers between the pinky and the middle bell.
Excellent.
Middle finger, 2, 1 here, and then thumb. Yeah.
I love it.
No, I feel like this is what I'm going to do.
Go below a D6 with the 6 in hand. So they're small.
Mm-hmm. The smaller, the better for that. It's actually.
Yes. Yeah. And they decay, so you don't have to worry about damping.
Right. Especially the little ones, they don't last long at all.
Yeah.
But one thing, like you were saying, that they're completely interlocked, so that they don't fall down. This is not something you just do in the middle of your solo, like when you've got like 1 measure of rest. I mean, you either set it up beforehand, or you if you've got like an 8 measure rest in the middle, you can possibly put it together.
You either have to have a rest to set them up, or duplicate bells. Yeah. Or not use them in the piece.
Right.
Yeah.
I think the takeaway, one person out there watching this is going to now say for the rest of their life is, No, I don't have to damp when I'm doing 6 in hand. Remember, we saw that video on that Ring-a-Thon thing? Sue told us you don't have to worry about damping, were her exact words. But the point's well taken. I mean, if the decay is gone,
Yes.
and you don't have
yes.
to, I mean,
yeah. And it's just like it's nicely slurred. Yeah. Yeah.
It's mind-boggling to me.
It really is.
But kind of what you do is mind-boggling to me.
So, Sue, I really want to thank you for being here, and it was just such a joy to see you again. I know it's been a couple
good
years
to see
since
you. Yeah, I don't travel much anymore. Still doing gigs, but I'm finding that 3 or 4 a month are enough. Schlepping is getting hard.
So since National Seminar is coming up and we'll be kind of in your neck of the woods, might we see you this coming summer?
We might. We might. I'm thinking about it.
Happy.
I would love to be there.
Michelle and I will buy you a drink.
Yeah. Good.
Thanks again,
Thank you so much, Sue.
Take care.
You too.
You as well. And I think JR's got some giveaways for us.
Giveaways, prizes.
We love when there's prizes.
Yay.
Am I here? Okay. Yes, it is time to give a couple of things away. One thing I did not mention earlier, which I should have, not only the trivia responders get put on the wheel, but also anybody who donates tonight gets put on the wheel as well. So you'll notice we got a lot of names up there, and I'm going to give away our first prize, which is a Quadrants Quartet t-shirt. And here we go. And that goes to Lois Reese. And next up, we have a donated by Linda Honorevoli, a Florida Sunshine Basket with seasonal Florida items to warm up the winter. Let's see who's going to get warm. Sandy Martin, congratulations. So remember, if you win a prize, we'd like for you to go to our website, handbellmusicians.org, click on the contact button and send us a message with your contact information. If you happen to not be on the live stream when you win, come back later, have a look at it, and in the video description, we'll have a list of all the winners. And then just make sure you contact us, and we will put you in touch with the prize donor. So back to you, Linda.
Thank you, JR. And welcome to people who are just joining us. We are at a little after 5:30 Eastern Time. We began at 4 o'clock today with Ring-a-Thon, our 4th annual Ring-a-Thon. As JR said, I'm Linda Honorevoli, the Executive Director of Handbell Musicians of America. And Sandy Martin, I'm excited to put a package together for you of all Florida items, and I'll be sending that your way soon. Handbell Musicians of America, for those who don't know, is a nonprofit organization dedicated to advancing the musical art of handbell and hand chime ringing in the United States. We are celebrating our 70th anniversary in 2024. We're very excited about that. And our goal tonight is to raise $7,000 towards our bigger goal of raising $70,000 in 2024. And we hope that you're enjoying this program, that you'll take a moment and click the donate now button and visit our website and make a donation. If any denomination is very helpful for us. We are a membership-based organization, but we also have to do fundraising to be able to do all of the initiatives that we take care of during the year. It was mentioned before, I believe it was Greig Ashurst, our board chair, that mentioned that our website has a lot of resources related to handbells. Right now, the education section is very robust, and we are also adding a bell tree section and a handbells in worship section. We are working on getting all of that data uploaded. We just did a big site redesign, so we're very proud of it. So we hope you'll go take a visit to handbellmusicians.org. I'm going to send it back over to Michael Glasgow and Michelle Sherrick to continue our theme of warming up the winter with our next interview.
Welcome back to the Ring-a-Thon. I'm Michelle here with Michael Glasgow, and our guest is Karen Carlisle from Hawaii. Hello, Karen.
Hello.
It's still daytime there.
Yeah, it's still daytime. It's daytime here.
It's lunchtime. Not just daytime. It's like 12:30 in the afternoon.
We're all separated by 3 hours, the three of us.
Oh.
So part of the reason we have Karen on here is to talk about the challenges of handbells in a state that is not attached to the rest of our states, for example. So handbells in Hawaii, you have a community handbell ensemble. Correct me if I say this wrong. Mele Mai Paki Lima. Is that right?
Very close.
Okay.
Mele.
Mele Mai Paki Lima.
Yes.
Okay, and what does that mean?
Music from plenty hands.
That's awesome. So, and that's the only community group in Hawaii right now. Karen and her husband Dan founded the group in 2007. I'm sorry, somebody's typing in here. There we go. Forming of the group was to give ringers that were in churches a way of ringing harder music, as most of the churches in the area were ringing level 1 and 2. And you have 5 octaves of Malmark bells, 6 octaves of Malmark hand chimes, a little bit more than 3 octaves of Whitechapels, and Petit and Fritzens bells. So tell me, how many octaves do you have of the Petit and Fritzens?
The Petits, I have 3 octaves, but I'm missing 3 bells.
Okay. And when I texted you yesterday to bring those on, can you show us one of those just so we can have a look and see what it is? So, and can you turn it so we can see inside? There you go. So you see, it looks a lot like a Whitechapel bell.
Whitechapel pepper.
So it's got the cork. Yeah, is that the Whitechapel? There you go.
No, this one actually is a Petit that was refurbished.
Ah, okay, okay.
This is I don't know if it's the original, but it probably is.
Okay, okay. And so what is unique about the PNF bells?
You know, the PNFs have a completely different tone to them. They don't have the overtones that the Malmarks or Schulmerics have. They sound more like orchestral chimes, I want to say.
Okay.
They're
Cool.
definitely different sounding. And this is the way I describe them. Either you like the way they sound or you hate it. There's no in between. Kylie, my daughter, when we just did, we're doing Bell Carol of the Kings, and it's got the alternative bells in it. And she's like, Mom, I think I'm ringing the wrong bell because it sounds so different than the other bells.
So these are not bells you'd want to like do in mass ringing?
No, absolutely not. No.
And because if I'm not mistaken, and I may well be, you know, our English handbells, you know, Whitechapel, of course, originally, and Malmark and Schulmerich are tuned with an overtone series based on a 12th or an octave plus a perfect 5th. But the PNFs, I believe, are tuned to a 10th, which makes everything have more of that jangle, especially if you try to integrate them with our sort of traditional English bells. So that's part of it. And bells not being an exact tempered instrument, of course, as well, that, you know, we can be a little out of tune with ourselves, even in the same set. So,
right.
So that's part of it.
So how does your group use these bells?
So we use them as a melody line within the music. And there's a bunch of pieces out there written for it, where it's got the alternative bells. You can do silver melody bells. You can do the Petit Fritzens. You can do any other type of bells to give it a different color, a different sound. But generally it's used for like a melody line.
Okay.
Like a solo line, if you will.
Yeah.
Like if you were going to do chimes, for example, just to make a different tone color. Okay.
Yeah.
And there was, when I texted you yesterday to ask you to bring one or more of those on here so we could see them, you said, what about the pear bells? And I said, pear bells? So tell us what these are.
So this is a Deegan pear bell. Susan Nelson helped me identify them. Somebody was selling them with a partial set of pennants, and they listed these as petit fritzens as well. And I was looking at them like, there was 3 of us looking at them and we're communicating. We're like, we don't know what those are.
Yeah.
And Tim Waugh said, Karen, buy them. You're going to want them.
Yeah.
And so I bought them, and they have a similar tonality to the petits. So I can understand where somebody would think they're petits. The 3 bells that I'm missing, I have in these ones. And this particular song that we're playing has an A flat, which is one of the ones that I'm missing. So I have the A flat in the pear bell. So we're using the pear bell in place of the petit for this one song.
Okay. And you mentioned Sue Nelson. For those of you who don't know, Sue has a virtual handbell museum online, and she's got all these different historical kinds of bells and chimes and all these interesting things like this. Deegan was a musician manufacturer. He worked a lot of metallophones, so he's got like xylophones. If you're a percussionist, you'll have heard the name Deegan. So
no, and I know if you can try to, I know sometimes when Sue was playing earlier, there's like a music mode setting in Zoom, and apologies that I can't tech you through that. But can you try to see if it'll sound for our listening viewers? Give us a couple of those.
Okay, give me a sec.
Okay. Ding.
And it may be that just a single isolated note will come out.
Nope, can't hear it.
Or not. Technology is great when it works.
Yes. We can't hear that. Oh, well, it looks cool though.
We could pretend that we heard it and make everyone else go, what's wrong with my connection?
Right. So if the handle, is it the same as, is it leather? Is it some kind of plastic?
It's plastic. I don't know what setting. I just tried all the different settings for the music and it didn't work. So it's a plastic black handle. Trying to.
Yep.
The inside looks like a clapper, but it's got the same type of bars in it that the petits have on them. In fact, one of them was broken, and Greig Cauhorn in Colorado actually fixed it for me. Yeah. But yeah, they're heavy, and I have 2 octaves in this.
Cool.
Yeah. And as I wish you could hear it.
Yeah, we just got a long tech explanation from our buddy JR, but we'll save that for another time. Thank you though, JR. I know it's something we can't do it on the fly, as you acknowledged. I want to jump back over to Hawaii specifically, because when I was there a million years ago, working with you guys, it became so obvious so quickly that Karen, you are Madam Handbells in Hawaii. You were involved with so many different groups and schools and organizations and things. And there's 5 main Hawaiian islands that are like accessible to Joe Schmo traveler people, right? And you're on Oahu, where Honolulu is. What's happening on the other islands? There's a ton going on Oahu, relatively speaking. What else is going on the other islands? Do you have counterparts on Kauai and Maui and such that are doing bells?
I know there's a Methodist church on Kauai that has a set. Whether they're active anymore, I don't know. There are a couple sets on Maui in a couple different churches. They were active 10 years ago, but I don't know now. And then there was a couple on the Big Island that were active that I don't think are active anymore. But there is a private school on the Big Island that was active up until 2020, but the person that was running it retired. right as everything closed down. So she was trying to get somebody hired that would continue that group. I went over a couple times and worked with all their kids, which was a whole lot of fun. But trying to find somebody to replace a person that knows handbells is really hard.
And this goes to where, you know, and we'll probably harken back to this several times tonight, the concept of the education component of getting bells into more schools and stuff, and teaching instructors how to direct and work with this instrument. Because I think you can pick 100 churches across the country and guaranteed more than 50% of their directors of their handbell group or groups were not ever officially trained as a handbell director, but it was kind of like, well, you're the organist or you're the choir director or you're the whatever. Can you just figure it out? I mean, that's how it was with me. Like I was hired for a church job and had no idea. I literally did not see a handbell until I went for my audition. But I just didn't, it was back in the dark ages before YouTube. So I couldn't even just go check out videos, didn't know anything about the guild. So we have all these resources and I'm hoping that that will turn that tide. But, you know, you've got nothing else going on, Karen. You could hop around the islands and just do more.
I actually recently got hired at a private school. We were trying to start in January and they put the listing out for the kids, but the kids don't know what the bells are and they don't have the bells at the school because I will be taking them. So we were going to do a handbell playground and then it just got too close to Christmas and they're like, you know what? We can do this where you can come in during lunchtime and show the kids what they are, or we could do a class during the summer and have the kids sign up for that class during the summer and then just go into fall and be successful at it. So I like that they're not trying to rush it by saying, oh, nope, didn't work and move on.
Right. Wait and do it right.
Yes. So we are doing it right. So I will be doing a class for a couple weeks during the summer with the kids there and to get them pumped up and interested enough to sign up for it. So it'll be an after school program for ages 2nd grade through 5th grade.
Man, God bless you. For the people at home that want the official, like authentic Hawaiian ringing experience, we have a video queued up here. We are going to hearken the holidays in Hawaii with, of course, Mele Kalikimaka. So let's check this video out. So now I feel like I don't have to go to Hawaii again right now.
I want to go.
It's been nice. And, you know, honestly, we need the visitors because of the fire in Maui. People canceled their trips, even to other islands.
Well, I went twice this fall on 2 different trips to Hawaii. So.
Oh, there you go.
So I know officially you're Hawaii, but technically, Area 12, comprising many of our West Coast locales, does include Guam. So what are the Guam goings on? What's happening with Handbells on Guam? I'm always curious.
I know that there are two sets of bells and 2 groups, and I believe both groups are active in their churches. I had a ringer that went from here to Guam. She has a traveling handbell set that she takes and puts into churches and finds somebody to direct. And she was in one of those churches that actually had a set of bells, and they were going. One day I hope to get out there, but flights are very expensive from here to Guam. But I would love to be in contact with them and help them out. I'm in contact with a group in the Philippines.
Oh, cool.
And I'm actually I purchased them some music, and some mallets got donated. And I'm going to be sending that probably in about a week and a half. Hopefully I can do the same with Guam.
It's so fantastically inspiring to see that you were just so invested and so passionate about the instrument that you just keep looking for ways to help other people succeed with it and learn about it. And I've always found that very engaging and very inspiring in the way you just, oh, you don't know about bells? Let me help. Oh, and that's probably why you got yourself into directing and being associated with 300 different groups simultaneously. You know, that's awesome. So you mentioned how far it is from Hawaii to Guam. It's also obviously far from Hawaii to the mainland. And I've meant to ask you this for ages, and it was only when thinking about interview topics that I was like, now's the time I can ask for this. How long does it take to get parts from the mainland, and how much do you guys have to stockpile? Like in the event of emergency, like you have a split restraining spring or something right before a concert, you can't just be like, oh, can you just send that to me and I'll have it in a day and a half or whatever? I mean, it's not something you can go grab on Amazon Prime either. So like, how is it different being so far away from where the foundries are, which for those at home don't know, both Malmark and Schulmerich are in Pennsylvania. So we're talking far East Coast mainland, all the way to the middle of the Pacific.
You know, it's funny. I went and just kind of, I filled in for another director that was out last week, and their G6 restraining spring on their Schulmerichs broke.
Oh.
And so we went through the whole rehearsal. They didn't have any spare parts. And so I came home and I went through my, I have a few older ones laying around and found one that looked like it was not going to break while they were waiting for their order. So I sent it over to them. Mm-hmm. I can't really stockpile too much of the Schulmerich parts because the weather eats them up. And by the time you need them, they're broken too. Mm-hmm. I do have, so I have both Schulmerich and Malmarks. Yeah. I'm a little bit of a hoarder, I admit it.
I think most people are.
Yeah. So I have a lot of springs. There was a church here that wanted to change their springs every year and they wanted me to do it. So I said, okay, fine. I would take their old springs out and keep them. But I also kept telling them, you don't need to change them. And they're like, no, we want them changed. We want them changed. I'm like, okay. So I have a bunch of Malmark springs laying around because it takes over a week sometimes to get the parts. Yeah. Sure. And then the shipping on top of that, because we are another country, it's almost like international shipping prices. So
not ambiguous. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's tough to get parts. It takes a while. So it's, you got to plan ahead. Mm-hmm. When one spring breaks, you just replace them all.
Yeah. And I know what you mean about the weather. I live in the desert, and so, you know, anything made of rubber or plastic, it just doesn't last. So
yeah,
I've stuff too for that.
But yeah, it does take a while to get parts. It takes a while to get a lot of things here. You know, I know Malmark and Schulmerich do their best to get them out as soon as possible. So yeah, but I do have a little bit of a stockpile.
Yeah. Yeah, well, like you said, when one splits, you replace them all. You save all the ones that are still good for your emergency stock, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I did see an update. I just want to break in with a little bit of financial stuff here on our fundraising. You know, we're targeting, because this is our 70th anniversary coming up, targeting $7,000, which is 10% of our goal of $70,000 going into our 70th year, but looking for $7,000 tonight. We have just exceeded $2,000 in less than 2 hours on air, so that's awesome. And I am going to throw out a challenge. It is 5:55 Eastern time, so that's easy to remember. I want to say, if we can get people who were asking, give what you can, $70 will be wonderful. In keeping with, I think 700, 7,000, 70,000 would be even better. But if we can get, I want to challenge 20 people to each give at least $20 in the next 20 minutes. So it just switched over to 5:56. I'll give you till 20 after. 6:20 Eastern time. Can we get at least 20 donations of at least $20? And I'm going to throw that out there, say challenge tacitly accepted, and let everybody in the back tell us how we're doing, because I have no way of knowing. But back to bells in Hawaii, we did Mele Kalikimaka, but we also have We Wish You a Merry Christmas, right? That your group recorded, and we want to show that video for everybody. This is a short one. Anything you want to share about this performance, Karen, before we ask Garrett to play it?
Do you know, this is kind of a tribute to Valerie Stevenson, who just recently passed away. So this is a really fun piece that we've done of hers multiple times, and you can add pots and pans or whatever you can find. But it's fun, and audiences love it.
Let's check it out. So much fun. So much fun. Well, Karen, as always, it's a delight when we get to hang out with you and give Hawaii our best. Thank you for all you're doing for Hawaii, for Guam, for the Handbells globally. Before we leave, does your group have a Facebook presence or a website or any other socials that you want to share with us so people can keep in touch?
We have a website, hawaiihandbells.com. We do need to update it, I will admit. We've fallen behind on it a little bit, but we also have a Facebook page, Mele Mai Paki Lima, and we do I do post on Handbell People as well. There's probably more on Handbell People about it than our own page, which is bad. But I will be updating it.
Is that a
Facebook group? thousands and thousands of people. So for those
11,000.
Check it out.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's the only reason I've considered joining Facebook.
Did you know it's a public page and you don't actually have to have a Facebook sign in to actually see it?
Cool.
Got it. Maybe I'll just stalk it. Well,
You
Karen,
can stalk it all you want.
Mele Kilikimaka to you and yours. Give everybody our best. And thank you so much for being with us.
Oh, thank you.
We're going to jump back over to JR and his magical prize wheel.
Hey, can I throw a challenge out?
Sure.
Every state needs to have a donation.
That's a good one.
All 50 states.
All 50 states.
And Guam.
And Puerto Rico.
And Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
And
anywhere
US.
else.
From
Anybody
everywhere else. Yeah.
Anywhere needs to make a donation somehow.
I know there's some Australians watching, so they should do it too.
Yes, good morning.
Yes.
Australia. Thank you, Karen. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you.
Back to JR.
Welcome to my world. Okay, we've got a couple more things to give away here. Later on, one of our guests will be Concordia College, and they are known as the Concordia Cobbers, and they are very fond of corn, apparently. Our next prize is donated by Concordia College, and it is a pair of Fear the Ear socks. And let's see who those are going to go to. Alice in Wonderland. Curious to know who that is. And any of the prizes from Concordia College is also going to come with a set of Concordia corn cob holders. And our next prize is from Concordia. And it is a Concordia Christmas concert CD. Which will go to Jennifer Cauhorn. Some people may recognize her name. So for you latecomers, the way you get your name on this prize wheel is that you watch for trivia questions to come up on the bottom of the screen, and we will put the first 5 correct responses, whoever made those, on the wheel, or by making a donation. We will now go back to Linda.
Thank you, JR, and congrats to Jenny. Jenny is our previous executive director and still an amazing supporter of our organization. So Jenny, enjoy your corn cob holders. I have to say I was a little bummed out that I wasn't qualified. I wasn't able to get on the wheel to win those socks. I may have to go purchase a pair of those because they sound pretty cool. Thank you for everybody who's been donating. We are at $2,199 raised, which is very exciting, in just a little over 2 hours that we've been on the air. For those who don't know who we are Handbell Musicians of America. We are celebrating our 70th anniversary in 2024. We are the national organization dedicated to advancing the musical art of handbell and hand chime ringing. We are very excited to bring you the videos and interviews and performances today from ensembles and individuals across the country. And I appreciate Karen's challenge that we get donations from all 50 states and other countries as well. And I know I saw a donation from Allie O'Connell, who is one of our international folks. So thank you, Allie. I just saw it pop up. I appreciate your support. So for those who don't know what Handbell Musicians of America does, we, like I mentioned, promote the art of handbell and hand chime ringing. And we do that through communication, through education, and through community. Our organization has thousands of members from all over the country and all over the world, and we are united in the love of this instrument. And I have to say, I have fallen in love with this instrument quite a lot in the last almost 2 years that I've been with the organization, and have found that it does more things than I ever thought possible. So I hope that you are learning a lot today and enjoying the broadcast. And I'm going to send it back to Michael and Michelle for our next segment.
Thank you, Linda, and thank you all for your donations. Keep them coming. I'll see if we can get updates on my 20 and 20 for 20 going along here. 20 donations of at least $20 from 20 or more people in just over 20 minutes. So we'll see where that's going. We now have with us Linda, Ashley, and Janet Carter. They're involved with the Intergenerational Handbell Camp. This is an enterprise that started ages ago, 1990. Now, some of our young people were not even born. Some of us didn't know what handbells were in 1990. It was like a lifetime ago in so many ways. But this is in the Kansas City area, outside of Kansas City Metro, the Heartland Center in Parkville, Missouri. And the concept here is that this is an opportunity for both teenagers and adults to come and ring together at basically all different levels in ensembles, as well as sort of a mass ringing kind of setting. And it's a really unique situation. They've had this be every non-COVID year. We don't want to go back to the COVID years, even though that birthed this Ring-a-Thon. We can do it without the COVID years. Every non-COVID tainted year since 1990, they've had the Handbell Camp, the Intergenerational. Sorry, International is coming later. It's a whole thing. Sorry, I'll take more medication. So welcome, ladies. Glad to have you with us. And
thank you.
Michelle's got a bunch of stuff lined up for us. So let's see what this is all about.
I do. Welcome, Linda and Janet. It's so nice to see you. Linda, by the way, you're still muted, so you'll want to unmute yourself for that. Cool. I mean, if I ask you anything, we'll see. Yeah. So one thing I want to know, Intergenerational Handbell Camp. When I hear the word camp, I think tents. Are you guys like sleeping in tents, playing bells? I mean, tell me what's about the camp.
Well, we like to say it's kind of like a motel without a television, because we want you to focus on bells, not television. But it's wonderful accommodation, excellent individual rooms or double rooms, and each room has its own bathroom and its own facilities. So you don't feel like you're camping at all, because if you were, I would not be there.
Thank you. My idea of roughing it is more than two people sharing a bathroom. So
there you go.
That's awesome. So another question, how many people usually come to one of these camps each year? How many ringers do you have?
Well, I've heard stories before I was involved in camp of there being up to, what, Janet, 75 or so campers. They had to extend into buildings across the street from the camp in order to house them all. Since COVID, our numbers we're trying to grow back, but we aim for 30 to 40, so we can have at least, we'd like to have 3 choirs.
Right. That was going to be my next question. How many choirs do you actually have?
So individual choirs, 3 choirs, sometimes 4. 4 is excellent, because that gives you the ability to separate out a little more, challenge those ringers that are capable and assist those ringers that are new. And then so people are ringing in individual choirs and in massed ringing. And something we like to advertise is there's no preparation. So you show up and then you get to look at the music and learn it together and play together. So both individual and mass choir, and then we help you as much as we can. And as directors, we rotate. So you're not stuck with the same person if you come back year after year.
And the event is over 5 days each year, right?
Correct. We come in on Sunday afternoon, and then we do our concert, our public concert on Thursday night. A few people stay over if they have a long journey. They like to wait and travel on Friday. Lots of us go home after the concert on Thursday night.
So speaking of your public concert, we actually have a video of, tell us about this video. I know it's Fantasy, is it Fantasy? Fantasy on Old Hundredth by Kathleen Mokelbus, but what can you tell us about this video before we watch it?
Well, this would have been part of a concert a couple of years ago. And you know what it's like, everybody plays brilliantly when you rehearse. And and in the concert, we just say, do your best. And people get nervous when someone's watching. But I think this is a good clip. It shows you a variety of ages, shows you a variety of styles. In the front choir, you'll see the more advanced ringers. And then behind, you'll see some of the younger ones.
Okay. Let's roll the video, Derek. Thank you. That was awesome. Thank you guys so much for giving us that video to watch. I have a couple more questions. Let's see. So how much does it cost to attend one of these intergenerational handbell camps?
Well, let's see. Janet, do you have the numbers in front of you?
I do. The early bird price is $555, and that covers accommodation and food and music and excellent directors.
That's a bargain.
That's a bargain.
5 days of handbells, when you got all that stuff included, that is fabulous.
And you don't have to schlep equipment. We do all that for you. We have it all ready to go for you. So I think it's an excellent price. And if you're a new camper, you get a $75 discount. So that's awesome too.
I feel like we're in Kohl's. Like you're stacking the deals and the discounts and the Kohl's cash, the vouchers. You're going to be paying people to come.
But wait.
It includes the food. How's the food? That's always a big question for me.
Well, it is camp food, but it's good. I've never walked away from a meal not satisfied, and I'm a picky eater. Yeah, it's good food, and we've been able to arrange with camp to have our own kind of quiet time for meal time, so that we aren't in the same room with like 100 screaming sixth graders screaming camp songs.
There's multiple events happening at the campsite.
Yeah, this is a church camp facility.
Okay.
And we are just one activity on the grounds. Okay. And so we do have to share some facilities like the dining hall. But we are kind of an enclosed little unit within our buildings.
Excellent. Okay. Now you've told us how much it costs. Do you have any scholarships for those who that might still be a little bit out of reach?
We do. We have a $75 scholarship for new campers. And then I know quite a lot of churches help their young ringers or their adults get there, and they'll help by providing that. And we always will help. If somebody reaches out to us and says, can I pay it in installments or can I catch up later? We'll definitely help.
Yeah. Love it.
And awesome. Yeah, and as far as like Janet said, churches have help. Our church, for in particular has a campership that kids can use to go to Bible camp, you know, whatever. And I have gotten them to include Handbell camp because we do devotions every morning. It's to me, it's a faith-based program. So check into the church's campership programs to see if they can help, because our church pays half.
I can imagine, especially for adults who want to be involved with something, who may be a director at a church or a teacher at a school, that this could be a good use of some continuing education budget if they've got it, you know, for professional development. Speaking of budget, just a quick update, and I'll fling it back over for more questions I know Michelle has. On the challenge of 20 donations of at least $20 from in 20 minutes, we've got 5 minutes to go on that. We have had 9 such donations. So in 5 minutes, I'm trying to get 11 more donations of at least $20 from at least 11 more people. So you can give more. That's fine. You can give 20 now and give more later. That's okay. You don't have to wait till the end. Back to you, Michelle.
At least $20.
At least 20.
So Linda, you were talking about some of the activities there, you know, the meals together and the devotions and things. But what other kind of classes or other activities do you guys have there?
Some of our classes include, well, we have a small ensemble class that we've been doing for a couple of years. It's been pretty popular. We put together small ensembles we've had like 2 of them of different ability levels. Rhythm classes, sight reading classes, technique classes. Those are especially good for new ringers. As far as our activities go, every evening we have a fun activity. One thing we do every year is we tie-dye gloves. And we also have Christmas in July. And Tuesday is always Christmas, from the time we get up in the morning till our Christmas party in the evening, where every ringers are encouraged to either present a program piece, and each of the choirs will learn a piece to present at the Christmas program. And we have a Christmas party with white elephant gifts, and it's just a lot of fun. Wednesday night is variety night, where they can bring a talent of their own to share. It doesn't have to be like Christmas related from Tuesday. And we've had a lot of fun things. A lot of talented people come to these events, so they aren't pressured to share. Each of the choirs does perform on variety night too, though. So
cool. Now, I saw one of the pictures that was up there just a minute, which I think were one of Janet's things, the Maori stick game. So Janet, I saw that your education things, you were in New Zealand, and you know, I might have heard a little bit of New Zealandish coming from you, but so for those who don't know, what is a Maori stick game? Tell me about that a little bit.
So the Maoris are the indigenous people in New Zealand, and like many of those kinds of societies, they had rhythm games to help with hunting and help with their ability to react in time to catch their prey. Well, strange how that applies to music and to handbell ringing. And you'll see on the screen, those kids are sitting on the floor and playing rhythm games that help with coordination, that help with timing. They're also really fun because you can hurt your friends. And then also on the screen you just saw, last year we had a cookie decorating class. So every year we try to offer something a little bit different that's not related to music or bells. And so everyone had lots of fun decorating cookies. And then we try to do the tie-dye gloves at a time when everybody can have a go at that, because that's something a little different and fun to take home, and that Linda does a lot of work to get that to happen.
Awesome.
It's not camp in the summer if there's not a tie-dye experience.
There you go.
That's perfect. I love it.
So tell me, who are the directors when you have mass ringing? So who directs the mass ringing?
Oh, we take turns at that. The most senior of us, with the most experience, Gail Welk has done it. Kathy Ford has done it. I think this coming year will be my 25th year, which is kind of scary. So it's really fun to get to do the mass ringing, but it's also excellent to work with an individual choir and see how they develop over the week. And we say you get about a year's worth of ringing in the week because you're doing something for Christmas and something for Easter and something for the concert and something for devotions. And so they're working to those deadlines and preparing music that way.
So if somebody has never rung a bell before, can they participate in this?
Absolutely. We've had young people and adults walk into handbell camp having never touched a handbell. And by the end of the week, they've gained so much confidence. And it's one thing I love about handbell people is they're supportive of each other. And there's other more advanced ringers that will mentor these people, and it's just a great experience.
So it's also an opportunity for directors to get together and talk about things. You know, what are the problems that you have and how have you solved this particular issue with your group? And what are the issues you have perhaps in your church setting? So there's a lot of ways that directors support each other, you know, have conversations and help each other. Yeah.
So how do you integrate these people who may have never touched a bell before with the people who are more advanced?
That's a challenge.
I'm sure.
So we try to put a more experienced person next to, or one of the roaming directors next to a young ringer and help them and just gradually bring their skills along. Sometimes they sit out a more difficult piece and then join back in when a piece is more accessible for them. But we always see over the week that they, in fact, get the opportunity to experience and to grow and be part of mass ringing too.
That's awesome. So go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, our individual choirs are separated out in basic ability levels. We have a beginner choir and an intermediate choir and an advanced choir for our individual choirs. And then all the choirs work together in the mass ringing.
So, but they're not coming as extant choirs. They're all coming basically as orphan ringers and then being assigned once they, because you said there's no prep in advance. So
correct.
Right.
They get the music and they get started. Some of them from zero to concert in 5 days. That's
for the most part, we're all orphans showing up together to ring.
Awesome.
In that sense.
Yeah.
Music makes the world smaller. I've been saying it. That's and if it's got like a camp flavor, you know, there's always that kind of camp bond. I can't just, you all know exactly, you know, it's like you become lifelong friends. It's like what happens with a stranger next to you on the airplane, except when it goes ding, you're enjoying it. You're not getting up and running away. You know, your meaningful relationship that lasts for the flight, and it's like, bye. I'm sure there's people that have forged all kinds of
absolutely
bonds
who've come as teenagers and now as middle-aged adults remember and have forged relationships and remember being together and can tell stories of camp. It's wonderful.
I love it.
Many times handbell people are the best people. We're just so friendly, we're so welcoming, we're so accessible in that way. So one more thing, you have a closing concert. Is that a public concert? Can anybody come to that? Is there an admission price? Tell me what happens with that.
There's no admission for it. We do take a free will offering, and that goes into our scholarship fund. And that's what we use to give that $75 scholarship to new campers. But like I said, it's a free will offering.
Okay, cool.
You guys this is really inspiring. I'm super excited. Tell us, please, for people at home watching or people who might check the stream out later, how can they find you all online, website, socials, etc.? How do people get in touch with you all about the camp?
Our website is handbellcamp.org.
Handbell Camp.
And handbellcamp.org. We're also on Facebook. I think it might be under Intergenerational Handbell Camp. We also have an Instagram presence, and I think that's our social media presents.
All the registration pages are on handbellcamp.org. There are past photographs. There's information about classes, and it tells you when the early bird date is if you want to get that $555 prize.
Right. And it shows some of our history and our activities and all that type of thing.
Great. So when is Intergenerational Handbell Camp this year?
July 7 to 11.
Okay.
7-Eleven, good Slurpees. Do you go to 7-Eleven and get Slurpees at camp? Because I'm so coming.
We have the best snacks. Linda is in charge of snacks. We have the best snacks.
All right, I'm
The
sold.
snacks are important. Michael, I think there's been a little bit of an update with your challenge.
There has, it looks like in the window that we had, that we pitched out there, 20 donations within 20 minutes from at least 20 people of at least $20. We hit 18. So you know what? I'll say, I'm going to call it a success because I know I haven't made my donation yet. And Michelle, you haven't either. So we'll be 19 and 20. There we go. Okay. But either way, I mean, it's for fun. So thank you all who are giving, who have given and are going to give again, because we're going to pressure you and guilt you into doing that. And we love you. And Linda and Janet, thank you all so much for being here and unpacking this really fantastic opportunity that I think a lot of people don't even know existed. So thank you. Any last things you guys feel we need to know that we missed or we didn't hit or didn't touch or that you want to say in closing?
Well, other than, oh, go ahead, Janet.
No.
No, it's just the whole thing. You show up.
Yeah.
You presented the music. You learn it during the week. You, like Janet said, you learn a whole year's worth of music. We have, that's another thing I missed, that we have sight reading sessions. At least 4 sight reading sessions during the week. You can get your hands on some new music, and all that music is available for purchase to take back to their home churches. It's just really great.
We have a camp store with gloves and supplies, and you'll make lots of friends, and you'll be so glad you were part of it. Handbellcamp.org.
I'm laughing at Linda's cat.
Yeah.
She's been ignoring me all afternoon until now.
Of course, because she's a cat. That's what they do.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much.
Thanks so much for having us.
Thank you.
We're going to jump back to JR and his understated garb for another prize wheel moment. Here, I love.
Yes, I feel so plain. Okay, just a couple reminders on how to get your name on the wheel. Answer the trivia questions that come up at the bottom of the screen. First 5 correct responses get put on the wheel, and make a donation. Anybody who makes a donation, your name is going up there. Speaking of the Intergenerational Handbell Camp, our next prize is $100 off of registration to the camp, either for yourself or for somebody you know that may like to go to such an event. And if they are a first-timer, they will also receive that $75 scholarship. So $175 off for a new camper. And that is going to go to Kim Whitehead. And our next prize is a 1-year membership to Handbell Musicians of America. That can either be a new membership, or if you are an existing member, it will just add a year on from the time of your next expiration date. And congratulations to David Lupo. And if you're not yet a member, welcome. And also, the 1-year membership prizes also come with a Post-it pad donated by Music Made in Heaven, who will be one of our guests later on. And remember, some of these names we don't know because they're not necessarily your real name. So we will need you to contact us to let us know all of your contact information, but that goes for anybody who wins a prize. If you win a prize, go to our website, handbellmusicians.org, and click on the contact button, and you can send us a message letting us know that you won a prize and what your information is. If you don't happen to be on at the time that you win, come back later. There'll be a list in the description of who all won prizes. And back to Linda.
Thank you, JR. I am very excited to share that we have raised $3,000 already. We just hit 50 donors and $3,000. So thank you to everyone who has already contributed. We're so grateful. We hope you're enjoying the program tonight and learning a lot about handbells and all the different opportunities that there are if you are a handbell ringer. If you are a handbell enthusiast, as I am, which is a non-ringer but who enjoys watching and listening to handbell performances, I encourage you, if you have not done so already, to subscribe to our YouTube channel. That's the channel you're watching to be able to see this right now. We live stream various events throughout the year. The next one coming up will be our college ring-in January. And then again, in February, we will have a live stream of our Distinctly Bronze concert. So if you love hearing handbells, as I do, please make sure to subscribe to the channel and also follow our social media pages. Oh, we just hit 51 donors. I'm so excited. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling pretty happy today. And I think there's a group called Ring NYC who's going to help us all feel happy right now.
was pretty awesome. I don't know about you, but I feel pretty happy right now.
You can't not feel happy. That's great.
Oh, it's so cheerful. So we are now going to be interviewing the director. Are you the director, CJ?
Yeah.
Okay, the director of the Ring NYC, which is a community of handbell musicians residing in New York City. The purpose of their network is to connect handbell musicians in community, as well as provide, ringing and performing experiences, which of course is half the fun. So they provide these ringing opportunities throughout the season for junior and senior high schoolers, college students, young professionals, and beyond. As you can see from the video, it looks like it's all kinds of age ranges. So while making music is their foundational purpose, the cornerstone of the Ring NYC's mission is to be a community building friendship and camaraderie through music in a city where, ironically, it's easy to be invisible. So and I just want to say, CJ, it's really great to see you. I met you this summer at National Summit of the Master Series, and it was just so fun to ring next to you. So
it was. I learned so much from you too. I'm serious. I was just like, man, she's so good. She's so good.
Michelle Sherrick is a very humbling and educational experience. Well, I'm delighted to meet you, CJ, and I've heard a bunch about you. And just from the little bit we've been chatting behind the scenes in our sort of digital green room, it's been fun. Like you have a really cool energy, which I think obviously translates really well into what the Ring NYC is doing. And you can start a tally. Maybe we can have people give every time I say NC instead of NY. Being in North Carolina, it's like autopilot. Sorry.
Yeah. Or every time I snort, because I do snort a lot accidentally.
Are you allowed
yeah, I'm a big snorter. I snorted at my wedding, like into a microphone. It was great.
I love it. We're very casual here and nobody judges.
Good.
I love, so when we got our run sheet with all these video clips and stuff, and we're checking them out, seeing what everybody's going to be offering, because for those of you watching at home or at work or wherever you're watching that isn't in one of our homes, and I don't think, if it is, I'm scared. But anyway, for those of you watching, we can't hear the videos while you're seeing them. So we've previewed them, of course, with audio. But the thing that jumped out at me at first glance was that this is not just a video of a live performance. This is a legit, like, produced, edited music video. And there's a handful of groups that have done stuff like this out there, and people that have just got a lot of time on their hands and do fun things. But this is kind of a largely undeveloped niche in handbells. So is this kind of your main hook, the music video style? Because I know you perform live, but just how do you guys balance what you do? Because what we just saw takes a lot of planning and time. I mean, do you guys storyboard those and everything? Like, how does that come to be? Because I'm just fascinated by that.
Right. So yeah, we do have live performances, but these videos are a very special thing that we get to do. What's nice about the videos, as well as it sometimes, as you'll see in other videos we have, it can be done with, it doesn't have to be a full choir. It can be a smaller group, and you can just really utilize a lot of different sizes of groups with, doing these videos. So we do, like, usually I will be thinking about different songs we could do. And sometimes there is a story behind the song I'm thinking of. Again, just wanting to, all music tells a story, and all music resonates in our heart because it resonates with the story that we have. And so wanting to give that actually to the bells, to be able to convey that story, not to just see it as something as a music that's being played, but actually music you get to enter into in a way. So it's not the only thing that we do, but it is something very unique that we get to do. There is like some storyboarding involved. Like sometimes I just close my eyes. I mean, a lot of storyboarding happens in my head, and then I talk it. That's legit. And then and then I will talk it through with my videographer at Calvary Baptist Church, and we will collaborate together to think about like what will work, how are we going to mic this. Also just hearing his ideas as well, because he's excellent obviously at what he does. And what's great about him is that he has enabled us to do something very special at the Ring NYC. So just like with handbells, every ringer is important. He's a huge part of what we do there too. So it's a great camaraderie that we all have.
I mean, this feels like such a perfectly organic segue from Handbell camp, because obviously this isn't camp, but you guys have that bond that I think any of us who are involved in this instrument have experienced that to some degree or other. And there are people that I know are literally lifelong friends that are like family to me, dear friends that are deeply in my heart that I literally would not know if it were not for Handbells. And so that's another reason that supporting this organization is always so powerful, because it connects hearts. It does more than just, make music, and harnesses that gift. So I'm excited to learn more about the Ring NYC and see more from you guys. Now, when Michelle was doing your intro, she said that the Ringers reside in New York City. Do you have people from the greater NYC area, or is it required for logistical reasons that you have to be in the city? Because New Jersey is a lovely suburb of New York City. So
yeah.
Do you have people that sort of commute in?
Right. Most of the people, because of the time, the time that we generally rehearse, which is Tuesday nights, coming in from too far away can be challenging. Most of the people right now, they live in one of the 5 boroughs. I don't have any Jersey people at the time, but I have had people who live in Jersey who have participated in different videos at different times. So you do not have to be just from New York. We're not snobs here. They can be from, we would gladly welcome people from Jersey. It's just, for those of you who haven't been to New York City, the commuting is fun. It's a lot. And, getting to rehearsal is a hassle, but these ringers make it happen because it's important to them.
So getting involved, how do people, I'm assuming that the ringers are auditioned for the group. Is that true? How does everybody audition every year? When do you do, is it in January? Is it at the summertime? Like, what's your season like? How does somebody get involved if they want to ring with the Ring NYC?
Well, you make them do the auditions.
Yeah. So a lot of, I would say right now, half of my ringers are through Calvary Baptist Church, which they host the Ring NYC. And then half of the ringers are not associated with the church. A lot of them find me through our website or through our videos. We've actually post-COVID, I think I've added six or seven new ringers just this year, which has been so encouraging after, the pandemic, which was just rough. But generally speaking, actually, I don't do auditions. Well, actually, I don't know how other people do auditions, but what I do is I take people who are interested, I take them out for coffee. And I'm like, let's get to know each other a little bit. So I can ask you questions. You can ask me questions. I want you to feel safe with me. I want you to feel more than just a ringer. I want you to feel like you're actually a person that matters. So gives them an opportunity to, for me to get to know them and to hear a little bit of their story. And then we go back to the rehearsal space after we have coffee. So after we're fully caffeinated, we go to the rehearsal space and we just do a very laid back audition. But I take people all throughout the year. Obviously, the times that are best are like in the summer, right before the fall season, and January, because I'm fine I like to just get people plugged into a group where they're going to thrive, because there's a little bit of a science to it. You want to put them somewhere where they're going to have, obviously they're going to have community, but you also have to fit them in a group where they are, they're going to thrive where they're at.
Successful. Yes.
Yes.
I love that that is it sounds like a core value of the group, that it's, people matter, people should feel special and valued. Like starting at the first point of contact before you've even gotten involved, or whether somebody's made it in the group or not, that's just, I love that. That's very inspiring. And the fact that you stated it as it's almost like a formal component of the audition process, I think has a lot of value. So I don't want people to miss that. You mentioned your website. Tell us what it is, just so people can have that. And at the end, I will try to again. But how do they find it?
It is theringnyc.org. Just as simple as that. You can see videos that we have recorded. You can see the songs that we have debuted that have also been published. They are up on there. Obviously, you can find them through Handbell World or Jade, all the regular outlets. But we do have those linked on there as well. And the different groups that you might, a little bit about us and the different groups that have met that do meet.
So, and how are you guys, I mean, obviously the music video stuff and all that. I know it says that you guys are primarily a sort of youth and young adults group. Are there any strict age limits at one end or the other?
No. Our current group, the Calvary Ringers, we have let's call seasoned people.
Mature. Well,
mature. Yeah. Oh, they're my favorite. I love them so much. But yeah, there's no age. There is no age component or restrictions, obviously. So full disclosure, like the high school group, Resounding Joy, is not presently meeting because during COVID, like there was so much that went on that we just some things just came to a standstill and we're slowly getting back into like normalcy. Hoping to start up the youth. I would love to start it up in the not the spring, probably the fall of next year, so that I can really start through Calvary Baptist, even engaging the people there that have kids that are interested in learning an instrument and being a part of something.
Love it. We do have another video to toss back to Derek for. This is a performance of Silent Night. CJ, tell us a bit about what's going on, when this was, and what we're about to see.
Yes. So during the pandemic, we could not meet, but we wanted to do something special for Christmas, obviously. So Calvary Baptist Church, me in combination with my videographer, Mick Munoz, we put together a bunch of different videos and pasted together a program beginning to end, like an hour or so long. And we wanted to feature the bells. So for this song, I wrote a simple arrangement that would work for the amount of ringers who were available to ring. Because at that time it was not very safe. Like we wanted everybody to feel like they could say no because of COVID.
Sure.
But we did this outside on top of our church building's roof. And if you look closely, you can see Carnegie Hall in the background. And it doesn't just feature the Ring NYC, it also features others from Calvary Baptist Church. Again, we're very collaborative as a group, giving story to, like, it's so fascinating because you will see Silent Night represented in multiple languages, people singing from their homes, coming together for this one moment and creating the song.
All right, so here we go. This is Silent Night, and it is CJ Caminiti's arrangement.
Yes.
de paz, noche de amor. Hoy el mal de café al pastor. Oh, forme capture con bronze. Welchen Strohen du confirmer.
Gosh, that was so beautiful.
It's so nice. And you know, we were chatting while you all were watching that, and we were hearing a little bit about, you know, the social distancing stuff that we were all dealing with during the early stages of the pandemic shutdown. And CJ was sharing with us how getting all these people in the studio and not having to deal with masks, everyone had to be separated to avoid any, you know, germ contamination and stuff. And this idea once again, and I don't know, maybe it's the holidays, maybe I'm just a softy heart, but like the way that when we are making music, even when we're separated, we're somehow still brought together is just, I think that's one of the good things that came out of all. We sell so much with this virtual choirs and virtual ringing and other creative ways to try to figure out how to do what we love to do. And, you know, the novelty of that isn't so novel anymore, but what you created is enduring and a testimony to the unity and peace that comes, especially during this season. So I just love that. And I mean, anytime you be on a New York City rooftop doing something, like, that's fun.
Yeah, it was freezing. I have pictures of me just like covered in this blanket. It was so cold, but we had a great time.
That's my every day of my life. We have thermostat wars in my home, so so tell us what's in the hopper, CJ. What do you guys have coming up next? Can you give us a little preview mention of what's gonna happen?
Yes. So actually tomorrow night we have our dress rehearsal / recording for our upcoming concert this coming Sunday. We are going to be playing Matthew Compton's Realms of Glory. So I'm very excited about that, and we'll record it as well. And then in the spring, I have, well, also, oh, I got ahead of myself. So this Christmas, we are debuting 3 different music videos that we did over the span of COVID. Some of them heavily feature bells. Some of them are more poetic. They have ringing, but it's not like a full choir, but they're all great. And we're going to be debuting those this December on our YouTube channel. And then in the spring, like the ringers are meeting on a regular basis. We'll probably have some live performances, you know, at Calvary Baptist Church. And we'll also have 2 videos coming out this spring as well. One will be a contemporary Christian song called I Can Only Imagine. And the other one will be the Rainbow Connection, which, yeah, it's going to be fun. We recorded it in front of a green screen. And we're going to have our ringers like in all different kind of places, kind of representing the imagination of all the ringers. So hopefully, Lord willing, it will come out in the spring. But that one is there's a lot of visual effects that are a part of it. And my husband, plug for my husband, he's a visual effects artist, and he's so nice. He said he'd help me out with the video.
Nice.
Yes.
Whose arrangement are you playing? Is it Betty Grease?
No, actually, it's actually mine. It's a really simple. I wrote it for my wedding as a gift to my husband. We played it when the kids came down the aisle. So I was looking for something simple as we were starting back up as a group meeting. Something that was attainable, but was still that had a creative component to it. So, but her arrangement is amazing. We just didn't have that many ringers at that time. So we went for something musically simple, but visually like a huge storytelling components to it.
Cool.
Love it. I'm so excited. Tell everybody one more time your website and your socials so they can keep in touch with the Ring NYC.
Yes. So website is theringnyc.org. Our YouTube channel, just search the Ring NYC and it'll pop up. We're on Instagram as well. This is going to show my humanity. I don't know what my handle is for Instagram, but we're on there. Yeah, we're on there. I'm really good at posting. Can you tell? I'm really good at posting. And on Facebook, the Ring NYC. If you just search for it, you'll find us. Excellent. Am I turning red? Because
no.
I'm pretty.
Your shirt.
Taking off your sweater.
Good, because I all of a sudden I was like, uh-oh.
It's all good.
We're on social media somewhere. I am the worst at social media. I'm just being real with you.
That's real
with you all. I'm real good at social media.
Thank you, CJ, for being here. We're going to close out this segment with one more of your videos. We have recording of Come the Font of Every Blessing. You want to share anything about this real quick before we jump it over?
Yeah, this one, just a personal story. I went to school to be an opera singer, and I had a vocal injury. And at that time, I was really struggling in my faith and just really not liking myself because I felt like responsible for what I did to my voice. And God did something very gracious. He actually enabled me to hear the song in my head and put it down on paper and enable others to be a part of it. And so like God opened a new door, I guess, like for my voice to be used in a different way. So this song is especially special to me because it just reminded me that I matter to him. And he saw me through my struggle when I couldn't sing anymore. So
I love it. Thank you so much for being with us. Here's Come the Font.
Well, since Michael and Michelle told me that my outfit was understated, how does this hat here work? Let me know. Okay, our next prize is another Quadrants Quartet t-shirt. And that is going to be given to Karen Van Wert. And then we have from our board president, Greig Ashurst, who we heard from earlier today, a Cajun basket, which includes spices, mixes, ingredients, and recipes for some great Cajun dishes. Going to Karl Bruhn. And then just a reminder about how to get your name on the wheel. Either make a donation, which is our preferred way, or answer those trivia questions that come up at the bottom of the screen. The first 5 correct responses to each one gets put on the board. So we will bump it back to Linda.
Thank you, JR. I don't know about all of you, but the session from the Ring NYC was very touching in a lot of ways, and not just because I'm from the Northeast and from the Jersey they were discussing. So I encourage those in New Jersey who want to ring to go talk with CJ. Thank you, everyone who has donated so far. I have to say we're at 53 donors, and we have raised $3,080 towards our goal of $7,000 for the evening. So if you haven't donated yet, I hope you'll take a moment and click on the link below the video, or go to handbellmusicians.org and click the donate button. For those who don't know who we are Handbell Musicians of America. We are a nonprofit organization about to celebrate our 70th anniversary. Our total goal and mission is to advance the musical art of handbell and hand chime ringing in the United States and beyond. We'll talk more about the beyond later in our broadcast. Tonight, we have another segment coming up that's a little bit interesting and fun. It will be led by one of our awesome board members, Jillian Erlenboard, and I believe she's going to be assisted by the lovely and talented Ed Rollins, who is our business manager and also former board president and lots of other things. He has pretty much held every role at HMA. So I will toss it to them right now.
Ooh, hello, everyone. Well, welcome to our exciting games portion of our evening. You will notice that, yes, I have Ed here with me, but I've also got 2 other lovely humans. Whoa. We've got Mike Joy and Brenda Austin to join us to play a little bit of Wheel of Fortune. So the way this is going to work, I'm going to share our screen so you all can play along at home. I made them all promise they will not be looking at the chat. So if you'd like to actively play along, I will be watching the chat. So feel free to leave me a message, but they will not be cheating unless they are each allowed 2 phone-a-friends. So if they seem to be stuck, they can call out for a little help from our chat here, which I will have live, and you all can give them a little assistance. All right, are we ready, friends?
Yay, Wheel of Fortune, yes.
Let's make sure that this actually will work. Let's see, can you see my screen? I'm watching the video. Let's see if it comes up soon. Drum roll. Hopefully the magical Derek will be able to get this moving if I can. Yeah. There we go. All right, and it's not full screen, but that's okay for us. All right, are you all ready to rumble?
Yep. Yeah.
Cool. So, you all can probably see the screen in the broadcast, correct?
Yes.
Mike, Brenda, and everything? Yeah. Awesome. Just wanted to make sure that you can actually see what your spins are. All right, so our first category is going to be handbell titles. So we're going to have Ed go first. Ed, I hope you don't mind. I'm actually going to spin for you.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah, don't do me lose a turn. Come on.
All right, Ed's got 450 on the board. So Ed, would you like to go ahead and guess a letter for us?
A B, please.
A B, and unfortunately there is no B. So sorry, Ed, which means we're gonna pass it over for our B to Brenda. Brenda, let's give you a spin. All right, we've got 500 for Brenda, which means any letter you guess, if we've got one, you'll get $500 each time it shows up. So do you have a guess of a letter?
T.
Is that a T?
T as in Tom.
T as in Tom is actually also not in the puzzle. So we're going to pass it on over to Mike.
Wow.
300, Mike. See what you got.
S.
S. There are a couple of S's. So that was 300. So I'm going to give Mike 600 points over here. Very nice. Mike, that means you get to pick another letter. So let's give you a new spin. 600. What is your choice?
N. N as in Nancy.
You do have an N. So another 600 for Mike.
Ooh.
All right, let's give another spin here. Ooh, that is right on the line of 500. But to keep things interesting, I'm going to call it 500. Sorry, Mike. Okay, would you like to give us another letter?
L.
An L. Very good. All right, so we've got another 500 for Mike. Mike, remember, you can also buy a vowel if you would like to, just so you know. See, we got 900 for Mike.
R.
I think you might know what this is. That was 600 we just done? I believe so. Yeah. All right, so another 600 for Mike. You are on a roll, sir.
Yeah, I
Are you
might
ready
be
to
on a
solve?
roll, but I don't have a clue. No.
No? I thought you might know it.
letter.
I'm trying to see. Someone in the chat already knows it, so.
Oh, well, they're better than I am. I told you I'm better at Jeopardy.
All right, we got 300. Do you have another letter?
M as in Michael.
M, there is no M, which means we are passing it over to Ed. Ed, do you have any idea what it might be?
Ed. He is. So how about, yeah, you spin?
Give you a spin for it. 900. All right, what do you got?
A P, please, as in Paul.
We do have a P, which means 900 for Ed, and I'm going to go backwards.
I should know this, but I have no clue.
Still no? I will say most of what's left are vowels.
Oh dear.
But let's do, you want to spin
All right,
again, or
well,
are you ready?
how about buying an A?
Great, you would like to buy an A. I'm going to buy a consonant here. All right, does that help you at all?
Can we skip? I know it.
Yeah. But what's the first dang thing? Spin again.
All
I know
right.
the second thing. Why am I blanking?
It's okay. Here we go.
You, my friends.
550.
A G.
You do have a G.
All right, spin. I'm going for the money.
800.
C.
Very C, and that was 800. Let's see, 34.
What's the dang word?
One more spin, or are you gonna?
A vowel, an I.
Gonna buy a vowel. Oh, I picked buy a consonant earlier instead of buy a vowel, but you're buying an I here.
Mm-hmm. Ah, man. What is the word? Come on, Pip. Where's my helper?
Jennifer Van Golen says we need to revoke your handbell credentials. Would you like to phone a friend?
Oh, yeah, well.
We can use one of your phone a friends.
Well, that's what yes.
Yes? All right.
Yeah.
So we're going to take the first person who got the correct answer, because it's the only person who's actually said anything yet. And it's from Oktoberfest. So I don't know who's in charge of their YouTube account, but they actually misspelled it by one letter. So actually, let me wait it out to see if we can get someone who spells it correctly here. They got the last word, which you also have spelled here. Sandy Ethan says, "Get your hamster on the wheel, Ed." All right, here we go. Jessica Larson gave us Rondo Passacaglia.
Oh God!
And that
why
is
why couldn't I come with that?
Direct fun.
How many times have I played this?
I'm going to pass over to Brenda for our next one, if that's okay, since we did use the phone a friend. So Brenda, I'm going to give you a spin. This is another handbell title. All right, we got 300 per letter here.
T, please.
A T. All right, 2 T's. Great. So Brenda, you get another letter here. 700.
N as in Nancy.
Very good. 1 N. 2, 3, 4. Climbing up the leaderboard here, Brenda. Nice job.
It's probably a Hope publication.
800.
D.
There is a D. Very good. Let's do up 2, down 4. Look at my quick math here. All right, another spin?
Sure.
300.
R.
An R. 2 R's. So another 600 for Brenda. Another spin?
Yeah. I have no idea.
Nobody in the chat has gotten it yet. 900.
It would be a good time to have a good letter. L.
There is an L, a singular L.
Oh, for crying out loud. Okay.
Another spin?
Yep.
Spin!
We got 300 here.
B.
There is a B, 300. 6. Great. Another spin?
Sure.
Remember, you can also be buying your vowels. All right, 900. Another good one.
M.
There is no M, unfortunately, but you had a good long run there. All right, let's have who's up next? Mike, let's have you go.
So we don't lose our money from the other rounds?
No, you don't.
Oh, that's good. All right.
I mean, I'm in last place.
Not in my version.
Okay, I'll take an F.
All right, let me spin you first.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. All good.
Probably get
800,
bankrupt.
and we've got an F. There is an F. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, Mike, what's up next?
Well, I need a spin now, right?
Yes, you do, but you're going to use another consonant?
Oh, yeah.
All right, great. 500.
S.
Got 2 S's. So 2 makes it easy for me.
Can I solve it?
You may.
I've conducted this piece before. Bound for South Australia.
That is absolutely true. It is bound for South Australia.
Just for Allie.
Great piece, by the way.
Love that one.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Which means, Mike, you get to keep going since you solved without any help. And shout out to Nick Hansen, who got it quite early on in that. I realized I shouldn't tell you when someone in the chat has it, because then when you phone a friend, you know they've got the right answer. I won't do that anymore.
I think we need to add that rule.
All right, Mike. So I'm assuming you're going to start off with a spin?
I'm losing.
give it a go. Oh, we're on the line. I went with the lower number last time, so I'll give you 700 this time. How about that?
Well, that's nice of you.
Oh, wait, I got the lower number.
T.
T, 700 T. There is one T.
Only one?
2, 3,
Okay.
4. Another consonant?
Yes, please.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
900 again.
R.
There are 3s, and this is going to make my math so hard. Is that 2,700? 999. Yes. Thank you, math teacher. Oop, I just gave you a 500, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh. Dang, Mike, that was a good one. All right, another spin, or do you think you're up for a vowel?
Unfortunately, I don't know it yet. Can I buy a vowel?
You may. Sorry.
O.
You're going to buy an O. There is one O. What's our next move here, Mike? Oh, wait, just kidding. Yeah, you get to keep going. Sorry, I was like,
yeah,
I'm getting distracted by the chat. What are we thinking? Another consonant, a vowel? A spin.
Yeah, I
Sorry.
know it, but I'm money hungry, so.
Got it. Love that. All right, 500.
V.
A V for 500. We have one V.
I'd like to solve the puzzle.
All right.
Reverberations.
Very good. Right clicking instead of left clicking. Here we go.
Michael is smoking.
Is smoking. I was joking with them all in the green room that the winner of the game has to donate however much money they accumulate. So Mike is just trying to give a really big donation to HMA right now.
Oh,
all right.
With emphasis on trying.
So we have made it. We have made it through 3 of our. I will say there are 7 possible slides. I don't think we'll make it through all of them. Mike, you technically get to keep going since you solved. So I'm assuming you're going to want to spin here.
Can I pass my turn? I don't want to be a hog.
That would be great if you don't mind.
Okay.
You were money hungry before, so.
Yeah, well, I don't want anybody to fall asleep.
All right, so Ed, let's pass it over to you. And this is actually, we are now into the handbell techniques category. So are you ready for a spin, sir?
Sure.
All right, here we go.
Yay, spin.
400.
How about a P?
A P. 1 P for 400.
Spin.
Another spin. 550 because they like making math hard.
How about an R?
An R for 550. Where is ours? Ooh, no R, so I don't have to do any math. Thank you. All right, Brenda, you are up. Ready for a spin?
Sure.
Great. Go.
I had my face.
500.
An L.
An L. 2 L's, and that was for 500. So boop, boop. There we go.
So I don't play Wheel of Fortune. Should I know what it is? Should I go ahead and solve it?
You should go ahead and try and get as much money as possible. So I would keep spinning. The only possibility that it goes wrong is if you end up on bankrupt.
All right. Well, I'll spin then.
All right. Now, Nick has been on fire here. All right, we got 600 here.
Yeah, you can catch Michael.
C.
Was that a C?
C, yes, please.
Good. For 600, yes, there is one C.
All right, let's spin again.
All right, let's do it. 500.
T is in Tom.
T for 500. There you have
I
it.
think I should solve it because I don't want to get greedy.
All right, let's do it. Pluck lift is correct. There we go. Very good. All right, ready for our next one. Brenda, you get to
I was going pluck
continue
ring.
on.
I should have asked.
What's that?
I was looking at pluck ring.
All right, so we have another handbell techniques, and Brenda, you get to keep going. So we're gonna spin.
It's ring
Sure.
pluck.
All right. 550.
T as in Tom.
T, 550. We do have one T, so it's 550. All right, another spin.
Yeah.
You're gonna catch him.
550 again.
Going through my techniques and something's not in my brain. L.
No L, unfortunately. All right, which means we pass it over to Mike. Do you want to spin, Mike?
Sure.
All right, here we go. B50.
H.
350 for an H. We have one H. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Another spin there, Mike.
Yes, please.
All right, we'll call that 600.
G.
G, we have one G. Another spin, my friend.
Sure.
600 again.
C.
C is a safe guess.
Yeah. I'd like to solve it, please.
All right.
Ring touch.
We have a winner, ring touch. Let me see, what am I missing? The O and the U, fabulous. And we did have quite a few people that were putting that in the chat, so well done, everyone playing along at home. All right, Mike, would you like to pass off your turn again, or would you like to continue on?
I want to be fair. Yeah, I'll pass.
I was like, define fair. How does that work for you? All right, so we will pass that
I
on.
don't know.
So that means it'll be Ed's turn. So Ed, this is a handbell techniques crossword. So there are 4 separate different techniques listed in this crossword.
No, you did. That wasn't part of the deal.
Well, it is now, Brenda. So buckle up.
Yeah, no.
All right,
Oh,
so we're
spin.
passing it over to Ed. We're gonna give it a spin.
No, yeah.
600.
How about an M?
How about an M? 600. We've got one M for Ed.
All right, spin.
800.
How about a T?
T here. We've got 2 T's. Let's see. 3, 4, 5.
Spin again.
Really wish this that just worked for me. Let's go with 700, Ed, since I'm feeling
R.
An R. Was it 700? 1 R. Whew.
1 R. Okay.
Another spin?
Spin again, yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
800.
How about an S?
An S. 800. We have 2 S's.
Yeah.
4, 5. Climbing the board here, Ed.
Okay, spin again. Try to catch up.
400.
A W.
A W. For 400, there is no W.
Oh.
Sorry, I see where you were going with that, but unfortunately not. All right, which means we're passing it over to Brenda. You ready for a spin?
You bet.
All right, let's do it. 500 for Brenda.
L.
An L. 2 L's. So that's right there. Ready for another spin?
Yes.
600.
C.
I'm sorry?
C as in cat.
C as in cat. There is a C. All right.
A.
Would you like a vowel, a consonant, a guess? You do have to be able to guess all four.
Right, I know. And it's not, yeah. Can I like do a phone a friend thing?
Sure. Can you specify what you would like your phone a friend to tell you?
What the S word is that isn't swing.
All right, I've got it. So there's a bunch of no swing for yous in the chat.
Fortunately, it's 5 letters instead of 4.
Yes, I did see someone has already gotten, a few people have already gotten all of them, but can someone tell Brenda what is the S word that she is looking for? Not that one.
The 5-letter S word.
Yes, the 5-letter S word. That is not swing because that does not work on the other one. I will say a couple of you have already gotten it. They're a little bit behind on our thing.
Okay, that's fine.
Kristen says so many S words. We do have a couple correct answers, and it is shake.
Oh, okay. So then
Right.
I can solve.
All right, let's see it. What do you got?
Art, mallets, echo, shake.
Fantastic.
Yay.
All right. And I think that is probably where we are going to have to leave our game because
Yeah, but I'm not winning yet.
I think we have to leave it because we won't have time. Oh, I gotta get the last one.
But I'm losing.
We won't have time for our last puzzle. But congratulations to Mike, who gets to donate $7,800.
Thanks, Mike. We're gonna meet our goal.
Guy. Don't tell my wife, okay?
Deal. We won't.
Thank you, Jillian.
Thank you. Thank you all for playing, and we appreciate it.
It's fun.
All right, and I think we are passing back, correct? All right, we're going to go see JR, and he's going to spin that wheel, but not the one we were just spinning. All right, thank you all.
You don't know how hard it was to sit here and not shout out the answers like I do when I'm watching the real show. Okay, on to our next winner, who will receive an Intergenerational Handbell Camp t-shirt, and you get to select the size. And that will be sent to John Pall. And next up, we have a Concordia College choice of a Concordia College shirt or hat that you can probably wear when you're eating your corn. And Beth Judd will be the happy recipient of that. And again, because Michelle and Michael were gone, and you said that my outfit's a little understated, I hope that this hat makes it a little better. So we will go back to Linda. Yep. Okay.
Hi, friends. I was getting a little lonely over here. Back to Linda. I'm over here talking to myself. Anyway, hi, everybody. It is 7:32 Eastern time. We have raised, as of now, $3,345 from 58 donors. So thank you, everyone who has donated so far. For those who don't know, I'm Linda Honorevoli, the Executive Director of Handbell Musicians of America, the organization dedicated to advancing the musical art of handbell and hand chime ringing. I hope you are all learning a great deal tonight about all of the various kinds of performances that are done by handbells. The Ring NYC, I always forget the in the front of the Ring NYC, was quite an amazing segment a few minutes ago. That's an example of a community group. There are also, as you saw, solo ringers. There are small ensembles like we saw with Quadrants. And there are, as most people know, church handbell ensembles. That's where I got started 1,000 years ago. If he's watching, I performed with Mark Schiffert back in the day at Vincent United Methodist Church in Nutley, New Jersey, home of Martha Stewart, if anyone's curious. Anyone who is watching from my personal friends and family, this is the time that I once a year say to you all, please remember every time that Linda has donated to one of your children's fundraising events or to one of your fundraising events, and return the favor to help Handbell Musicians of America. We're a 501c3 nonprofit organization. We are membership based. We have thousands of members all over the country and the world. And we are very into sharing our love of our musical instrument, handbells and hand chimes, and helping to continue the art form to make sure that it lives on for many, many years. As I've mentioned before, we are celebrating our 70th anniversary in 2024, which is why you're seeing sevens everywhere. A goal of $7,000 tonight, a goal of $70,000 for this campaign for the year. And as I mentioned also before, we were born in New England in Area 1. So shout out to Area 1 and everyone up there. If you would like to know what our other areas are, we have 12 regional areas across the country. You can go to our website, handbellmusicians.org, and you can click and find where handbell events and activities are happening near you in one of our 12 areas. I don't play handbells anymore, which is much to the dismay of many people in my organization who continually try to get a bell in my hand right now. But I do love to go to concerts. Even if I was not the director, I would be hearing handbell concerts. So please go to our website, click the events tab, and learn about all the different performances that are happening all over the country. So I am unsure if we are ready for our next segment because the magical gremlin elf person who talks in my ear has not said anything nor sent me a message, and now he did, and he said the Zoom is ready. So I would like to now toss it back to Michael Glasgow and Michelle Sherrick, our hosts for tonight.
Yay, thank you.
We're back.
Yay.
How was your dinner, Michelle?
It was quick.
I know. We had the same thing.
Yes.
We are welcoming Griff Gall from the Back Bay Ringers. And before we get too deep into it, hello, Griff.
Hello.
Just putting in perspective the update Linda shared, for those of you who missed it or those of you who let numbers just wash over you, we are at $3,345 of our stated $7,000 goal. Now, we're a little below halfway to the goal, but a little past halfway in the Ring-a-Thon. And we need to hit our goal of $7,000 because I want to open my bubbly. So if you would please make your donations soon so that I can drink faster or sooner or both. That would be great. Michelle and I like to toast into our lenses. So otherwise I just got the boring water. So anyways, welcome, Griff. Glad to have you with us. Thank you for taking the time. We're looking forward to exploring more about Back Bay Ringers. This is a group based in Boston, Massachusetts, everybody, and they've been here for 20 years. They were founded in 2003 specifically as the nation's first open and affirming handbell ensemble dedicated to serving members and friends of the LGBTQIA+ community. And they not only have that as one of their stated goals for outreach, but also are a world-class ensemble that rings musically and just fantastically well. They have been all over the place. They've been everywhere from Symphony Hall to children's museums. They've done collaborations with Boston Pops, with the Handel and Haydn Society, Boston Children's Chorus. It's like every time you turn around, Back Bay Ringers is blazing some new trail. So Griff, thank you for being with us and sharing some of your holiday season makings.
Yes, thank you for the invitation. I appreciate the offer of being here and supporting the Guild as well.
And Back Bay Ringers also supports other charities, which we'll talk about in a few minutes. Yes. Which is, I think, is such a cool thing. Some nonprofits helping other nonprofits. That's great.
But I just want to say that you're actually in a rehearsal right now, right, Griff?
We are, yes. On the other side of this room are 20 ringers, 20 handbell musicians working very hard. Although I think, honestly, right now is snack o'clock. So.
I was going to say, they should all come in and say hi to everybody here. So that would be good. That'd be awesome. So, Okay, so we were talking in the green room before this about when was that? 2016 national seminar? Was that the one that was at
In Rochester? Yes.
Rochester. Oh, yeah, that's where I got stuck in the elevator. I remember that. But you performed Michael Hellman's Prayer for the Innocents, and I understand that it wasn't as much advance notice as maybe some of your other pieces. So tell us a little bit about that.
So the evening before, Bill Griffin and I were enjoying some beverages at the hotel bar, and he asked if I had heard Michael Hellman's new Prayer for the Innocents, and I said I hadn't heard it yet. And he looked at me and he says, "Good, you're going to perform that tomorrow at the concert." Bill, we're going to have an hour to rehearse. He goes, "That's fine." On cue, Michael Hellman walks in, happened to have the scores in his hand, and just happened to have it, right? And so I asked Michael if he would actually teach the ensemble the piece and conduct it at that concert. And that piece was written in response to really all of the violence that has happened in our community, but was Michael Hellman's direct response to the Pall nightclub massacre that had just happened that year.
Yes.
And it was certainly an event that affected me very greatly and many in our community. And it just felt very important for us to play that. Although it was a little interesting for me to gather the ensemble, a few hours before the concert and have to explain to them that they didn't really know all the music we were going to perform in front of 700.
Hey, here's another piece for you to play.
Fine.
I imagine.
Yes.
I was there, Griffin. I have to say, you say it's an hour in advance notice. I would have had no idea. The piece was stunning. There was not a dry hour.
It really was.
It is a beautifully written piece. It really is.
I mean, Michael's pieces are always awesome, but that one was especially poignant and meaningful and just very, I'm getting chills just thinking about it. It was so good.
And I have to say, it's one of those pieces that technically is not incredibly challenging, but there's so much musical integrity behind that.
A lot of there.
That's what I really look for in selecting music. I'm not worried about what difficulty level it is. One of my favorite arrangements happens to be a level 1 arrangement of Jesus, Jesus, Rest Your Head. It is stunning, and it's so simple and so beautiful.
Is that Kathy Mokulus?
Absolutely.
I like that one too.
And it's just a beautiful piece of music.
Absolutely gorgeous. My group did it last spring, so it was really nice. So you have a couple of recordings as well. You had your first one, Merry and Bright. I think, wasn't that the one that you had the glass with the mouse on it? Was that, or was that later?
Oh, that was for Perpetual Motion.
Okay, yes. Okay, that was the next one. I have one of those glasses in my closet. Cupboards. So I loved it. And then, of course, just in 2013, Comfort and Joy. Do you have any more coming soon? I hope so.
We we were working on a recording of American music right before the pandemic.
Yes, of course. That threw such a wrench in everything, didn't it?
Things changed. So we're in the middle of doing some planning.
Okay, cool. I look forward to hearing more. I love the group. So let's see. I already talked. I've got my little notepad over here telling me what I'm supposed to ask about. We had mentioned earlier, you know what, before I even ask you more questions, why don't we watch a video? We've got a couple of videos of you. What do we have? I would like to hear Transitions of the Heart. And would you tell us a little bit about that piece before we watch it?
So this piece was commissioned from Matthew Compton. It was actually commissioned by parents who were really celebrating their transgender children. And I received an email from the woman who conducted the Katona Ringers. And she just said that she felt that the piece really connected with our mission and who we are.
Yes.
And we programmed it last year. And I have to say, the number of audience members that came up to us afterwards and said that that was their favorite piece on the program was astonishing.
Yeah.
So it really is a stunning, stunning piece of music that Matthew wrote.
Excellent. Why don't we go ahead and watch that video? Derek, if you roll the video. we're back.
I would have gotten just a smidge more of that audience response because it was clearly well.
If Matthew's watching, that was a really beautiful piece, Matthew.
Absolutely.
And
And so well done with what you guys did in that, and the space just was stunning. Like everything about that is just really captivating. So thank you for that, Griff and Matthew and all the Back Bay Ringers. We have had a challenge. It's been bandied about in the chat, and I just want to make it official. Jillian has thrown out the challenge for people to consider giving the amount of dollars for how many years they've been ringing bells.
Ooh, that's a good one, Jillian.
Yeah. Now, if you've just started ringing bells, you can count in days or months instead of years. If whatever gives us more money, I want to open my bubbly. So thank you, Jillian, for that. If you guys make donations of strange amounts that are not even nice multiples of 5s and 10s, we'll know probably something associated with your ringing career. But feel free to round up to the next. Just have fun with it. Back to you.
Give early, give often. So.
Or just give a whole lot anytime.
Perfect. Okay, so here, Griff, again, that really was beautiful. So thank you so much for sharing that video with us. One of the things I see, you know, we have these notes that we get in advance of these interviews. And one of the things I see here is that BBR actually played for an episode of 48 Hours. Can you tell us when that was? How did that happen? Why did they choose you? What happened? Tell me.
Why did they choose us? Yes. As my mother said, isn't that the murder show? It's like,
isn't it?
Yeah. So I received an email, probably towards the end of 2013, and it was a producer from 48 Hours, and I really kind of thought it was probably spam or something that wasn't. And it turns out that they were doing a piece that had some connections with the church, and they wanted the music to sort of kind of reflect the church quality of it. And the composer thought it would be interesting to add handbells. Now, how they ended up in Boston, I'm not 100% sure. He did have a camera crew that was working up in the Boston area. And he honestly, when I spoke with him, he said, you know, it really came down to the fact that we were looking at your website, and the website looked professional. It looked like you had your acts together. And so we wanted to reach out and try to work with you, which is definitely a lesson about marketing and how important everything that we put out there truly is, and what it says to those who are investigating us. And
because you never know who's looking.
You never know.
Yeah.
It was a fantastic evening. They gave us the music ahead of time. The composer was there. He actually conducted the ensemble. You know, doing take after take because the camera was coming down as the line was moving up with the handbells, and you know, the cameraman didn't quite get the angle that he wanted, didn't get the timing. So, you know, for 15 minutes worth of music, we probably recorded for 2 hours, but it was such a fascinating and exciting experience.
So,
and then to hear it all come together was really wonderful.
So for those of us who like, you know, true crime or something like that, what do you remember which episode it was, what season or anything?
It was the Garza episode.
Okay.
And, you can actually, if you click on the, you visit the Back Bay Ringers YouTube channel, we have a link to a behind the scenes where the composer was interviewed, I was interviewed, and plays a little bit of the music. So it's quite.
So, Griff, share while we're on the subject, share with everybody, please, your website, your YouTube channel, your socials, etc., so people can find you.
So we are just backbayringers.org. We are on Instagram. We would love friends to visit us on Instagram. We're on Facebook at Back Bay Ringers. We're on Patreon at Back Bay Ringers. We're all over the place. So you can visit us all over the place.
And it sounds like rehearsal has kicked back up.
It is, yes. They are working, yes.
Can we spy?
Let's go and see.
This will be fun. Field trip.
Field trip.
And we've got another video to watch too. We've got I Saw Three Ships, some Christmas stuff.
I see the ceiling. There they are.
Little lower, Griff.
The lower, I see the ceiling.
It's like when you're playing Super Mario Brothers and you're doing this when you jump. Little lower.
There we go.
There we are.
Hi, BBR.
Of course, it's not in music mode, so we can't hear, but that's fun to just drop it on that.
That's fine. Cool.
I love it.
So Griff, we mentioned earlier about how BBR supports other charities as well. You call it your season of giving back.
Yes.
And our notes here say that you donate a portion of your spring concert proceeds to a local charity. And you also have your Boston Handbell Festival and donation of choir chimes to a local school. So I love this. So what charities have you donated to? How many sets of chimes have you given away? And how do you choose who to support?
Absolutely. So this came about, well, two different things. The Boston Handbell Festival really came about in honor of the Perkins Handbell Festival, which had happened here at Old South Church on the third Tuesday in May for almost 20 years.
We saw Perkins School earlier today.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes.
They are doing amazing, amazing things. And when the Perkins Festival ended, I approached Adele at the time, and I didn't want to step on any toes, but we wanted to honor the history and legacy of that festival. And because that festival had been so connected with education, we wanted to find a way of honoring that education component.
Excellent.
And so we worked on the chime donation program. And I believe we've given 13 sets of choir chimes at this point.
That's wonderful.
12, 13 sets of choir chimes to local schools, elementary, middle school, high schools. We usually receive 5 to 7 applications each year, review the applications, and it's so exciting to be able to share our instrument with others and hopefully inspire programs to blossom.
Yeah, go ahead, Michael.
And is that the applications on the website like year round, or is there a certain window for that for people who are?
We do have the application up year round. It's under our our Boston Handbell Festival tab on our website.
Okay. Backbayringers.org, right?
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, we were talking earlier about how important it is to support education. You know, Greig was our first guest here and the Handbell Playground. And it's just so exciting to see how invested like everybody is into getting to really bringing up the children, not only because for their own sake, but also, for the guilds and our community, because we want to grow. We want to have, and the only way we can do that is to have the young people coming up. So that's exciting.
Absolutely.
So
I just want to talk a little bit about the season of giving. Really came out. Again, I was here at Old South Church, attending a Pride service, and during that service, we were introduced to the LGBTQ Asylum Organization.
Okay.
Members of the asylum seekers had actually spoken about the work that they have been doing, how really this organization in Worcester, Massachusetts saved their lives. And I left that program and called our executive director at the time and said, I don't know what we're going to do, but our proceeds are going to benefit this organization next year.
Excellent.
And so that was our first nonprofit that we worked with. We partnered with the LGBTQ Asylum Organization out of Worcester, Massachusetts. And since then, we've partnered with other arts organizations. We worked with a dance company here in Boston that's doing amazing things. We've worked with music schools and other LGBTQ focused ensembles. And it's really wonderful to partner with the organization. The organization helps us promote our concerts to their audience as well. And then we're able to give back to the community that way.
That's so wonderful. I said earlier, handbell people are the best people, just always so generous, always so giving. And it's amazing. It makes me proud to be a part of this community. So
all year, not just for Christmas.
Right.
But we do have a Christmas video. Hello.
You have to.
We've got a video of Jason Krug's I Saw Three Ships arrangement. Anything on this script that we should know before we toss it over to Derek to watch it?
Yeah, no, this is a really fun piece. I love the tune, and when I heard Jason's arrangement, I knew instantly that I wanted to program it. I love the use of drum in this arrangement. It's a great piece.
Let's take it away. Yay!
Yay, that was really cool.
So much kinetic energy. That was fantastic.
Yes.
Griff, thank you for being with us.
Well, thank you for thank you for allowing me to be a part of this. If people haven't donated, please, 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 this guild is so important. We are here in the home in the birthplace of the guild right here. And
Yes.
we truly celebrate all of the work that the guild does for our art form. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And enjoy the holiday season.
Thank you.
Everybody keep giving, because JR is coming back with some more prize wheel stuff, and my champagne flute is still empty. So we need to get to our $7,000 goal. We'll have an update for you on that soon. But in the meantime, just keep giving what you can. Thank you. And thank you again, Griff. Take
Thank
care.
you. Have a great night. Hope you get that champagne soon.
And welcome back to the fabulous prize wheel. We've got 2 hours left, and we're only a little over halfway toward our goal of $7,000. But we are really close to our goal of 70 donors. But why don't we try to make that a lot more? For those of you just now joining the party, here's how the prize wheel works. To get your name on it, you need to answer trivia questions that appear at the bottom of the screen periodically throughout the broadcast. And the first 5 correct answers get put on the wheel. An even better way of getting on the prize wheel is to make a donation. Anybody who makes a donation also gets their name put up there. I've got a couple of good prizes here. First of all, we've got a Tarheel basket of Southern Delicacies. This is donated by David Harris, one of our newest board members, and also the director of the Raleigh Ringers. It includes cheerwine, grits, Moravian cookies, cheese straws, and barbecue sauce. So let's see who's going to be the recipient of that delicious basket. I hope you're good and hungry, Katie Gant. And next up, we have another membership to HMA. This is a year membership. It can either be a new membership, or if you're already a member, we will just extend your membership by 1 year after that. And we'll also send you from Music Made in Heaven a pack of Post-it notes with their logo on it. And becoming a new member or continuing as a member will be June Hill. So keep making those donations and get us up to $7,000 or more, and more than 70 donors for our 70th. Back to Linda.
Thank you, JR. I had to step up my hat game. I was a little embarrassed that I wasn't representing quite as well. So welcome to those who have just joined us. We are just after the 8 p.m. hour on the East Coast here. We started at 4 p.m., so we are going strong. We are a happy bunch. We are feeling good. Thank you to those who have donated so far. We are approaching the $3,800 level. We're hoping to get to 7,000, so fingers crossed. We will get there by 10 p.m. tonight. For those who don't know me, I'm Linda Honorevoli, the Executive Director of Handbell Musicians of America, the organization dedicated to advancing the musical art of handbell and hand chime ringing. For those who've been watching the whole time, you've been hearing me say that each half hour. So by the end, you should be able to recite it along with me. We're so glad you're here with us tonight. If you have not been to our website yet, I encourage you to do so, handbellmusicians.org. Check out all the different handbell activities that are happening near you. Go to our events page, and you will see all the events happening around the country. You can sort it by state. You can sort it by all kinds of great things. So enjoy our new website. We sure are. As I said before, we have a goal of $7,000 for tonight and a goal of $70,000 for the year. We are celebrating our 70th anniversary in 2024. So we hope you have some time and can give it any level. It doesn't have to be $70 for 70 years. Any denomination is very helpful for us. So our next guests are coming up soon, I believe. I'm waiting for my cue to be able to toss it over. So I'll just chat with y'all for a second. If anybody who's watching is actually a handbell ringer themselves, who is between the ages of 18 and 29, we invite you to come to what we call College Ring-In, but you don't have to be a college student to be a part of it. It is an event taking place January 4th through the 6th in Hummelstown, Pennsylvania, right near Hershey. The conductor this year is Brian Seaman. It's going to be a great few days of working together. It's for advanced ringers, having a great time, playing together, spending time together. Anyone between the ages of 18 and 29 can participate. More information on our website, handbellmusicians.org. And now I will send it over to Michael Glasgow and Michelle Sherrick.
And we're back.
And we have friends.
Yay! Our next segment, we're talking with the Concordia College Handbell group. We have Jessica Westgard Larson, who is the director of the group, and we have two of the students from Concordia College, Aaron Kess and Linnea French. So welcome, all of you. Let me just give a little bit of a thumbnail sketch about Concordia's Handbell Choir. Started in 1995 by June Rauschnabel, and she was a classmate of Bill Payne's at Westminster Choir College.
Michelle's glass is empty for different reasons.
Yeah. Jessica has been directing since 2007. They're from Concordia College Moorhead, which is a private liberal arts college associated with the ELCA Church and not part of the Concordia University system. So that's an important distinction there. If you've seen the gifts given out, like the Fear the Ear socks, that's from these guys. So I want to ask one question before I turn it over to Michael. Jessica, what's with the Fear the Ear?
The college was built on a cornfield. And so corn is sort of a thing. And so, yeah, every year around the country, and especially the one in Moorhead, we have a big corn feed as an alumni event fundraiser. And yeah, we've had a cob of corn as our mascot for a long time. His name is Colonel. And then he also has little tiny stuffy buddies that are called Niblet. And so you'll have, if you're on social media, every now and then, if you know any Concordia grads or any current students, anytime they do international studies, there's all kinds of pictures of Niblet all over the world. So nice little promo for the school. But yeah, it's because we were built on a cornfield.
Can you hold the socks up to your camera
Yes,
again?
I can. Yeah, anybody who has won the Fear the Ear socks, they are this lovely thing.
Bring him in. Bring him in. There we go.
Yes. Well, there he is. There's Colonel.
He's vicious. So yes. Yep. And I also did happen to pick up today. These are the corn cob holders with the little college logo, which we also noticed look a little like a bell.
And they do.
Kind of good.
Very cool.
And I know it was Jenny Cauhorn won a CD.
Yay.
I picked that up today and I was not on. I don't know if anybody's won the DVD yet, but I've got that too. So
do you feel those corn holders, do you feel, as I do, that you get so deeply entrenched in bells once you get bitten by the bell bug that you like see bells in everything, and you listen to every, at least as a writer, as a composer and arranger, like every song I hear at some point it's popping in my head. Now, would this work for bells? Like, do you just say, Aaron's like, yeah.
Aaron's a composition student? Yes, he hears
I
it.
was
Yeah.
gonna say he's a composition major. Now, you guys are both from Minnesota. Aaron from Owatonna and Linnea from Crookston. Aaron is a composition major who just started playing bells during the 2022-23 school year. So he's a neophyte, but has been hooked and bitten by that aforementioned bell bug. And then Linnea, I don't know you guys. I don't know you guys at all. I don't know you guys, but Linnea, you're the kind of person that I love to hate because you're a science person. So majoring in biology and environmental sciences, but you're also a brilliant musician. So you have both brilliance on the left brain and the right brain. And some of us are not blessed with bilateral brilliance in our brains. And so I admire, and I'm also horribly jealous of all of you. You're probably playing sports and acting and singing and stuff too, right? Like you're one of those. Yeah, she's like, I was
nodding, yes.
all the scholarships. But so excited. You guys have a fantastic instructor in Jessica. So welcome to all of you. We've got some videos we want to see, and I'm actually going to get into one of them pretty quickly because we have several. The one I want to start with, we've got just a little exposition here, Believe from Polar Express. So this was recorded a year ago, and this is the story, and I'm just going to read it. I typically don't just read off my prompts, but I don't want to screw all this logistical craziness up, and you think it's hard for me. Imagine being in Jessica's shoes when this happened. November of 22, last year we started with 4 returning ringers and 1 new ringer.
Aaron.
At their first rehearsal. Then they added another ringer, mostly new to bells, at each of their following rehearsals for about a month. The concert is 3 months after school starts. So even once we had a mostly full choir, 3 ringers could only rehearse Tuesdays and 3 ringers could only rehearse Thursdays. So we pretty much never had a cohesive line in the battery. This took a lot of planning for assignments. Then we have Aiko from Japan also filling in an open spot. 3 minutes to, that's a different thing, blah, 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 yada, yada, et cetera, logistical notes. And it ended up being one of the group's favorite songs. So we're going to watch it. And then when we come back, if you can talk to us a little bit about some of the non-traditional assignments that you had to do to pull this off. Let's check out Believe from Polar Express. Fun stuff. Everybody's favorite, right? Polar Express is like one of those things that just, I don't know, it just kind of sucks everybody into its little universe. So talking about the non-traditional assignments, not so much that you guys had people playing weird assignments individually. You guys were mostly in your sort of standard L, you read C, D, E, F, G, A, etc.
Right.
But the assigning of who goes where based on schedule.
Yeah. So, I mean, I basically had to split my battery. And so, and I, of course, it was last year, so I don't remember exactly where the cutoff was, but one night of the week we had a treble sectional. The other night of the week it was a bass sectional. And then we had 2 weekend rehearsals with everyone there. One about a month out from performance, and the other one was the weekend right before performance. So we only had 2 rehearsals with a full ensemble before we performed. And the recording you saw was the first time we performed it. We perform in that recital hall, which is one place that I can get recordings. And then about 3 weeks later, we perform the same concerts or same music at our Christmas concert, which we perform 4 more times, or actually 6 more times. So it's great that they record the first take.
while you're fresh.
And it keeps getting better.
Yeah. So in your rehearsals, it says here you practice twice a week for 90 minutes each.
Right.
Is this a class or is it totally extracurricular?
Once upon a time, we were a class, and now we are an extracurricular, which is kind of okay. It's not all bad.
The question behind the question was, how compulsory are the rehearsals? When there's a grade, you kind of have to be there, but as you know, and maybe Aaron and Linnea can speak to this. Like, I know you guys are at every rehearsal every time, on time, stay late, polish the bells, etc. But what's the commitment level like of everybody, and how do you deal with that?
It's strange because Concordia is a smaller college, so everyone's involved in everything. Like, speaking from my experience, I am in student government and I am an RA on campus right now. And so unfortunately, sometimes student government conflicts with bells. I try to be at every rehearsal, but I know a lot of people face the same thing with me, where it's like, sometimes Tuesdays are RA meetings or Thursdays are other sectionals. So it's hard, but I think we try to make it work the best we can.
We do. Yeah.
The director just appreciates students who communicate when they're going to be gone, which Linnea is really good at. It's the ones that like fail to tell you. And then it's really fun when like 6 of them go to an ACDA convention and like forget to say anything till they're already on the bus 20 minutes before practice. That was a good night. Would have canceled if I'd have known about that one.
Wow. ACDC concert. I was like, wait, what? Oh,
ACDA, totally different thing. Yeah. But yeah, it was, although I would say from the days when we were graded and, you know, attendance was a large factor in the grade versus now when I don't have that, I can't say there's a significant change in student accountability. I mean, the good news is we are a fairly small school. Most students are really pretty good at showing up, but then every semester you're going to have 1 or 2 that you just never know when they're going to make it. So, you know, it is what it is.
I mean, almost all of us have dealt with it, whether it's at a church, a school, community group, unless, of course, you know, people working in education where it's a class.
Right.
I mean, I envy those people. And it's like, oh, and we have them 3 days a week. Like, oh my God, I would kill for that. 3 rehearsals a week, one's there almost all the time.
Well, it's only just fun when you're supposed to have 13, but you really only have 12, and then 3 of them can't make it for sure. And then 1 told you they couldn't come, and then 2 more just don't show up. That's a fun rehearsal. That right there is a good time.
I love how Aaron and Linnea have these like knowing glances. And then so I mean, like,
they're my verification. I'm not lying.
Nonverbal communication. I want to know from you guys what I know you're both fairly new. Aaron's practically brand new to handbells. It says, Linnea, you played a little bit back in your home church in Crookston, but what you guys play other instruments as well, I'm assuming? Well, and I know Aaron, he's a composition major, and Linnea like is good at everything. She's one of those overachievers. So what other instruments do you guys play, if any?
Sure. I mainly play piano. That's my first instrument. And then I play some cello too. And I like to say that I play handbells now.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I have experimented around. My main instrument has been oboe for the past 8 years. I have been mostly in oboe. And then I have fooled around with the clarinet and the flute. Those are very mediocre, but my dad has tried to push me to piano, and then handbells, of course. So
if you were a music major, you'd be required to do some piano.
That's true. That is true. I am not, though.
Always worth getting some conversant stuff. So not to take anything away from Concordia specifically, but I'm just curious for you guys, since you're here, talk to us a little bit about starting with handbells and the biggest things that were surprising, shocking, unexpected that you started dealing with this instrument that's different from other instruments that you play or have dabbled in.
Well, one of my favorite things about handbells, and I always tell people when I'm trying to recruit them, is it's something that you go to rehearsals and of course rehearse, but it's not something you really have to practice a ton of, at least here at Concordia, because you can't use the bells throughout the week. There's not a whole lot of like taking out the bells to practice throughout the week. So it's very much more of a, this is fun rather than this is work and this is music. I mean, it's music, of course, but it's so much more fun than that, than the school required show up for a grade sort of classes. And I think not having that helps a lot. It makes it so much fun.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me was that oboe is a very solo instrument. Like that's like all my practice has been. It's like how to end a solo piece, like stand there and like really relieved about yourself. But in handbells, there is like you can do solo handbells. Everyone's seen the videos or seen the 6-bell like hymnals. But I think it's just really fun to be in a community where you don't really need to stick out and have the ensemble sound. It's a very ensemble instrument where you are a part of something that is bigger than just your like 3 or 4 bells. So I like just stepping away from like that solo where it's like all on you to an ensemble where everyone can lift each other up. So
I love that both of you put a positive spin on that, because for me, it's like, well, this was really frustrating. Like coming from piano background, for me, it was like, wait, I'm used to playing everything. I have the whole grand staff and it's me and my 10 fingers and occasionally a nose, but like with bells, it's like how to try to elevate the musical experience to have a sense of line and continuity. It's super challenging when there's a whole bunch of people involved in what would otherwise just be a very simple little line on the piano or the oboe or the flute or whatever. And so I love that you alluded to that, but didn't see it as a frustration, but an opportunity for everyone to come together and not have the pressure of having to carry the line all by yourself. I hadn't thought of it that way. So thank you for taking away one element of my grinchiness this holiday season.
So I'm a flutist, so I know what you're talking about, Michael. My first time playing rehearsal, after I had already done Alexander's Ragtime Band, I was A and B5. And, you know, as a flutist, I'm used to reading the top line. And so I would just play them when they were on top. And they're like, no, Michelle, you have to play all of the A's and B's. And I'm like, wait, what? So that was the biggest adjustment for me.
I've got, I'm getting wildly ADHD on you guys, but you know, it's getting late and my meds are now probably wearing off for the day. But we've got a couple other videos and I want to spread these out a little bit. The one I want to jump to next, Derek, heads up, if we can look at Moonlight Sonata. So this is from one of your students. Jeremy Matson arranged this. And Jessica, you fangirled about this a little bit. Jeremy was at College Ring In a few years back, 2018 and 2019. And I understand Aaron and Linnea, you guys are both going this coming College Ring In, right? You're gonna have a blast. Don't get old, it sucks, but also then you can't be a College Ring In person anymore. But they go to 29, so you got a little while. I want to hear a little bit about this, and then we want to watch Moonlight Sonata.
Yeah, well, Jeremy was a student that he's actually, those of you who know Bill and Carolyn Mathis, he actually grew up at Carolyn Mathis's church. And so he grew up in a really strong handbell background, came to Concordia, actually picked Concordia because of his colleges. It had a handbell program. And nice. He's music ed, he's a teacher now, but he always just loved composing. So his first year out, it was like, hey, can I write something for the group? Great, that'd be wonderful. I think Moonlight was his second piece. And okay. So he's also a cellist. And so one of his friends is playing cello in the piece. He's conducting it, but he's just a wonderful musician. I keep bugging him that he needs to start talking to some publishers for a couple of the things he's written, especially this one. And so, and then he also, I was going to mention, he did College Ring In, then he won a scholarship to national seminars. So he was in St. Louis and met several people at St. Louis right before COVID. So hopefully we can get him back involved in the handbell world again. I think he's just married and being a new dad and all that kind of stuff. But Moonlight is just a fantastic arrangement of Moonlight Sonata.
All right, let's check it out. Nice. Love the percussion and the cello. Like, just, you're right. His stuff needs to be out in the world. Mm-hmm. So keep encouraging. Where has he gone now? he's not.
He's in the Twin Cities area. I can't remember exactly where, but his he actually played in Pittsburgh with Linda Minotti's group for a year while his wife was at seminary.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's made himself kind of around the country, but I know they're back in Minneapolis and they just had a baby about a year ago. So he's busy. I haven't heard much.
Speaking of around the country, just a quick interruption for some state shaming. I say that in love, of course, always, but we have 19 states that I've been asked to say, hey, we need at least one person in each of these states to make a donation. So you can help change history if you reside in Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, Delaware, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Kansas, Kentucky, Mississippi, Nebraska, New Mexico, Oklahoma, Rhode Island, Tennessee, West Virginia, Wisconsin, or Wyoming. So thanks in advance, you guys. I have this bottle chilling and I wish to pop the cork on it. So let's hit our goal soon so that I can get to drink in my lovely. Tell me what you guys see as the trajectory of handbells in college education over the next decade. Just first thought, where do you see things going? Because we've been talking a lot about bells in education. We've been talking about different groups and how they do different things and the importance of getting bells into schools, colleges, et cetera, to bring along a new generation of people because some of us are getting more chronologically enhanced. Right. And so we need some younger people to pick up the mantle and do this. So what do you see? Just envision 10 years from now, like overall, your thoughts.
Do you, Erin and Linnea, do you guys have anything to say?
I think in 10 years, I see a lot of colleges that have handbells already probably incorporate it more into community building.
Nice.
There probably won't be, I'm not saying that it's a dying art form because it's really not when you look at churches and colleges around the country doing it. However, because a lot of community handbell groups are, I won't say suffering, but speaking from my community handbells, they are people, I don't want to say dying out, are retiring from the art form. I see it more as a community building between groups. Like we have a choir here that does it as well, where it's a community choir that comes to the college and practices. So that's where I probably see it in the future going forward.
Nice.
And oh, Erin, go ahead. Yeah, if you have anything to say, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I wasn't trying to cut you off. You know, I was trying to buy myself some time to think it over because I wasn't quite sure how to answer this, but I think we've had the most luck in the last couple of years, and I don't want to say that like we're not striving for excellence, but we've kind of tried to relax a little bit and make it something that is a little bit, you know, the students that are coming in that are playing are picking handbells, like Erin said, because it's not this intense private lessons, gotta practice, gotta study, gotta memorize, they can just come in and play and have fun. And it's more of a brain break, even though we all know it's mentally, you know, challenging as well. But I think we're hitting more students on that front. Now, on the other side of things, you know, this year, a lot of our new students that are coming in are music ed majors that are brand new to bells, or they maybe played for a year or two in elementary school. And so, you know, Erin's aware that I've been working with some of the composition instructors at the college where they're going to try to do a Zoom meeting with Matt Compton and maybe a couple of other composers this spring to try to help some of our composition students better understand how to write for bells. But I've also been talking to a friend from the Twin Cities who's recently retired as a music educator who had bells in her classroom. And I want to try to work out something with her to come to town probably this spring to work with some of my music ed students. I have an economics degree. I mean, I can do the performance thing, but I don't necessarily cross over into composition and music ed. So I'm trying to bring in some of those resources for them. And I think it's, you know, for the colleges, it's not necessarily just, hey, we're going to have this elite performing group. I mean, the kids want to do that. They want to have fun. They want to play great music, but it's like also just trying to preach to them that there are so many different places that handbells can fit throughout your life, whether it is community or church or school or whatever. And if you want to play, once you finish school, you just have to go find the thing that fits and make it happen. And so the more that at that college level where they have a different level of enthusiasm and figuring out what's important to them, showing them all the different opportunities.
Yeah. And I have to share another little blurb here that you wrote and sent to us that I just want to read this. because I think this ties in really well to what you were just saying. And then the last video we're going to watch from just a couple of weeks ago, this says, there are fewer churches and schools in our area that offer youth handbells, so finding experienced ringers is getting harder. And truth be told, when a student comes to our school with handbell experience, they're usually some of the best musicians, which means they're incredibly overbooked with other ensembles and have to be a true bell nerd to force time in their schedule to play with us. I had a conversation with our department chair a couple of years ago where I was really frustrated at the challenges of recruiting, budget cuts, and all the other issues of the day. But he made a comment that at first made me feel sad and deflated, but the more I thought about it, the more I saw it as a compliment and decided to embrace it. Now, I love this. Jessica says, he told me that we are, quote, the most welcoming music ensemble on campus. At first, I thought he was referring to our constant desperation for more ringers. I only heard that we're not the best, not the most reputable, not the most requested, not the most respected. Our concert attendance is nothing to write home about, but we're the most welcoming. And then I realized we are. We've welcomed students who barely read music and turned them into musicians. We've allowed students with a little bit of musical experience to take a break from the rest of their academic life and make music for a few minutes a week. We allow students to go to college and learn a brand new instrument, one they can actually go out and play in their community after college. So, I mean, to what you were just saying and what you wrote on that, I read that, Michelle and I were going over our notes together and both were like, this needs to be shared, because that we've been saying this for the last several hours, like how welcoming the handbell community is. And it's, I think, you know, different instruments, I think, draw different personalities. And I also think playing certain instruments shapes your personality in a certain way. And I think that because we are usually a team-based instrument, you know, one instrument played by numerous people, that we kind of attract and or cultivate people. Yes. And I think that's so true. And it is a gift that just can keep on giving. Speaking of, please continue making your pledges or your donations. But that also ties into the last video we want to watch. So this is from just this past month, Masters in this Hall. I know you said rehearsals were a little rocky, but the students played it really well. And Jessica says, specifically watched Michaela, who's at B4C5. She's new to bells and loving it, as you can see when you watch her. So we do want to thank you guys. Aaron and Linnea, we just saw that glance. So anything quick you want to say about this Masters in this Hall experience?
You gotta watch Michaela.
All right, let's jump over to it. Here it is. There it is. I think Michaela got just a little happy while she was.
That was the previous interview.
Yeah, if you guys didn't figure out who she was, you're not watching close enough because she was pretty in the zone. I love it. You guys, thank you so much for spending some time with us. I wish we had even more time because I'm so inspired by what y'all are doing. But have a fantastic Christmas, and you brilliant young people down below here, Brady bunching you, keep at it, and thank you for helping keep Jessica on task. You know, she can get a little crazy sometimes. So can all of us. We're Handbell people. Welcome to our world.
Yes.
Glad you're playing.
Before
Take
we,
care, guys.
can I just say something before we go to the next thing? And that is, JR has a pretty epic hat, and Linda has got a hat. I've got a hat. Michael, where's yours? I'm kind of disappointed in you right now.
Well, I was having a really good hair day, so
I'm just saying.
I will find a hat.
Okay.
A moment.
Okay.
Sacrifice a bathroom break to find a hat.
Let's go to JR then.
And Aaron, Linnea, Jessica, thank you so much. We're going to jump over to JR and do some prize wheeling.
JR doesn't have hair days, so he can wear a hat. Welcome back, and I hope you were listening very carefully when Michael listed all of the states that are not yet represented in our total donations tonight. So if you are a part of one of those states, you need to get your state represented and make a donation. If you're not sure whether he listed the state you live in, assume that he did and go ahead and make a donation anyway. So anyway, we're asking you to give some stuff away to a couple lucky people here with our fabulous prize wheel. Oh, first we're giving away a Concordia College Christmas concert DVD. To Bob Avant. The next prize is donated by yours truly, the HMA Publications Director, J.R. Smith. And this is an assortment of chocolate from the world-famous Dietsch Brothers chocolate in my hometown of Findlay, Ohio. When people come, they come to our town, they know they have to go to Dietz's. And this confectionery delight is going to go to J. Watt. Okay, and just a reminder, if you're coming on late, if we don't know your name, if we don't recognize your name because you have an odd YouTube handle, we're going to need to know your contact information. In fact, we're going to need it from everybody. So if you have won a prize, please go to our website, handbellmusicians.org, click on the contact button and fill out the contact form and let us know you are one of the prize winners and this is your contact information. If you happen to not be watching when you win a prize, don't worry. You can come back anytime after the live stream, and in the description below the video, we'll have a list of all the prize winners. And if you find yourself there, be sure to let us know your contact information so we can connect you with the donor of the prize. And now we'll shoot it back to Linda.
Hi, folks. It is 8:42 Eastern Time. We are having a great time here for Ring-a-Thon, the 4th annual Ring-a-Thon. I'm going to say those states really quickly, maybe not quite as quickly as Michael. If you are from the state of Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, Delaware, Idaho, Indiana, Kansas, Kentucky, Mississippi, Nebraska, New Mexico, Oklahoma, Rhode Island, South Dakota, Tennessee, West Virginia, Wisconsin, or Wyoming, we hope you will represent. With a donation of any size would be very grateful. Our goal, a donation from every of the 50 states. $7,000 total in honor of our 70th anniversary. Handbell Musicians of America is all of us, as you've heard, is everyone on this call, everyone on this video tonight represents our fabulous organization. And what we do is we advance the musical art of handbell and hand chime ringing. The last segment resonated with me a bit. Sorry, I'm a little tongue-tied. When they were talking about the team building, the community building of handbells, I thought about way back to when I was playing, and It was in high school, and there were people in the group. Some had musical experience, some did not. We came from all different, cliques and groups from our school, and we met at our church and we played together, and it was fabulous. And it's one of the things that our instrument is so unique in that it brings us together, and that you truly do need to have everybody on the same page. You're not playing alone. You're only as good as the person next to you, and as my old choir director used to say, you're only as strong as your weakest link, and you really need to work together. It's a collaborative art form. I love that about it. So that's my 2 cents about how awesome the collaboration of Handbells is. Speaking of collaboration, the next segment is really exciting. We have some international guests. I don't want to give away who they are, so I will toss it right back to Michael and Michelle.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. I found a hat.
Yay! Very nice.
It's too early / late for that. Well, we are indeed making an international connection right now. We have with us Arthur Shin and Noriko Musha from Japan. Welcome. So delighted to have you with us. What time is it where you are right now?
It's 10:30 a.m. Well, 10:45 a.m. in Tokyo.
On Tuesday.
On Tuesday.
So Tuesday's going okay because we haven't gotten there yet.
Well, so far it's okay.
Okay.
I don't know about this afternoon yet. So.
All right. Well, let me know so I know whether or not to get out of bed in the morning.
Okay.
Welcome. It's wonderful to see you both. Super excited. For those of you who don't know, the International Handbell Symposia, which occur generally biennially every other year, rotate around the world. The United States just hosted one, and we have one coming up in Hamamatsu, Japan. And so we have a lot of information here, and look at that. Arthur's got props already ready to go.
Hey! Love it.
Give us an overview. You've been involved in this process for a long time. I've been to 1.5 international symposia. So give us a little bit of background, and then I'll toss it over here for Michelle to do your major positions.
Well, it goes back about 30 years, 40 years from now. And that's when maybe some of you may remember David Davidson.
Of course.
Okay, when he was asked to come to Japan as a guest clinician, he found out that he really loved the Japanese ringers and their diligence and all of that, all the qualities he loved. So he asked the HRJ, our guild, to see if we can collaborate an international event together with the US. So the first one was held in 1986 in Exeter. No. It was in どこだっけ?
1984.
1984? 84, that's right, 84.
Exeter.
No, it's not. No.
Yeah.
And on the West Coast.
Okay.
And there, I think there was about 300 ringers from the US and Japan that that gathered, and that was the start of the symposium.
And that was that first one was primarily United States and Japan.
Yes, it was basically US and Japan
with like
first.
6 or 7 different countries.
Mhm.
That's been a growing over the years.
Yes, over the years it grew.
When did other countries start to become involved?
Well, from the following year, actually, when we had ours in 1986. Yes, 1986. It was right by Mount Fuji, and we had people from and at that time we had guilds from like England, the HRGB, and from Korea, and from Canada that joined us. And hold on, here we go. Let me get you the pictures. Yeah, we have posted some photos.
Field trip.
That's from. Do you have a filter? I mean, sorry, I did. Sorry, I couldn't get it.
Oh, it's fine.
All right, no problem.
Yeah, this is from the second symposium in Gotemba. It's good. It's good.
Nice.
Okay. So you see Bill Griffin. And let's see, we have Terry Scholl. You know Terry?
I don't know.
I don't.
Oh, okay. All right. And well, all of these people, Ryan Price, Vivian,
for people,
David.
We can't so much
see people you see on history books.
But it's for me, what jumps out at me is this is for anyone who doesn't understand. The International Handbell Symposia are not gatherings of a few dozen people. We're talking hundreds and hundreds. Some of these have had over 1,000 people attend, and it is an experience like you can't. I almost am glad that I didn't know anything about it when I went. The first one I went to in 2008 in Orlando, because I was going in blindly and had no idea what I was in for, and I was really glad about that in hindsight, because I had no expectations. I just did it, and it was phenomenal. Just an epic experience. Look at all those folks.
Amazing.
This is from the 8th symposium, which was our second, the second one we hosted. There were in this photos. I think this is like 1,200 people.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So unlike Michael, I've actually been to 3 symposia. I went to 2012 when it was in Liverpool. I went to 2016 in Vancouver, BC. And then, of course, last summer in Nashville, which is where I got to ring next to Noriko in the All-Star.
Okay, good.
But Hisashi Buri desu ne. Sorry, showing off a little bit.
No, that's good. Yeah. It works. All right. So.
Okay. So tell us a little bit about Hamamatsu, which is where your symposium is going to be.
Yeah, we chose Hamamatsu because our previous one was in Osaka, and which is a major city, and the one before that was near Tokyo. So we chose a place right in the center of Japan, which is right in between Tokyo and Osaka. So people who are going to be there will fly in, and also will most definitely experience the bullet train ride, because you have to get there by bullet train, which is Japan's pride and joy. It'll be fun. It goes at about 200 miles per hour.
I love it.
Yes, and then and it's a very comfortable ride.
Having ridden,
so that
I can attest that is absolutely true. It's amazing how fast it goes, and it's very, very comfortable. What were you going to say, Michael?
I was just going to say, I believe we have a promo video for the area that we want to share. If Derek's got that queued up, let's take a look at that and get people experiencing a little of what Hamamatsu has to offer.
With you, I can be sad with you. Just take my hand and fly up through the dreams where the skies are so clear. With you, I wanna stay with you. With you, I love the way that you love me today. Let's run up through the fields where the sun shines and heals. With you, I wanna stay with you. It's been so cold since you have been gone. Like I was told, you're the only one. like I was told. You're the only one I can be sad with you. Just take my hand and fly up to the clouds where the skies are so clear. With you, I wanna stay with you. 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 I wanna stay with you.
I'm making ones. I'm counting down.
Yeah.
3, 2, I'm being stupid. It looks like I want to go so bad. It looks like such an incredible place. I mean, for the food, if nothing else, it's wow. I'm sold.
Well,
So-
you know, and especially the exchange rate is so for you on your side. It will be a lot more economical than you can you imagine, I think, for you to travel over here.
That's fantastic to know. All right.
So
How long is the flight? How long is the flight from the U.S.? It depends on what side of the country, of course, you're from, but in general.
Well, usually from the West Coast, it's 12 hours.
Okay.
From the East Coast, it would be probably 14.
Okay.
But if you take the eastern route, they have to fly over because they can't fly over Ukraine anymore.
Right.
In Russia anymore. So that's why I think people are telling me that it takes about 15 hours to get back.
Okay.
So if somebody were to go to Hamamatsu for the International Handbell Symposium, would you recommend they fly into Tokyo or Osaka, or where would you suggest?
Well, Tokyo would be good. Osaka would also be good, but I think there are more flights to Tokyo than to Osaka.
Okay. And earlier you were talking to us in the green room about a rail pass, the JR pass. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? Do you have any advice for people who are wondering how to get around in Japan?
Okay. So the JR Pass is a system where 4 foreign guests from abroad, and we can't buy those, but these are very good discount ticket. It's a very good discount pass for people who want to travel in Japan, within Japan. They sell a 7-day pass, they sell a 14-day pass, and a 21-day pass. So, but a lot we have been getting a lot of questions from our participants about these passes, and there are websites that will explain all this, but you have to be careful because once you start using them, then they start counting the days. So if you use it 2 days before the symposium, the days you are there at the symposium, which you will not be using traveling, will all be counted. So you want to make sure that you use it either before 7 days before, or 10 days, or the 14 days, whichever number before, or after to travel. So if you're planning to travel around Japan, around the symposium, make sure that you buy those passes, and then you get to go to, and then you use them after or 7 days before, right? Okay. So you won't be wasting your money on that. Those passes are, God, if we can buy those, that would be great. But that's how it's very, very valuable. I think good value. It's a good value for travelers.
Excellent.
To come, yeah.
So I had another question. So tell us about the ringing facility. When we're at Hamamatsu, where is the symposium within the city? Is it at
It will be at the they call it the ACT ACT Hamamatsu, which is like a convention center, and they have a huge exhibition hall, and we will be using all of them to accommodate the mass ringing, as well as for the vendors and for everyone. Most of the activities will be held at the exhibition hall. it is connected to the station, so you don't get wet from the station to, and there are many small economy rate hotels within walking distance.
Excellent, good to know.
7 to 10 minutes max.
Excellent. So I know, having been to a couple of these symposia, I know that there's often activities for cultural exchange. What sort of things are you planning in Hamamatsu?
Well, we are in the planning process right now. We have lots of ideas.
Okay.
We want while we are there, there's a half-day excursion, and we have not really decided where to take you all, but we are making sure that you will be able to experience Japan, in a sense. Hamamatsu is home of Yamaha and Kawaii. So Yamaha does have an impressive showroom, and we're trying to get them to open because it's vacation time at the time. So we're negotiating so that you can go visit, and they have all of their pianos, all of their guitars, all of their the keyboard instruments, all of their audio equipment that you can see in one place.
Wow. That sounds cool.
It's amazing.
So I'm looking over here. Is that just on my screen on the broadcast screen? Oh, somebody got rid of it. Okay.
Okay.
What about that? Technology is great when it works.
Speaking of,
all right, so
we have a video too that we want to make sure to see from, I think, the 2010 symposia, the Song of the Flowers.
Okay, you didn't know about this. Surprise.
Do we have that?
Yes, Derek said they do have it.
Oh, wonderful.
Okay, good.
We have to check this out.
So, can you roll video, Derek?
All right, and Arthur, share with everybody what you were telling us while the video was
starting. Okay, so that at that symposium we had a huge rehearsal hall, but there wasn't any space for the audience, so we moved it to the large concert space for the mass ringing of the final concert. But we couldn't fit the whole group on one stage, so what we did was we split one group into two, and we had the exact same concert played twice by different groups. So everybody who was standing at the table ringing would ring, and then the other half will be standing by watching the show. And after the first concert is over, they would switch. So people who were ringing will be able to watch what actually they were supposed to look like, right? So
nice. I love it.
So it was a challenge, but it was fun. And everybody had a good time because it was the first time we ever did that. But because we did that because of physical reasons, we were forced to have that, do that. But it worked very well. For this Hamamatsu, we will have the whole group ring at the final concert. We have 9 pieces in the repertoire. each from one from each of the representing guilds, which is the HRGB, HMA, the KHA, which is the Korea Handbell Association, and the HGC, Handbell Guilds of Canada, and HSA, Handbell Society of Australasia, and the Hong Kong Association of Handbell Associations of Hong Kong. Sorry.
It is.
Okay, and then the HRSG, which is the newest, Handbell Ringers of Singapore. And then because the host countries are allocated with 2 pieces. We have 2 pieces from Japan, and one of the pieces was selected. Was a composition. There was a composition contest just for the symposium, and we have a brand new conductor who will be conducting for the first time.
Composer and conductor.
Yeah, composer and conductor who will and her song is very beautiful, so you will all enjoy it very much.
Excellent.
And we do have the repertoire. It's all announced on our webpage. So if you Google HRJ or Handbell Ringers of Japan, then you will get to our page right away.
Perfect.
So, and finally, the dates of next year's symposium for those who do not know.
So Japan time, August 12th to 17, 2024. So it will start on, sorry, somebody's at the door. Okay.
Sounds fantastic. You all, thank you for being with us. Hope you have a fantastic.
No, thank you. Well, I hope to see you all. It's going to be fun. Plus, Japan is a very good place to visit. The food, the culture, the people. You will have probably a very good time that you will remember for the rest of your life. And plus, people who get to know each other at the symposium, they still are, like, for example, I'm still in touch with the people that I met at the first symposium. Okay. And they're all crazy because they're all handbell ringers, right? So
that's been our theme all night.
Yeah.
That's what we've been saying.
So,
Thank you so much.
yeah, it'll be fun. So we'll see you all next year.
That's right.
Thanks, Thank you very much for inviting us.
Yeah, nice to see you.
Okay.
Take care.
Bye. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Michelle.
See you next year.
And thank you, Derek, and thank you, JR.
Yes. Speaking of JR, I think we've got more prizes coming. So
yay!
We do indeed. The first one I've got is another Florida Sunshine basket from our executive director, Linda Honorevoli. And she is going to send that to Debbie Waters. So you'll look forward to getting some fun little gifts to help keep you warm in the winter. And we have another pair of Fear the Ear socks from Concordia College, which will also come with some Concordia corn cob holders. So let's hope this next person is hungry for corn. Jennifer Cadwell. Okay, and just another quick reminder, as people win prizes, to make it more fair, after you win a prize, we temporarily delete your other names from the wheel. However, at the end of the broadcast tonight, we will be giving away a few grand prizes, but everybody's name will be put back on the wheel just to make it fair and that you all have a chance for those. So we'll send it back to Linda.
Thank you, JR. Looking forward to sending that Florida Sunshine basket to our most recent winner. For those who don't know, I'm based in Southwest Florida, hence the theme of the Florida basket. I am very excited for our next segment. I believe you will be thoroughly impressed with this organization, as I was when I learned about them. Before I go to tossing it over there, though, I do want to thank all of our donors from tonight. And also, even if you haven't donated and you've been watching, we are very grateful. We understand there's a lot going on. It's the holiday season. We are thankful that you gave us some of your time tonight to watch our broadcast, to learn more about handbells, and hopefully it will inspire you, to maybe attend a performance in your area or pick up a handbell and maybe join an ensemble. So we hope that we have been inspiring on some level for you this evening. I will now send it to Michael and Michelle for our next segment.
Here we go. Thank you, Linda. Thank you so much. And thank you to everybody watching. Remember to give early, give often. I suppose it's kind of late to be give early, but give up. Just give.
Give once, but a lot.
We are very excited to have Handbells Made in Heaven, Music Made in Heaven, excuse me, a handbell group called Music Made in Heaven. And I'm going to, if I can scroll in my little document over here to where I'm supposed to be talking. We have guests with us. Here we go. We have Bonnie Woodruff, who is a charter member out of the original 11 members. We have Barbara Marley. We have Diane and David Whiteman. And Bonnie, could you just give us a little bit of an introduction for Music Made in Heaven?
I'm going to let Barbara do that because Libby, I'm supposed to be Libby, who was the creator of Music Made in Heaven. And now Barbara's going to do that part. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Hi, Barbara.
She was the creator and the mastermind behind Music Made in Heaven. And I'm sorry she's ill tonight.
Yes, we're very sorry that Libby is unable to be with us tonight. She was really, really looking forward to this because she is the brainchild and the inspiration behind this whole amazing mission, this amazing group that we have. I'm privileged to be their director. It's my 11th year directing the group, which is now in its 20th year, which is amazing and unbelievable that the group has been around for that long. So just an interesting fact of how it came to be, which Libby was going to tell us herself. She was in a leadership class back in 2004 and was given an assignment of to come up with a project, something that was an expression of some aspect of her life that also touched others in her community. So she thought on that for a while and decided that the sound of handbells would be a good way for children who had passed away to speak through beautiful music in perpetuity. And so the inspiration was her own daughter's passing 16 years prior to her taking this class. And so that was back in 1988, and it was 2004 when she called up Malmark 30 minutes before they were having a price increase on handbells and said, "Send me the bells." And it was a 3-octave starter set, turnkey, bells, tables, foam, music folders, everything. And she bought it all herself with lots of prayers and on the hope and assumption that people would literally buy into her idea of bells ringing and singing for the children. And Bonnie, I was actually one of the original 7. I misspoke when I typed that into you. The picture that I counted, so the group was on the Overtones cover in May of 2007, but that was a few years later. And there were 11 people. I just counted here, and that was wrong. So it was actually 7. So Bonnie can tell you now about the being there at the beginning.
Right. Well, my son died in 1996, and this bell choir was formed about 7 years after that. And, you know, as those that have lost children know that it's not something you just get over. And it was 7 years later, and you're always looking for a meaningful way to, you know, honor your child and their memory. And I have a greenway near my home, and I was walking on it, and several times Ben was my son's name, and he took piano lessons from this lady, and I would see her walking on the Greenway, but we never stopped. Finally, she stopped me one day. She said, I just have to ask you how you're doing. And I said, well, I'm doing, better. Okay. And she said, look, I'm just beginning this handbell choir that I'm going to be the director. And I just wondered, would you be interested in donating a bell? And so I went home and I said to my husband, you're not going to believe this, but Sue Crocker, who was Ben's piano teacher, is directing a handbell choir. Well, I had a piano background, very limited, but had never played a handbell. And I just decided, heck, I don't want to just donate a bell. I want to be in the choir. So that's how, I came to be. And I will tell you, it has been the most healing. It's just healing to know that we don't really talk about our children, even though we honor the birthdays every week. We say whose birthday and ring their bell. But just to know that the other ringers are there and have shared what you have shared, it is just a healing, and it's just a camaraderie that you wouldn't really have with any other group.
Right.
And that's, again, if you guys have been watching throughout the course of the Ring-a-Thon, I think almost every group we've had or every person we've had on has talked about the way music brings us together, and the way Handbell specifically has this way of just binding hearts together. And you guys are like the poster children for this kind of situation. I mean, the very unfortunate but beautiful circumstances surrounding the reason you're all connected is obviously a hallmark of the group. And I just can't imagine there not being a catharsis, a healing type of experience that comes from sharing that bond through music and honoring your kids.
Every Monday I do think this. I'm here making music on earth, and Ben is making music in heaven. And I just love that, and I love the name. I mean, it's just real special.
Now, is being a parent who has suffered a loss a requirement of someone to join the group as a ringer? I know that's the common thread that started everything, but how would someone get involved, or is that something they have to have had that loss?
Well, originally, I think that's how we all came together, but I do think they're
yes, I think of the 13 ringers, I think 8 are parents who have lost children, and many of the others have lost a close loved one, a niece or nephew, a brother or sister, for whom a bell has been donated. And others just believe in the mission. And so that's really, at this point, that's the only requirement to ring, is just to believe in the mission.
And how can
that means many people would be eligible, because many people believe in the mission.
And we've got a couple of videos that we're going to share tonight. I want to get to the first one here in a second. This is from December of 2019, right before the world broke with COVID, from the longest night service. So that would be winter solstice, right? This is a piece by Fred Grayman that he wrote as a gift to the group, called Called Home to Heaven. And it has become the group's signature piece. And apologies in advance. We were told to warn everybody, the video is a little shaky at the beginning, but it does stabilize. But we have this stunning piece of music that was presented at the longest night service, December of 2019. So incredibly, it's been 4 years, but we have this ready to go. Called Home to Heaven by Fred Grayman. Let's check this out. Stunning stuff. You guys are fantastic. And we were discussing the folks that were coming forward during that service were receiving a blessing and an anointing. Can you guys just unpack that a little bit for everybody who didn't know what exactly was going on?
At the longest night service, when the earth is as dark as longest darkness,
right.
The message is one of hope, because the days will get longer starting tomorrow. And so it's particularly for folks who are feeling grieved over the holidays, sad, and it's to give hope.
Yeah,
and
it's
hope and blessing.
It's very easy to forget, unless you've recently experienced a loss, how difficult the season of joy that is the holiday time can be, especially that first one. The firsts, they say, are always so hard. So I love what you all do. And, you know, local hometown representation. You guys are based in Raleigh. So like, I just rang on some of your bells last week. That was a whole thing. There's such a great little network of folks that Handbells brings together. And I do have to give a quick update on our pledge, on our donations and stuff. I'm really excited to share that we are at 81 donors, which is more than we had last year in number of donations. But the overall total is a little low at the moment. We have a $7,000 goal in honor of making it 10% of our $70,000 goal for next year for our 70th anniversary. So we have $1,700 left to go. And I can't open my bubbly until we hit our target, and we only have another about 30 plus minutes. So if somebody wants to just finish it up, donate the $1,700. When I next see you at an event, I'll buy you a drink to thank you for offering, you know, to cover mine. So please do check out the link in the YouTube chat down below, and do give as you are able and led. Michelle says give often. I just say give big, or give small if that's all you can do. Whatever
But
you
give
can.
big, give often.
Give. Thank you for the support. It allows us to do so much. Meanwhile, we did allude to this a little earlier, and I just wanted to get you guys to help us understand a little more about the way the bells are donated. You had mentioned about buying a bell, you know, sponsoring a bell, and they've got handle inscriptions. Tell us how that works. Are all of your bells donated? How's it all go?
Yes. Each bell is donated in memory of a child who has died. And we have now 5 octaves. We have 5 octaves, and all the bells are donated by parents or loved ones. It's not necessarily a parent. And each bell has an inscription written on it for the person the bell was donated for. Mine says, "We remember Ben Woodruff. With the ringing of this bell, he is making music in heaven."
Nice.
I love it.
Wonderful. And Diane and David also have a bell with an inscription.
Right here. It says, excuse me, Amy Kirsten Whiteman, fearfully and wonderfully made, a perfect gift from God.
Oh, wonderful. Those are beautiful inscriptions.
And I love that you guys don't just have like names and dates, that there's heart even in that inscription label. It's very, very touching. And you guys, you don't rehearse all year long, right? You do kind of the traditional school year type of thing and take the summers off.
Correct.
So you can go to like national seminar and international symposium and stuff like that.
Sure.
Tell everybody, because you guys are very unique in that you're different from a performing community ensemble, but you're different from a church group, you're different from a school group. You guys kind of are your own thing, your own niche. So just talk to everybody watching our feed just a little bit about what your process is like as far as selecting repertoire, rehearsals, getting people involved, starting a new season, when you perform. Just give us a little bit more information about the group.
Well, in the fall, we typically are playing services of hope and remembrance. Like the longest night, there's a community-wide service in downtown Raleigh, sponsored by a number of churches in the area. Each year around the holiday time, for folks who are struggling at the holidays and are looking for hope. And so that's typically what we do in the fall. We don't usually have many opportunities to play upbeat Christmas tunes, except for a few unique things like playing at hospitals and playing for community events where folks who are struggling economically come in to the church, and toys have been donated and they choose toys for their kids. So we do a few of those. Usually there's not an audience because people are just flowing through in the hallway or whatever. This year was different though, because none of the services turned out because of COVID and a variety of things. So we actually have 0 opportunities to play reflective music to offer hope at the holiday time. And instead we've got concerts of Christmas tunes. So the Whitemans joined us this evening at our rehearsal where we just came from to hear us practice holiday tunes, which has been a fun sort of change for us this year to really be able to focus on upbeat Christmas music.
Nice.
And then in the springtime, we go to a festival. I mean, we did one at your church, Michael, way back.
Yep.
And so
Now
we do that because it's fun for us to travel together. And then we have we point toward our final concert in the spring called The Gathering, where the Whitemans will come and many other folks, not just parents, but we have accumulated a wider audience now. And we play 7 or so pieces. And then in between the pieces, we read all the inscriptions and ring the bells. And that's every year we do that in the springtime.
And speaking of The Gathering, that the other video that we do have from May of 21, this is a performance of Praise to the Lord the Almighty. This was that year you said like your typical kind of full gathering concert, including 7 pieces that were recorded virtually, along with your tradition of reading the inscriptions for each bell. So this I know was one of your earlier attempts at doing the virtual ensemble thing. We were all trying to figure that out during the early pandemic lockdown. So as you guys said, this video is a little less flashy than some of the stuff that you did later in the process, but such a fantastic performance. And before we watch that, I do want to just mention again, Music Made in Heaven is the name of the group. Their website is musicmadeinheaven.org. And are you guys present on Facebook or other social media that you could share with folks to try to find you?
Yes, Facebook and YouTube channel.
Music Made in Heaven across the board, just that's the handle.
Yes.
And if not find it, go to musicmadeinheaven.org.
Yes, you can find it all on the website.
Fantastic. Let's check out Praise to the Lord the Almighty. Fantastic. We were just watching and trying to discuss with Diane and David that, you know, they don't ring with the group, but they both have had some musical experience. So, you know, maybe one day we'll see them in their Music Made in Heaven shirts behind the tables. But in the meantime, can you guys just share a little bit about your personal connection and journey with being involved with the group?
Sure. Our daughter she passed away in 2009. She was in preschool at the time, and her teacher, who had also lost a child, told us about this group. She knew that we were kind of struggling and trying to find a way looking for ways to continue to honor and celebrate our daughter's life, and just to continue with kind of her legacy. And she just loved music and everything else. So it was a perfect fit, and we just fell in love with the group. And so what a special time for us is, as we mentioned before, each year they have a time where they invite all our families to come. It's so special when they read each child's, the inscription that the parent has chosen that's in the bell, and then they ring that bell for each child. And so it just is a way to sit there and kind of reflect for us and our family, just the precious life that we had with our child. But it's more than that, because it's kind of carrying on that, like we've talked about, the hope and the love that we felt with our child, and that she had an impact, and that she can continue to have that impact every time they play in different groups and to different services and things like that. They're carrying on each of our children's message of hope and love, and that's very meaningful as a parent.
What do you say after that? It's so powerful what you all have created, and the way that it continues going. Like you said, literally in perpetuity, these bells are dedicated to these kids and has become part of their enduring legacy. I think it's amazing. We want to mention before we say goodnight again that this group does not just do what you've heard associated with Music Made in Heaven and their stated goal, but they do other things as well. They're playing for the Durham Bulls baseball team in Durham, North Carolina, for the national anthem. And you guys have done this before, right? This is a repeat occurrence. They call occasionally and ask you to come, and so that means they like it. And so lots of cool things. They're also, they didn't mention this, but I'm going to mention, because we've hit our fundraising goal with HMA. Woo! We'll be popping the cork in a minute, but not to take away from that, but to help in the spirit of what Back Bay Ringers was talking about earlier, what Griff was saying. Music Made in Heaven is a registered nonprofit 501c3. So if you go to musicmadeinheaven.org and make a donation, they are tax deductible, as they are to Handbell Musicians of America. So we want to say thank you guys so much for spending some time with us tonight and sharing part of this really unique and very powerful ministry and music experience that you've created. And I'm just so proud to be in the same city as you guys. It's a beautiful thing.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you.
Blessings on your holiday, and thank you for spending the time tonight.
Same to you.
Thank you so much to both of you. Good night.
Good night.
Thanks. Take care.
Next up, I
JR,
think
got prize wheels. So here we go, back to the wheel.
First, I got to say, such an amazing group in so many ways. I was so touched by it when we ran the article in Overtones a number of years ago. Look for a future Overtones. Possibly not the next one, maybe the next one after that. We will be running another feature article on Music Made in Heaven as they have grown over the years. So, back to the prize wheel. Next up, we have an intergenerational camp sweatshirt. Winner gets to select the size and color. And we hope you enjoy your new shirt. Kathleen Shaw. And we have one more HMA membership. This will be a one-year membership. It can be a new membership, or if you're an existing member, it will just be another year tacked on to the end of your membership after your expiration date. And we either welcome new member or glad to have existing member. Linda Ashley. Okay, and be sure to stick around for the giving away of a few of our grand prizes. But right now, I'll send it back to Linda. Send it back to Linda, Derek.
I'm trying to not take it personally. I always tease that I feel like I'm just, yeah, I heard there's drama in the Zoom room. So for those of you who don't know, because you wouldn't know, how would you know we have all this shenanigans going on here? So we have two different systems running tonight. I'm in one software, our interviewees and our hosts are in another software. So Derek, I don't know how he's doing it. He's somehow wrangling us all into the right place. And we're also chatting at the same time through WhatsApp. So I'm telling you how the sausage gets made here. But on all of a sudden on the WhatsApp, I just see all capital letters, help, Derek, help. So I don't know what is happening over in the Zoom room. So y'all can just hang out with me here in the other software where things are calm and we're just relaxing in Southwest Florida. So I don't know about all of you, but I was crying during the last segment, and I probably just wiped off all of my eye makeup, but totally worth it because learning more about Music Made in Heaven was very touching and powerful. Excuse me. And yeah, I want to do a little more research too, because there's a couple of people that I've lost in my life that I think could be honored in a way through music, which I think would be beautiful to know that they were ringing together with others. That would make me very happy. But anyway, that was very personal. So I have some great news. We have exceeded our $7,000 goal. We are now at $7,885.23. So thank you to I know who donated the odd number just so we would have so someone would round up. So I think it's funny that we're at 23 cents. We have 91 donors, which is just absolutely amazing. So again, thank you not only for giving tonight, for spending some of your evening or afternoon with us, or in Arthur and Noriko's case, their morning with us. The event in Japan is going to be fantastic. I will be there. And well, that should be enough, right? Well, Linda's going. Why don't I go with her? No, we have lots of folks coming from Handbell Musicians of America. So I hope that if you are feeling adventurous and love handbells, that you too will come to Japan with us. I'm being told that I believe the Zoom is ready. So let's all cross our fingers, light a candle, say a prayer. I'm going to toss it back over to Michael and Michelle, and we'll see what's happening.
Yes, thank you. And
Okay.
happy holidays, and I hope to see you.
We still have our music man having friends chatting, and they don't
December
have
18th, we're playing at my
off camera
church, which is
unmuted.
First United
So
Methodist Church.
while
in
you're
downtown
working
Cary.
on that, Barbara,
And we're doing, it's just a free at 7:30, a free
okay,
concert.
so I don't want for them to share anything.
Christmas music, like I said,
Okay.
we're doing some of the music you heard tonight.
Because we hit our
So,
goal.
More than welcome to come here.
And that's more live for this.
That's
Yeah.
very.
Okay. Oh, that sounds lovely.
Hi, friends. It's me again. So let's talk. Have you purchased all your holiday gifts yet? Are you ready for the holidays? We just so you know, there's just general chaos over there in the Zoom room. So spend a few more moments with me. We'll take a deep breath. We'll enjoy the evening together. We'll talk about HMA. Do you love handbells? I do. Do you want to go to a handbell concert? I hope you do. How would you do that, you ask? Go to handbellmusicians.org. Check out our snazzy new website that has everything you could possibly imagine. If you need teaching tools, if you need repertoire ideas, if you need a list of possible people to lead some of your activities for your future events, you can find all of that information on our site. So I'm going to tell you more about our site because I have no way of knowing if they're ready yet. So in addition to being able to see what concerts are around, if you are interested in learning what organizations might be available, what opportunities for ringing might be near you, go to our site and click the About Us and go to our regional area section. You will see our 12 regional areas, and each one of those areas has their own leadership and their own websites, and they will be able to connect you with groups who could possibly be looking for some new handbell ringers. You don't have to be an expert. I am a very, very beginning handbell player, and occasionally I'll still pick one up and play, and it's delightful, and it's camaraderie, and it's community, and it's all the great things that music is. We're ready, but can't see the broadcast, so I hear. So Derek, can you talk in my ear and let me know if we're any closer to our final session? We're getting there. That's okay. I can talk more about it. I got lots of things to say. So, friends out in the world, let's talk turkey. No pun intended, because Thanksgiving is over. We've been talking a lot tonight about all the different ways that handbells are used and handbells are played. And one of the themes that keeps running through is shared experiences and camaraderie. And it made me think about how when something terrible happens, like, I don't know, an international pandemic or something, we all turn to the arts to try to keep us united and keep us together and to find ways to express ourselves. And I can say with great certainty and from experience watching what's gone on, during the times in our lives where things are difficult, we turn to music. So I am so proud and happy to be a part of this organization. And I hope that you have enjoyed your time with us tonight and that you will be ready to experience our final group, which is really interesting, actually. It's the International Music Camp as opposed to the Intergenerational Music Camp. I won't give away all of the answers yet as to what their organization is about. But I will tell you that there's a lot of opportunities for you to play handbells. And I am just babbling. Man, I'm just out here on a limb all by myself at 9:45 p.m. Any updates? Anyone? No? It's lonely as the... It sure is lonely to be the executive director of Handbell Musicians of America. Wish I could take some calls at this point and answer some questions. But we can't. So let's talk a little bit more about what Handbell Musicians of America does. We talked about live streaming concerts. We have those coming up. January 6th is our live stream concert of College Ring-In, which is being held in Hummelstown, Pennsylvania. In early March, we are going to be live streaming the concert for Distinctly Bronze East, which coincidentally takes place in North Carolina. We're very North Carolina heavy today. And then, of course, this summer, we are going to have our national seminar celebrating our 70th anniversary. That's taking place in Hartford, Connecticut. We will be live streaming 2 concerts per day during that event. So I hope you can tune in for those. We talked about the Handbell Playground. For those of you who may not have been online very early this afternoon when we talked with Greig Ashurst, our board president, who is also involved in our music education committee. What we do is we bring handbells and obviously people to teach them to various music education conferences around the country. And we provide opportunities for the music teachers and the students who are there attending all state events to actually play handbells and learn more about how they can be incorporated into the classroom and to curriculum. So we are doing that in Indiana coming up in a few weeks, actually. And then we will also be in Connecticut in April at another one of our handbell playgrounds. Additionally, we are lobbying college music education programs. Hi, Derek. I don't know if anyone else can see you.
They can all see me now.
How are you doing?
I'm
Okay,
coming
great.
on to apologize.
That's
So-
okay, because I'm just chatting. People are sick of hearing my voice.
In the
100% sure of
process,
that.
in the process of removing them, that the last group, we accidentally shut down the whole Zoom thing. So we're trying to get that fixed. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you just chatting with me because I'm feeling a little left out of all the shenanigans.
You're doing wonderful. Can I replace
You know what I
myself with JR and have you two chat?
No,
for a
yeah,
little
I
bit?
think I'm going to talk about Virtual Winter Workshop, which is something I have not brought up tonight. And I think it's a great opportunity for me to tell you about it. So, friends, internet friends, we are having the Virtual Winter Workshop. It is taking place January 26th through 28th. It's a 3-day event with an assortment of online classes, 2 of which will be led by me in arts administration. That should be enough to sign up. But if you would like to learn other things from other instructors, there are lots of other classes being offered, including bell trees, creative ringing assignments, handbells in classrooms. Hi, JR. I'm going to tell everyone about Virtual Winter Workshop before you pop on. So the great thing about Virtual Winter Workshop is even if you happen to not be available for the 3 days that it is occurring, when you register for the event, you actually get the recordings of all of the sessions. So I encourage you to go to handbellmusicians.org. One of the sliding images you will see on the home screen is Virtual Winter Workshop. Give that a little click and register. JR, are you giving away prizes?
I don't know. Am I, or am I waiting till the end?
I don't know. I sort of feel like we've got some time, so maybe we should do it.
How about we give away 2, because I added all the other names in. So how about we
Yeah.
give away 2 of the grand prizes and then give away the other 2? later
Okay.
on?
Let's do it,
Okay,
because you and
perfect.
I are just hanging out. For those
So,
wondering, JR
one of our
in
grand
Ohio.
prizes is, well, I'll do the 2 identical ones. 2 of our grand prizes are full
Perfect.
registration to the Virtual Winter Workshop,
Ha!
which Linda just
Conveniently.
told you about. Yeah. So let's see who's going to be coming to that.
As our guest.
Steve Garton. Oh, Steve Garton. That would be Sue's son.
I was like, wait, I know that last name.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I want to write this down. Okay, and the next one. And we will be welcoming Alice in Wonderland. I think I know who that is.
I'm
The way
intrigued
she
to know
spells.
who that is. I'm curious to know if there's anyone still watching this with us.
So both of you will receive a free registration to Virtual Winter Workshop.
So anyway, how you doing, JR? How you feeling?
A little tired, a little no voice.
Little no voice. It's all good. Let me see
Hmm.
if we have any update from the peanut gallery. It just says come back. I don't know what that means. Oh goodness. Anyway, JR, is anyone watching, or are we just talking to ourselves at this point?
Oh, we got a number of people watching.
Hi, friends. People are watching. JR, are you back? Wait, who am I hearing? Was that you, Derek?
Oh, Ed just tried to call me, but I didn't want to answer the call while I'm on. I don't think he knows I'm on.
Yeah, I have to say I love our team. They're like, we'll just call you during the live stream. Anyway, so folks, in case you're curious, the Handbell Musicians of America is an all virtual office. So JR is in Ohio and I am in Southwest Florida. So it's a nice time for he and I to catch up. Oh my goodness gracious. Any news? No.
You know, if you're bored watching this, you could always pull out your wallet and your credit card and go online and make another donation.
There you go.
Oh, it looks like Ed needs me to start a new meeting. So can you take me off, Derek?
He's going to leave Linda alone again. Guess what, America? You're stuck with me again. It's going to be fine. Monica's segment is going to be the best segment. If you're hanging in there waiting, get ready, because you're going to learn so much about the International Handbell Camp. It's going to be the best thing ever. JR, you're still on, so don't say anything terrible, because we can still see.
Okay. I always assume here.
Just let me tell you, that's who you know who your friends are. In case anyone's thinking, if you're on a Zoom and no one tells you you're live. Yep.
I hope
your
people
mic
are
is
enjoying
live.
this.
Your mic is hot, JR, and your camera's on. So just so you know. Let's keep it clean. Anyway, let's read through the rest of the events that Handbell Musicians of America is offering. So, oh dear goodness gracious. I so wish I could share my screen with everyone. It would be so much easier. So we talked about College Ring and we talked about Virtual Winter Workshop. We have not talked about National Seminar too much. We did a little bit. For those who don't know, National Seminar is held every year. And this year it's in Hartford. I know we've mentioned that before. National Seminar is filled with concerts, 2 concerts a day, many, many classes and workshops that you can attend, lots of opportunities to spend time with fellow handbell musicians. And it's really a great time. You learn so much in such a short period of time. And you also learn how big and small the handbell community is all at the same time. So, JR, were you going to say something? You looked like you were going to. Did you have any news?
Yeah, I'm opening up a new Zoom room, and it looks like people are coming in one at a time.
God bless
Michelle
America. Good times. Here they go. I hear someone laughing at my pain of being on by myself for 30 minutes.
Sorry.
I was about to burst into song, friends. Oh, Derek, please, for the love of God, change the other.
Okay, Michael's in.
We can only hear them through. JR, you might want to mute because we can hear. Yes, thank you. Again, folks. No, I was just telling folks that this is what happens with live events. Should I sing some holiday carols? It's 9:56 on the East Coast, friends. 7 on the West. We've been on since 4 p.m., so you can only imagine how we're all feeling right now. Oh, good times. Let's check our fundraising. Maybe we've raised more money without even realizing it. I don't know. It is raised. Oh my gosh. We now are over $8,000. So thank you for whoever is watching this and felt inspired to donate even through this shenanigans. I am personally very grateful to you. We have gone over our goal by $1,085.23. We have 92 donors, which is a lot of people, and we are very grateful. Like I said, not just for your contributions, which are appreciated, but for your time. And I hope at least we've given you quite a giggle this evening if you've hung in this long, because they're still making me vamp, and I don't know what is happening. Oh, good times. So, what's your favorite holiday carol? Put it in the chair. You can see the chat. I can't. Anyone have any questions for me? We'll just have an open forum with the executive director. Okay. Oh, for the love of God. Thank you, Derek. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to anyone who lit a candle and said a prayer for me. Let's go with it.
Hi, Michael.
Hi, Michelle.
It's so exciting.
This was sparkling and bubbly when I popped the cork on it about 6 hours ago when we hit our goal. Someone jinxed it by saying the tech has gone perfectly smoothly this year. That's never happened before. And I was like, we're not done yet. And there it is. So they're working on getting Monica McCowan back with us. She has things to share with us about another music camp, totally different kind of experience. But in the meantime, we have surpassed our goal. We've surpassed our number of donors from last year. We're going to use most of what you gave us to fix our technology, which is obviously in need, or at least, counseling for the person who hit the wrong button, who is not Derek.
Michael, do you remember what we were talking earlier about recovering from mistakes?
That's it. And here it is right here. Cheers, Michelle.
Cheers, Michael.
That's good. I have a whole bottle to get through. I thought I was going to pace it over the last interview, but well, we don't know if the last interview is happening yet or not, but y'all just hang because this is like, it's like the after party kind of vibe. We're just like here doing stuff. I'm watching the chat. I've got a bunch of devices. You're welcome.
YouTube chat. What's going on over there?
So Susan Oxley says in the chat, I'm late to the party, but actually, Susan, you are right on time, my friend.
Yes, you are.
Because you have missed some fun. And the whole time I was like, I could still be drinking my champagne without you all. That was the inaugural sip, but it had to be official. I could have just done it and refilled, but I didn't. So I'll just keep at it. But here's the thing. Hooray for tech people indeed, because honestly, I am in awe of what Derek does, what Bob Avant and Derek with our live streams at National Seminar the last number of summers. All of this techie stuff, I don't understand it. I don't know how it works. I already feel like I'm becoming an old man who's like a tech curmudgeon. And this is partly why I'm really not on social media, not on Facebook. I'm still on Twitter officially, technically, and I'm always going to call it that. But no one else is. So it's just like whatever. But we have fun when we're among Handbell people, and I'm among Handbell person. Hi, Michelle, and all of you guys on the chat. So. I could tell jokes. I could tell Monica's signature joke, but she should tell that joke.
She should.
And not here.
I just want to say thank you to everybody who has participated in this today, whether you gave a donation or whether you asked a question on the chat or anything, even if you're just sitting there watching this.
Our guests,
everybody, just thank you all so much for this. This is such an important event for raising money for the guild, and it's just, I really appreciate all of you.
And I want to know if you guys want to respond in chat, and I believe we're getting Monica back here in a minute, so yay. We're going to go a little over because we want to talk to Monica for a while. But if you want to respond in chat, who out there has been here since we started? 6 hours ago. I'd love it. You get a gold star and a special thank you. If anybody's really actually been watching and engaged for the entire time, because in 2020, when we did the first one of these, you know, several people said, well, 6 hours is a long time to watch. I'm like, try being watched. But, which, you know, extroverts, we love being watched, but you know, everyone said, well, I'll pop in and out, or I'll be there for, you know, a little while and then go do other things. And so many folks were just like stunned at themselves, like, wow, that time went by so fast. I was here the whole time. And then that's happened the last couple of years as well. So thank you all again for your support. Like Michelle said, as a viewer, as a donor, as a ringer, as a guest, as a tech person behind the scenes, we've got people tallying things, Marie and Maya and Ed and everybody just doing all this work backstage. We just get to sit here and wear fun hats and, you know,
and talk to Handbell people
and drink. So we've got the easy job, really. Thank you all who do all the hard stuff and heavy lifting to make it happen. I love this guild. I love Handbell people.
They're the best. Monica is on though. And Monica, you're here to talk about International Music Camp.
I am.
So
Michael?
a little bit of info about Monica McGowan for those of you who do not know her.
You should.
I just noticed today that Monica started ringing at Aldersgate United Methodist Church. No, not that one, because there's like 7,000 of them worldwide. The one in St. Louis Park, Minnesota in 1986. And for 10 years rang with the Ding Dong Dollies. And my first question is, please, dear God, tell me that they've changed their name by now.
Absolutely not.
Why were they named the
right?
Ding Dong Dollies, Monica? Tell us why that was their name.
So Betty Fletcher started Handbells at Aldersgate United Methodist Church, and she started with the boys when they went through the changing voice, and they had handbells. So this would have been back in the late 60s. The mothers, because they were stay-at-home moms then, said, well, our boys are having such a good time, you should start a women's group, and we can meet during the day. And Betty and Fremont Fletcher traveled a lot with his job, and they went to all these foreign countries. And every time she went there, she got a costume from the country. So she had a whole closet full of costumes from all around the world. And she got the nickname because she started these handbell choirs called Mrs. Ding Dong. And when the women said we should start a group, she says, well, we have to have a gimmick. I have to, you know, to get performances at nursing homes and care centers and things. So I have to have a hook. Right. So what should the hook be? Oh, let's see. I have these closet of costumes and I can dress the women as a foreign doll collection. Thus came the name Ding Dong Dollies.
And are they still performing in the garb?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, they just did a performance with a community band group last weekend.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I'm always in that like tongue in cheek where they say, oh, the bell people, the ding dongs. And
yeah, I hate that
part. To
part,
ourselves that way. I'm like, but we on the other side of our mouth are saying we want to be treated like serious professional real musicians.
Right.
You know, and call ourselves ding dongs. So the Ding Dong Dollies. I guess if there's costuming involved, anything can be forgiven, really.
And we represented all kinds of countries. We had Lapland and Japan and Germany and Bolivia and, you know, for 12 lady ringers.
Yeah.
And they were, you know, they rang some very difficult stuff. We even went to the Area 6 Festival Conference in New Orleans and played Donkey Serenade and just wowed them. They couldn't believe it. Yeah.
And after your journey ended with that group, you became the founding director, the inaugural director of Twin Cities Bronze in the Twin Cities of Minneapolis, St. Paul in Minnesota. And you guys have been all over the place. I know you've played at area workshops, national events, local things. You presented concerts with Doc Severinsen and Milwaukee Symphony Orchestra. And for people who don't know, you know, Twin Cities Bronze was unique in that you guys were one of the earliest groups to have a full choir ringing conductorless because you were behind the tables.
Right.
So
like, Bill Alexander actually, Bill Alexander actually started at first with Strike Point.
Okay.
And so what do they say that the greatest compliment is?
Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery.
Thank you. Yes, that one. Yeah.
That one.
And so that's what we did. And people would say, so how can you do that? It's like, well, because I hear everything. And so from that came a class that I teach. It's called situational awareness, because that's what it is.
Cool.
I think it's cool too, because so many of us who are directors have ended up behind the table during a rehearsal or something, or even a performance out of necessity, because a ringer is unexpectedly out and we don't have a substitute to throw in there. But to be that intentional about it, and I know we're not here to focus on Twin Cities Bronze, but just to touch on that a little bit, how does it work when you're, it always amazes me. I think it's similar, it must be similar, maybe it's not at all, to when you see like a movie, like starring Tom Cruise, directed by Tom Cruise, or I'm like, how are you in a scene and directing it? Like, you say your line, you're like, wait, no, I don't like it that way. Cut. I mean, like, is it a little bit of a brain bender to kind of be a ringer and the director simultaneously?
In my brain, it wasn't so much. What I always did is I knew my particular part of the score, and then I could look at the rest of it as we're playing along, and I knew from doing score study that it should sound like X, Y, and Z. And if it didn't, then it's like, okay, go back and find out where that was and then correct it and go on.
Nice.
So you're just listening, you're extending the listening all the way up and down the table.
Yeah. And I'm sure
it's like being in front of an orchestra. You hear all the parts.
Accountability for your ringers too, to be engaged with each other. And that in every photo that I've ever seen of Twin Cities Bronze, you guys were engaging, which I first did with this lady right here. And oh dear God, I was so freaked out when Michelle kept getting
looking
in
at
my
you
face and looking at me, and it has literally changed my ringing for the better. I now evangelize people to that myself, because it's so much more fun when you connect.
And it's the ultimate teamwork, because that's what you are. Right. You're an individual, but you're independent, but interdependent.
Yep. Yeah. That's been our theme all night.
Yeah. Has been. I'm being prompted to bring this around to the International Music Camp.
Yes, I'll just drink my champagne. Carry on.
Yes, exactly.
So Monica, what is the International Music Camp? Tell us all about it. You have
the International Peace Gardens were established in 1932 because they thought that there should be a place that would unite and promote the great relationship Canada and the United States had together. So it's 15 miles north of Dunseith, North Dakota, and 15 miles south of Boissevain, Manitoba, on 2,400 acres in the Turtle Mountains of North Dakota. And yes, there are 3 mountain ranges in North Dakota, believe it or not.
Not just all flat.
It's not. And Dr. Merton Utgard started it in 1956. And from that, how did we get handbells there? Well, Fred Merritt was doing bands in Winnipeg and then eventually into Edmonton. He, hang on here.
Since you mentioned Fred, I just want to, earlier when we were talking to Sue Garton about 6 in hand, Fred Merritt has a great book about how to do 6 in hand. Any of you who are still here and want to know about that.
Right. So. And Fred Merritt did 6 in hand his entire career. And in fact, when he started having the initial effects of Alzheimer's, he could pick up, he and his wife Amy would do performances, and he put 6 bells in his hand and it all would come back. It was just amazing. And he just recently passed away, but he was still playing handbells all those years. So then in the 60s, he had handbells that he introduced at the Technical Vocational High School in Winnipeg, Manitoba. Then when he relocated to Edmonton, Alberta in 1973, he took handbells with him to the Harry Anley High School. Okay. And he always had students that would go to the International Music Camp. And finally, he went to Mr. Utgard and said, you know, we should have handbells at the International Music Camp.
Perfect for that.
And he started that. And the first year that they had handbells at Music Camp was 1980. And it's been continuous except for a couple of years when we had COVID, when we didn't have it there. So Fred did it for 25 years as the handbell coordinator for the International Music Camp. And then he and I met in 2000 in Denver, Colorado at the National Seminar and started chatting. And then I started as an instructor in 1999. And then in 2004, Amy said to Fred, you really should retire and you should pick someone. So I was named the new handbell coordinator for a music camp in 2004 and have been doing it ever since.
Almost 20 years now.
It's 20 years. Hang on just a second. I'll be right back.
What is happening?
Hang on.
Okay. Ta-da!
There we
Ta-da.
go. Oh,
That's great. Yay. That's awesome.
Yeah. So if Fred did it for 25, I have to do it for at least that many more. So,
right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
So
what else?
the second camp we've got on tonight, but you guys are very different entities, as I mentioned before.
So
So
is it actually tent camping? Because that's what I think.
Oh, absolutely not. I think Derek might have a photo that we can put up that would show the campus. Ta-da, there it is.
look at that tech working beautifully.
The flags there, yes.
So on your right is Howard Hall, and the flags are in front of that. And then behind the tree is where the dining hall is. And then to the left of that is the Burdick Center. And this particular photo was taken from the Almy Center of International Arts. And that's where we hold Handbell Week. And it's because when Fred was there in buildings that were not air conditioned. And now we're in the Almy Center and we have a theater and 2 classrooms and our own bathrooms, both men and women. And we also have permission to have our own coffee and snacks and things. And it works out really, really well. And the music library is right there in that same building. So it's great.
How does
We
one
love it.
participate in this camp? If I want to go, what do I have to do, Monica?
So go to internationalmusiccamp.com. And there's all kinds of information. There are 7 sessions that are held each summer. Handbell Week is session 4, starts on Sunday and concludes with a sharing concert on Saturday morning. And we have classes in a variety of topics, ringing techniques, conducting beginning handbell assignments, basic music theory, processionals, multiple bells, rhythm drills, repertoire reading sessions. And during the course of the week are 12 to 13 rehearsal hours in a choir. And there are 2 of us that are faculty, myself and Stuart Sladden, who is from Winnipeg, Manitoba.
Very cool.
And what level is the ringing at? And is there prep in advance, or is it a kind of y'all come type thing, or what?
Y'all come kind of thing. Music is provided. We have all of our own equipment, all the handbells and hand chimes we need, music binders, mallets, singing bell sticks, foam, all kinds of handbells. We have 4 or 5 different sets of handbells. So we ring up to 5-octave music. Depends on the students that attend. We do a minimum of level 2 all the way up to about a level 4 repertoire. And during those rehearsals during the week, we select the music. People are placed into their choirs and assignments are given. We try to rotate to give people a broader sense of the entire ensemble and what they might, encounter in their home locations as far as techniques, bass techniques, treble bells, all of those techniques and things are taught in the first day and a half. And then all of those things are incorporated throughout the week.
Excellent.
So there's no prep in advance. You get your music when you get there.
Exactly. You get there. And then we also do repertoire reading sessions in the evening. We used to do those in the afternoon and then try and do a rehearsal in the evening. And we found out that it wasn't really successful because people were tired. So we do the repertoire reading sessions at night when there isn't the concentration that's needed, because the days get kind of long. We start at 8 o'clock in the morning, go to 8 o'clock at night.
And as we've
There's
seen
a break in the afternoon. What's that?
Later, as we've seen today, the later it gets, the punchier everyone becomes. And as soon as one thing goes a little weird, everything goes crazy.
It does.
And we kind of ride that wave very successfully, depending on how you measure success.
Exactly. And so one thing I also want to mention too is I looked at some various camps that are held in other parts of the country. And for International Music Camp, Handbell Week, which is session 4, July 7 to 13 in 2024, your registration is $630. And that is all inclusive. That is all of your meals, your lodging, the clinicians, and a great camp experience and a lot of education.
Excellent.
So what are the food and lodging situations like?
So they're either dorms or depending on, they have staff and faculty housing. There's actually 70 buildings on the campus at the International Music Camp, a variety of dorms, teaching huts, performance halls, a performance center, and different things like that. So we can house a lot of students. And they have, they can have up to 400 students that are from 42 different countries.
Cool.
Each week.
That's awesome.
So it's been quite the.
It's a big deal, basically.
It's a very big deal. It's a very big deal. And then 10 years ago, the camp director, Dr. Wolensine, decided, you know, Monica, you should add handbells to adult camp, which is session 7, where they come in on Saturday afternoon and we do performance by Tuesday. And these are all adults. And so we've started that as well. And Handbell Week technically is for youth and adults. Over the years, it kind of changes. We have had high school students that have come and college students, but mostly it's adults that come, and then they take all that education back to their home places.
So even though the adult week session 7 is starting to incorporate bells, you're saying the majority of people that are there on during the handbell week session 4 tend to be more adults.
More adults, right? Yep. I was going. Go ahead. Say again.
Is there a minimum age?
Yes, there is. I don't have that on the tip of my tongue, but there's a certain grade that they have to be going into when they come to music camp, and all that information can be found at internationalmusiccamp.com.
Thanks.
And you can register online.
Perfect. Well, Monica, I'm so sorry that we had these tech issues, and so we didn't get to spend like the full half hour with you, although we had a great laugh in the breakout room about it all.
Yes, we did. And then I got bumped out and it's like, help. Yeah.
Right. So Monica, thank you so much for sticking to it and joining us here and just going with the flow. We really appreciate that.
You bet. You bet. I mean, music camp's been around since 1956. We're going to be around for a lot longer.
I hope
so. Love it. That's fantastic.
All right.
So Thank you so much, Monica.
Thank you.
Have a fantastic season.
You too.
I'm told.
And I think wrap up this final prizes now, I believe.
Woo!
Woot woot! Yay!
Okay.
That's right. I had to mute when the Zoom room was open. Okay. We've got 2 more prizes for you. It's been a lot of fun this evening. This first one is going to be a commission written by Matthew Compton. He will compose for you an original composition or arrangement for any range of 3 to 7 octaves of handbells and hand chimes, and anywhere from level 2 to 5. And let's see who that lucky person is. Neil, I hope I said your name right. And finally, we have a full registration to next year's National Seminar in Hartford, Connecticut to celebrate our 70th anniversary. And this lucky person will hopefully be joining us. Carolyn Castaldo. And that's all I've got.
Well, we made it.
Yay!
We made it. We exceeded.
Now you get to see behind the scenes. There's Derek. Derek, thank you so much for everything you've done.
Derek.
Hey, thank you all. Year 4. Let's do it again.
And I would like to thank Michael and Michelle for all of your hard work, for hosting and handling this like champs when we have issues and all kinds of craziness. It was great.
Thanks
Derek, thank you. JR, thank you. And to all of our behind the scenes staff that's working, Ed Rollins, Marie Clyett Larson, Maya Dunzilla, lots of folks behind the scenes, and our board. Jillian, I know was really helpful. She's been in and out of all these rooms trying to herd the cats with Derek. So we're very, very grateful for all of you for making this happen this year.
Jillian.
Thank you,
And you'll
Linda,
notice
for
the
being
goal.
such a fearless leader.
Oh, thanks. And
Yes,
you'll notice
thank you, Linda.
oh, thanks. We've reached $8,675.23. Thank you for that.
Somebody round that up.
77 cents.
You're welcome,
Good
Michael.
year.
Oh my God. Yeah, with 96 donors, it was a great night. So thank you for everyone who watched, because let me tell you, it was a fantastic night. It really, really was. So
it was lots of fun. Thanks for having us back, Linda.
Of course. Please save you the date for next year. I'll be in touch next April.
Sounds good.
Excellent.
Have a good night, everybody.
Looking forward to seeing you guys at National Seminar, if not before.
Night, everybody.
Have a great holiday.